Chapter 1324. However, those immortal holy lands would be harder to deal with. Tianyushi thought to himself, of these immortal holy lands, the lunar palace holds the highest prestige. To a large extent, they will be influenced by the lunar palace. Perhaps I should make some time to meet that famous holy daughter of the heavenly starry ocean, Yu Bingyan. As long as I can convince her, the other immortal holy lands will give in easily. When the deity Dao union takes shape, overwhelming luck will descend. In terms of luck, the divine son Di Wuk will be qualified to rival Shao Chun. On the small island, Elder Qin, who had finished reconstructing his golden body, drifted down, radiating light from his entire body. His initial air of being past his prime was swept away. Instead, he became full of vigor, like he had obtained new life. Many thanks. Many thanks. Many thanks. When Elder Qin landed, he first thanked Lan Xiaofeng and Xue Lingling. Then, he faced Shao Chun and bowed 3 times. This Qin really does not know how to thank you. Little friend Shao Chun, you have done too much for me. Shao Chun smiled and said, Old Qin, there is no need to be so polite. Now, you're a member of the Dragon's Gate. Furthermore, I, Shao Chun, owe you a great debt of gratitude in the past. This is what I should do. Oh, by the way, what happened at the very last moment? I accidentally pushed open the Emperor's door. Elder Qin asked, feeling somewhat confused. Lan Xiaofeng smiled mysteriously and did not explain. Old Qin, feel for yourself and see if there is fire dragon energy in your body. Elder Qin closed his eyes and tried to sense it. When he opened his eyes again, there was a fire dragon swimming in each of his eyes. The fire dragons coiled in his eyes and turned into a blazing flame. Elder Qin shouted and raised his hand, throwing a palm strike at the distant sea. Flaming clouds immediately filled that part of the sky, forming a fire dragon radiating an overwhelming heaven dragon might as it swooped down. Z. As the mist surged, a huge pit appeared in the vast sea. After a while, it formed a whirlpool and kicked up a huge wave. This, Elder Qin said with some incredulity as he entered a daze. Lan Xiaofeng laughed loudly and said, If one survives a great calamity, there will definitely be consequences. Elder Qin, you were supposed to be an ordinary Emperor Wu, but after going through the Fire Dragon tribulation, you have the power of the Fire Dragon. In just a month, I'm afraid you will be comparable to an ordinary Third Heaven Emperor Wu. Congratulations, Shao Chun and Xue Lingling said with a smile. Elder Qin was overjoyed, and his face was full of smiles. Anyone who received such a pleasant surprise would find it hard to restrain themselves. Lan Xiaofeng sighed. Even old Qin has such strength when undergoing his tribulation. In the future, when those juniors of the Dragon's Gate succeed in their tribulation, the glory of the Dragon's Gate will be just around the corner. Congratulations, Brother Qin, on becoming a martial emperor. In the sky, many figures floated over. They were the other Emperor Wu who had been driven away by Shao Chun. They congratulated him. At this time, Shao Chun naturally wouldn't chase them away. You're too polite, too polite. Elder Qin guffawed and performed cupped fist salutes in return. His face filled with smiles, looking very pleased. Now that he had ascended to the heavens in one step, he was also an Emperor Wu with a lifespan of 2,000 years and the power of the Fire Dragon. How could he not be happy? More people gathered. Some of the martial sages in Heaven Dragon City also rushed over. After they offered their congratulations, they fought to be the first to snatch the auspicious signs in the sky. The extraordinarily bustling scene added a joyous atmosphere to Elder Qin's ascension to Martial Emperor. This Elder Qin is really lucky. Although there are many people who advance to Martial Emperor now, most of them die with hatred in their hearts. It was not easy. Earlier, I saw the deity race's warship flying over. Unexpectedly, the Blue Dragon King, Shao Chun, managed to withstand the pressure, not letting the other party succeed. The Blue Dragon King is truly incredible. If I had such a sect master able to protect me, I might have been able to advance to Martial Emperor back then. He is not just incredible. Even the Holy Lord could not be such a righteous person. All sorts of discussions rang out. Xiao Chun revealed a smile on his delicate face. Then, he quietly withdrew to an inconspicuous corner. He did not try to steal Elder Qin's limelight. Right now, this was the proudest moment of Elder Qin's life, allowing him to receive the many envious or jealous gazes. One should enjoy life to the fullest. There was no need to hold back, just laugh. On a protruding hill on the small island, Xiao Chun smiled as he watched Elder Qin greet the many people who came to congratulate him. Figures flickered in the sky. The cultivators who managed to snatch the auspicious signs rejoiced. Auspicious signs not only represented a good omen, but could also directly increase a cultivator's cultivation. Once one advanced to martial emperor, it would be very lively. Xiao Chun took out the 1,000-year flame that Mo Chun brewed. Then he swirled the purple crystal cup and took a sip, letting the fiery wine flow freely in his chest. The bustling scene before him made it hard for Xiao Chun not to think of himself. In the future, could he be as lucky as Elder Qin, successfully walking the Emperor's road to completion? If Xiao Chun ran into a similar fire dragon tribulation, while Elder Qin could get Little 3 to help, he definitely could not. He could only face it head-on. By watching Elder Qin undergo his tribulation, Xiao Chun gained a lot from his great tribulation of wind and fire. Naturally, the most direct gain was a direct understanding of the great tribulation of wind and fire. He knew what the Emperor's road, the Emperor's door, and the great tribulation of wind and fire were like. Although Elder Qin's great tribulation of wind and fire could not compare to Xiao Chen's, it could not be avoided as a reference. Elder Qin succeeded in his tribulation. Why are you drinking alone instead? At some point, Emotion had arrived. She gently drifted over and sat down beside Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun took out a wine cup and offered it to Mo Chun. He smiled and said, "It is true that I am drinking, but is not boring. Don't you feel that drinking the 1,000-year flame at this moment is especially good?" Mo Chun looked at the extraordinarily bustling scene in front. After a while, she smiled and said, "Indeed, the state of the 1,000-year flame lies in the inextinguishable hot-bloodedness. The fire in the chest will not extinguish for 1,000 years. It is a kind of pursuit, a kind of perseverance, just like a cultivator's emperor's road." Xiao Qin smiled faintly and said, "Indeed, the person who brews wine knows more than I do. Although I know these principles, I do not know how to express them." After chatting for a while, Mo Chun said, "Let's not talk about this for now. I came to give you something. You will definitely like it." Mo Chun knew that Xiao Chun was not as happy as he appeared to be right now. He was happy that Elder Qin advanced to martial emperor, but it inevitably stirred up some worry in his heart. Mo Chun intended to use another topic to divert Xiao Chen's attention. However, how could Xiao Chun not understand what she was doing? He smiled, appearing very interested as he asked, "What is it?" "This." Mo Chun took out an ancient Buddhist lamp. The shape of the lamp looked like a lotus flower, simple and unadorned. It contained a lingering Zen intent, looking very tasteful. Xiao Chun looked at it for a while. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he recalled something. "This is a Buddhist lamp that can nurture a flame?" Under the veil, Mo Chun smiled faintly and nodded gently. "You made it. Hee. You think too highly of me. How could I make it for you so quickly? Perhaps you were lucky. I got people to keep an eye out at the Blue Dragon auction house. Who knew I really found it?" Mo Chun smiled happily. Then, she continued, "After the lamp oil is refined, you can nurture the heavenly snow divine flame. However, the Buddhist lamp's quality is not high enough, so it can only nurture the flame to rank 3. As Xiao Chun held the Buddhist lamp, he revealed joy on his face. Right now, the heavenly snow divine flame was too weak. As a primal chaos level flame, it was somewhat unpresentable. However, once its quality increased, it would be completely different. Rank 3 was already sufficient. Mo Chun, you are very considerate. Thank you." Mo Chun giggled and said, "Don't be happy too early. The 10,000-year-old frost water used to refine the lamp oil is not easy to find." Xiao Chun thought for a while. Then, he took out a portion of the icy dew that he collected in the sky dome Immortal realm. Then he asked, "Will this do?" "This is derived from the heavenly snow, divine flame, slowly dissipating." Mo Chun took it and examined it. Then, she said excitedly, "This is the top-quality 10,000-year-old frost water. It will do. Give me 3 days, and I will be able to help you refine the lamp oil for the Buddhist lamp." "No, we cannot waste time. I'll go and prepare it now." Mo Chun held the jade bottle containing the icy dew and rushed off, not even bothering to greet Xiao Chun. As Xiao Chun watched Mo Chun leave, he smiled faintly. Mo Chun was even more nervous than he was. The commotion slowly died down. Lan Xiaofeng and Elder Qin returned to the city to host a banquet to entertain the other cultivators. Due to some reasons, Xiao Chun rejected the invitation and did not go with them. After everyone left, the average-sized island immediately turned quiet. Xiao Chun looked up and discovered that his first senior sister had not gone over. The profound sunbird, which had already shrunk, perched on her shoulder as she slowly walked over to him. "What's wrong? You're not going as well?" Xiao Chun asked. Shui Lingling shook her head and smiled. "I'm going. Why wouldn't I go? I'm not like you who like peace and quiet. However, before I go, I have something to ask of you. Master instructed me to do." When Xiao Chun heard that, he put away his wine cup, feeling startled. As a prime, big brother Ing rarely asked for help. However, now, he got Shui Lingling to ask him for help. Perhaps some things were more serious than Xiao Chun imagined. "What is it? Just say it. I will do my best to do what I can," Xiao Chun said seriously. The Haotian Prime was the first major character to step forward to support him. No matter how big the help was, Xiao Chun had to help. Shui Lingling organized her words before saying, "Originally, the Haotian sect and the 3 holy masters were in a stalemate. However, the 3 holy masters could no longer wait. Recently, they joined the deity Dao Union that Emperor Forsaken heads. The Haotian sect's situation immediately turned dangerous." Deity Dao Union? Xiao Chun had never heard of this organization before. He had only heard a little about it from Tian Yushi today, but he did not understand much about it. After Shui Lingling explained it to him, Xiao Chun's expression changed. The might of this deity Dao Union was truly unimaginable. "Master wants you to find some reinforcements in the oceanic world. If the deity Dao Union attacks the Haotian sect in the future, you can send reinforcements," Shui Lingling said as succinctly as she could. Xiao Chun nodded and said, "I will not shirk from this. I will depart in 3 days. However, I do not know how many people I can get to agree to help. I will do my best." The Haotian sect and Xiao Chun were bound together. If the 3 holy masters took full control of Bushin Palace, Xiao Chun would definitely not be able to survive. Even if the Haotian sect did not make this request, now that Xiao Chun knew about it, he would have to do something. He could not just sit and wait for death. Shui Lingling smiled and said, "Don't worry. Master said that as long as you are willing to make a personal appearance, you will definitely gain something. A great calamity is approaching. Only you have hope. Others can see this hope as well." Chapter 1325. The Arduous Emperor's Road, the deity Dao Union's relentless pressure, and the demonic calamity sweeping up the entire Kunlun realm. Under the heavy pressure, the word hope was somewhat heavy for Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun could give hope to Elder Qin and the Kunlun realm. However, who could give hope to him? 3 days later, Mo Chun successfully refined the special lamp oil. After filling the Buddhist lamp, she handed it to Xiao Chun. "All right, take out the heavenly snow divine flame and place it on this Buddhist lamp." With a thought, Xiao Chun opened his mouth and spat out the heavenly snow divine flame from his heart of an emperor. The dim heavenly snow divine flame seed looked like a patch of white snow, giving off a gentle beauty. This made it easy to overlook the ferocious nature of a primal chaos level flame. Xiao Chun found it somewhat strange that the Adumbra flower seed in the flame had taken root in his heart of an emperor that did not fly out with the flame seed. However, this was not the time to be concerned about this. After the heavenly snow divine flame landed on the Buddhist lamp, it immediately lit up. Buddhist chanting rang out in the surroundings, filled with Zen intent. Imo-chan was intoxicated by this. Flames go from weak to strong, divided into 9 ranks. Right now, the heavenly snow divine flame does not qualify. Although the Buddhist lamp nourishes it, it will take about half a year to advance to rank 1. With the support of an esteemed monk, it should be much faster. Shaochen thought for a while before taking out the Saraira of the Mahesvara Buddha and letting it hover over the lamp flame. Immediately, rings of Buddhist light appeared, and the Buddhist chanting became even more profound. There was a vague image of a Buddha in the center of the Buddhist light, supporting the lamp flame. That was the remnant wish energy of the Mahesvara Buddha. Big Brother Shaochen, you really have a lot of fortuitous encounters. This is a Buddhist Saraira. It is much stronger than the support of an esteemed monk, Imo-chan said somewhat excitedly. Shaochen smiled faintly and opened his right hand. The Buddhist lamp slowly sank into it along with the heavenly snow divine flame. Shaochen had refined a beautiful mountain and river painting in his right hand. The painting was damaged and had not been repaired. Now it was perfect for this Buddhist lamp. I'm leaving. I'll be back in half a month or 3 months at most, Shaochen said softly after placing the Buddhist lamp. The deity Dao Union pressed on. He needed to leave, to fight for hope for the Haotian sect, for the Kunlun realm, and for himself. What was there to hope for? He couldn't ask for it. Only fight. Fight with others. Fight with oneself. Fight with the heavens. After leaving Heavenly Star Island, Shaochen did not choose the Black Sea as his first stop. He also did not go to the even further Human Demon Sea. The 13 Great Bandits of the Black Sea and the Human Demon Sea's Dugu, Kwang, should be easy to convince. Shaochen had already spoken to the 13 Great Bandits of the Black Sea, so he knew that it would not be a big problem. This was especially so for the 13 Great Bandits of the Black Sea. They were easier to convince. However, the deity Dao Union was very strong. Just these reinforcements alone could not truly block them. Shaochen was going to search for new allies. He set his sights on the heavenly starry ocean, and his first stop was the Myriad Fiend Island. The Myriad Fiend Island was the fiend race that ruled the oceanic world, with the Myriad Law Fiend Master as their leader. Compared to the fiend race of the Kunlun continent, the Myriad Fiend Island did not have much of connection. The Myriad Fiend Island was very strong. This was especially so for the Myriad Law Fiend Master, who was a prime. No one dared to offend him. The difficulty of convincing the Myriad Fiend Island went without saying. However, opportunities and hope had to be fought for. If one did not fight for it, there would be no chance at all. If one fought for it, there would always be a chance. 3 days later, Shaochen arrived at the sea region where the Myriad Fiend Island was, a vast sea region filled with life. Back when Little Yellow Feather was born, Shaochen had barged in by mistake and even fought with a fiend race archer. He knew that the entrance to this sea region looked calm and peaceful, with only a few islands here and there. In reality, it was heavily guarded. If one was not a member of the fiend race, they would be discovered immediately. Even if one was a member of the fiend race, it would be very difficult to sneak in if one did not have a clear background. Based on Shaochen's experience today, there should be a large formation laid at the entrance to this sea region. The dotted islands looked irregular, but in reality, they were the nodes of the formation. There were at least 1,000 of these scattered islands, covering a radius of 5,000 kilometers. The defenses of the Myriad Fiend Island's outer sea were clear. Just as Shaochen was thinking, 3 figures flew over from an island in the distance. Sonic booms rang out, and the 3 figures landed before Shaochen in mere moments. A red-haired fiend in the middle looked at Shaochen and asked, "Who are you?" The Myriad Fiend Island is currently sealed off and does not welcome outsiders. After the Thunder King disappeared, the Kunlun realm fell into chaos. The heavenly starry ocean could not avoid it either. The Myriad Fiend Island was a remote place and had sealed off long ago. They did not want to take advantage of the chaos to plunder others or get involved in trouble. When Shaochen heard that, he felt slightly stunned. Then he smiled to himself. While this looked cautious, in reality, it was just waiting for death. An unprecedented, demonic calamity descended. No one in the Kunlun realm could avoid it. The Dragon's Gates, Xiao Chun seeks an audience with the Myriad Law Fiend Master. Xiao Chun performed a cupped fist salute as he looked at the 3 fiend race cultivators in front. When the 3 fiend race cultivators heard Xiao Chen's name, they were all startled, feeling somewhat incredulous. The name of the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chun, had already spread far and wide. Very few people did not know of him. The red-haired fiend was rather calm. He asked, "What proof do you have?" "I don't remember the Blue Dragon King's hair being white." Xiao Chun removed the Blue Dragon King's insignia from his chest and tossed it over without saying anything. The red-haired fiend caught it and examined it cautiously. The ancient insignia had azure-colored dragon motifs carved on it. When the red-haired fiend touched it, he seemed to hear a dragon roar. "It's real," one of the fiend race cultivators at the side said. As they looked at Xiao Chun, their expressions immediately changed. Their initial doubts turned to awe. Although the Blue Dragon King was not considered a peak major character, he still had some deterrence. After returning the insignia, the red-haired fiend said, "The 2 of you bring the Blue Dragon King through the 1,000-star array. I'll go back and report." The 2 fiends led Xiao Chun through the massive and complicated 1,000-star array. As Xiao Chun walked through it, he could feel perception sweeping over him. There were even a few times when he felt a sense of danger. After passing through the 1,000-star array, the scene before Xiao Chun suddenly changed. An incredible island appeared before his eyes. The island was tens of thousands of meters tall, with many rings stacked on top of each other. As it stood on the surface of the sea, it looked like a majestic mountain rising from the ground. Xiao Chun was deeply shocked. He had never seen such a large and tall island before. Even the immortal statues he had seen before could not compare to this. Is this the Myriad Fiend Island? Why does it feel like calling it the Myriad Fiend Mountain is more appropriate? Aside from this island, there were no other islands in the sea region for tens of thousands of kilometers. It seemed like all the fiends in the sea region lived there. Who knew how prosperous this island was? Brother Xiao Chun, how come you have the time to come to the Myriad Fiend Island? A person dashed across the water in the distance. With every step, the surface of the sea rumbled, kicking up towering waves. That person laughed loudly as he approached. When this person got closer, Xiao Chun clearly saw that it was the heavenly spiritual body Di Xinhan, whom he had met at the Four Seas Hero Gathering. "You too can withdraw. I will entertain Brother Xiao Chun." Di Xinhan walked over quickly and waved his hand, dismissing the 2 fiend race guards. "Yes, young master." After the fiend race guards bowed, they left respectfully. After not seeing Di Xinhan for a few years, Di Xinhan's strength had increased significantly. However, he had not reached the level of a consummation blue-robed emperor and condensed the vague form of a heart of an emperor. However, Di Xinhan was only a small distance away. He had sufficient fortuitous encounters, and he could break through at any time. Di Xinhan had improved a lot. However, compared to the demonic geniuses of the Kunlun realm in the astral battlefield, he was still somewhat lacking. However, Di Xinhan had the heavenly spiritual body. In a real fight, he might not be at a disadvantage. As Xiao Chun sized up Di Xinhan did the same. After a while, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I dozed off. When I opened my eyes, I discovered that I could not even see your back." Xiao Chun said calmly, "Brother Di, you are too humble. I obtained a method to condense the heart of an emperor by chance. In the future, when I advance to martial emperor, your accumulations are not bad, either." Di Xinhan smiled gently and said, "Let's not talk about this for now. Can you tell me what you are here for?" "When my uncles heard that you were here, they all came out. This is very rare. Can you tell me why in advance?" Xiao Chun felt excited. It looked like the upper echelon of the fiend race was still very well informed, even though they had sealed up their information. They had a clear understanding of the situation in the Kunlun realm. Perhaps this would make things easier. Xiao Chun had a deep impression of this fiend race outstanding talent, who was willing to fight him fairly in the past. After thinking for a while, he told Di Xinhan the truth. After hearing that, Di Xinhan stopped and looked at Xiao Chun in shock. Brother Xiao Chun, did I hear wrong? You are here to persuade my old ancestor? Xiao Chun asked, what's wrong? Is it very difficult? Di Xinhan smiled bitterly and replied, it is too difficult. This great-grandfather of mine has always been a man of his word. In my memory, no one has ever persuaded him before, not even in the past 1,000 years. When Xiao Chun heard that, he was flabbergasted. Then he smiled and said, I'll give it a try. A great calamity is coming. No one can avoid it. I believe that Senior Fiend King can see it clearly. Di Xinhan nodded and smiled. You are ambitious. However, the ones in charge of Myriad Fiend Island right now are my uncles. Great-grandfather has not appeared for a long time already. If you want to see the old ancestor, you will have to go through my uncles. Just this group of people is enough to give you a headache. Oh, right, if you did not mention it, I would not have noticed. 2 days ago, people from the deity race came. At that time, I was cultivating and did not pay much attention to this news. Now that you mentioned it, they must be here for the deity Dao Union. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. This was not good news. The deity Dao Union was already strong enough. To think that they had not given up on any faction worth roping in. The two chatted as they walked. Soon, they arrived at Myriad Fiend Island. The bustle of the island surpassed Xiao Chun's expectations. This was his first time seeing so many fiend race cultivators. Some of them had not even taken human form yet, walking the streets in their true forms. Such a scene could only be seen on Myriad Fiend Island. The islands surrounded each other, stacking on top of each other as they rose. The higher they flew, the denser the spiritual energy became. With Di Xinhan leading the way, the journey was smooth. No one questioned them. After a few kilometers, they were already deep in the clouds. The buildings on the islands looked even more ethereal, indistinct like immortal palaces. Chapter 1326. As Xiao Chun entered, he completely forgot that this was an island. It was like a heavenly palace. The deeper he went, the more unfathomable he found it. That is Fiend King Peak. My uncles are all there. Di Xinhan pointed to a peak in the clouds and took the lead to fly over. The vast clouds undulated. Walking in them was like walking in the sea, an extremely peculiar sight. The peak had been shaved into a huge platform with a vast drill ground. Several fiend race experts were currently exchanging moves with each other. Several gazes landed on Xiao Chun, revealing curious expressions as they whispered to each other. That is the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chun. I heard that the 3 Vice Island Masters are gathered in the Fiend King Palace. What a grand show! Aside from some of the major characters of the Holy Lord, it seems like the 3 Vice Island Masters have never gathered together before. Could it be that Xiao Chun is now equal to the major characters? I wonder if he is truly capable to be as miraculous as the rumors say. That's true. The rumors are too miraculous. It feels surreal. Given the sharpness of Xiao Chun's spiritual sense, he could even hear these voices. However, his heart was already as calm as still water, not minding them at all. Behind the drill ground was a tall, majestic platform with huge stone steps. Xiao Chun and Di Xinhan walked up step by step. When Xiao Chun stood on the tall platform, he looked around and saw 3 unfathomable fiend race old men with auras as heavy as mountains. They sat cross-legged on stone pillars, looking at him. When Xiao Chun met these gazes, he felt a slight prickling sensation on his skin. That was because the gazes were too sharp. This was especially so for one of the gazes, which seemed to be able to see through Xiao Chun, not leaving him any secrets. However, Xiao Chun was no ordinary person who could see through him. With just a slight resistance, he resolved the other party's gaze. Di Xinhan stepped forward and introduced, "This is my first Uncle Di Feng. He is an 8th heaven sovereign martial emperor, no weaker than the 3 holy lords of the human race. These 2 are my 2nd uncle and 3rd uncle. Both of them have the strength of the 6th celestial layer Emperor Wu. Level 6 was a hurdle. If he could not overcome it, he would forever be a greater celestial Emperor Wu. Once he crossed it, he would be crowned king. Xiao Chun cupped his hands and greeted them one by one. His gaze focused on Di Feng. Needless to say, Di Feng's position was definitely the highest among the three Vice Island Masters. Sit. Di Feng extended his hand toward a stone pillar, gesturing for Xiao Chun to sit down. With a light tap of his feet, Xiao Chun imitated the three deputy island masters and sat cross-legged on it. Di Feng had a calm look in his eyes as he said in a deep voice, "Among the immortal holy lands, the myriad fiend island is the most desolate and boring. Since the Blue Dragon King has come from afar, there is no harm in telling us directly. We demons are not good at beating around the bush. If you have something to say, just say it." As this eighth heaven sovereign martial emperor spoke, the emperor's might of this eighth heaven sovereign martial emperor spread out without a trace, spreading throughout the entire place. So, the gazes of the three Vice Island Masters all landed on Xiao Chun at the same time. The entire place instantly turned somewhat oppressive and heavy. When Di Xinhan saw this, he could not help breaking out in a cold sweat for Xiao Chun. The might of the three martial emperors seemed to be directed at him. This was especially so since Xiao Chun was sitting cross-legged. If he was not careful, he might embarrass himself and fall off. However, Di Xinhan could not say anything in this situation. If Xiao Chun could not even get past this hurdle, there was really no point in talking. The more important thing was that there were many elders of the myriad fiend island hidden behind the three uncles, watching Xiao Chun. Speaking of which, Di Xinhan was the only one who was engrossed in cultivation and did not understand the situation outside. The upper echelon of the myriad fiend island more or less knew why Xiao Chun was here. Everyone knew that the deity Dao Union's momentum was flourishing. With the addition of the three holy masters, the Haoyan sect was immediately pushed to a dead end. Xiao Chun and the Haoyan sect were interdependent. There had to be a deeper meaning to him coming to the myriad fiend island at such a sensitive time. When the emperor's might surged over, the pressure on Xiao Chun multiplied. However, the Taiji Dao had already raised his mental state to the next level, comparable to that of a prime. The Taiji force field spread out in a small area. Xiao Chun gently waved his hand, and the pressure immediately scattered with the wind. Xiao Chun's small move startled the three Vice Island Masters. To think that he could so easily resolve the pressure of their auras. The Haoyan sect is facing a great calamity. I would like to ask the Myriad Fiend Island to help us at the crucial moment, Xiao Chun said bluntly. Interesting. Your Haoyan sect is facing a great calamity. What does that have to do with our Myriad Fiend Island? The gray-clad old man on Di Feng's left said with some mockery. The black-clad old man on Di Feng's right said in a similarly cold voice, Blue Dragon King, you are really direct. You dare to say anything. Why should the Myriad Fiend Island help you? Di Feng frowned and waved his hand to stop the two from speaking. Then he looked at Xiao Chun and said, Truth be told, the deity race's envoy just left and invited the Myriad Fiend Island to join the deity Dao Union. I did not agree or reject. I just want to ask Blue Dragon King, what kind of conditions can you offer? When facing an immortal holy land like the Myriad Fiend Island, Tian Yushi and the others would definitely not compare it to the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace. The conditions that the deity race offered were very high. This made the other two Vice Island Masters view Xiao Chun with some enmity. Xiao Chun shook his head and smiled. I cannot offer any conditions. The moment Xiao Chun said that, the other two Vice Island Masters immediately revealed expressions of disdain. The group of fiend race elders hidden in the shadows also burst into an uproar, feeling surprised. Even Di Xinhan felt somewhat startled. Could this brother, Xiao Chun, have come alone? When Di Feng heard these words, a trace of indescribable information flashed in his eyes. He quietly withdrew his emperor's might and laughed heartily as he said, Interesting. As expected, heroes come from the young. In front of me, you actually dare to take advantage of me empty-handed. Xiao Chun, in the eyes of us old fellows from the start to the end, none of us truly believed that you were the Blue Dragon King. The other party was a true major character, an eighth heaven sovereign martial emperor, an existence comparable to the three holy masters. He was indeed qualified to say such words. Oh no, the three uncles are all angry. Di Xinhan thought to himself, oh no. Then he said, Uncle Feng, perhaps Xiao Chun has not thought things through yet. That's why. Di Feng waved his hand to stop Di Xinhan from speaking. Then he looked at Xiao Chun and said, don't say anything. Let him speak. I just want to know who gave him the guts to be so frivolous before me, boasting shamelessly. Di Feng's gaze was piercing, and his words forced Xiao Chun into a dead end. The two Vice Island masters at the left and right revealed cold expressions. At the same time, they rejoiced in their hearts. This Xiao Chun did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. With one sentence, he said that he could not offer any conditions, directly offending Big Brother. When Xiao Chun said those words, he did not care about his own strength at all. He did not know what that meant. Countless gazes on the tall platform, some in the open and some in the dark, looked at Xiao Chun at the same time. This caused the atmosphere to become extremely stifling. Everyone waited quietly for Xiao Chun to speak. If he did not answer well, Di Feng might directly throw him out of Myriad Fiend Island. This would cause Xiao Chun to lose all face. He knew the consequences of speaking carelessly before a major character. If Xiao Chun quickly apologized and negotiated properly, there might still be a chance. Di Xinhan felt very anxious. However, when he looked at Xiao Chun, he did not panic at all. He did not know what Di Feng was trying to do. Xiao Chun avoided Di Feng's gaze. His eyelids drooped as he muttered to himself. Without any confidence, he said softly, I am only speaking the truth. I am indeed unable to come up with any conditions. I do not have any intention of disrespecting Senior. My Dragon's Gate has just been established. No matter how much I offer, I cannot compete with the deity race. I will always be suppressed. The two Vice Island masters on the left and right snorted coldly and said, at least you know your limits. Since you know that, then scram quickly. Myriad Fiend Island will not help the Hautian sect avoid this calamity. Ignoring the mockery of these two, Xiao Chun continued, since that is the case, then why am I here to offer any conditions? The deity race offered such a great condition, but Senior Di Feng did not agree. Isn't that because he was waiting for me? Right after Xiao Chun spoke, he raised his eyelids slightly. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes, and he unleashed his aura without holding anything back. Xiao Chun's head of white hair moved without any wind. As his hair fluttered, it seemed like the hum of countless sabers could be heard. This was the aura that could be casually displayed when one saber Dao reached an extremely high level. The moment Xiao Chun said that, the entire place fell silent. The two Vice Island masters who mocked him were so shocked by Xiao Chun's words that they could not close their mouths. How could Xiao Chun be so confident, daring to show off his sharpness before a sovereign martial emperor? Could it be that Di Feng was really waiting for him? Xiao Chun, now that the Thunder King is not here, do you really think that you're the Blue Dragon King? Big brother, just chase him away. To think that you dare to be so unbridled in Myriad Fiend Island. Xiao Chun, you must be tired of living. The two Vice Island masters at the left and right showed furious expressions, revealing murderous intent on their faces. Xiao Chun's confidence and arrogance thoroughly angered them. Furthermore, the two vaguely felt that something was wrong. Di Feng, the one with the greatest authority, looked incredibly furious and pressuring. However, in reality, it was just as Xiao Chun said. These two Vice Island masters had received many benefits from the deity race in private. Furthermore, they had obtained great promises. They simply could not allow anything unexpected to happen. Left without a choice, the two Vice Island masters could only turn hostile and stand up. Compared to the rage of the two Vice Island masters, the person in question, Di Feng, appeared strange and unfathomable. He was strangely calm with a smile on his face. Ignoring the two enraged Vice Island masters, Xiao Chun gently pushed off the ground and landed. Then, he took a step forward and arrived in the middle. Xiao Chun looked straight at Di Feng and enunciated every word clearly. Senior Di, Please tell the two Vice Island Masters and the many Fiend Race seniors present if I was wrong. Whoosh. Immediately, everyone's gaze focused on Di Feng, this eighth heaven sovereign martial emperor. The surroundings fell silent. Everyone held their breath, anxiously waiting to hear Di Feng's decision. At this moment, Di Xinhan felt admiration in his heart. This brother Xiao Chun is truly courageous. His bearing is extraordinary. Even before Uncle Feng, he can maintain such a demeanor, showing off his sharpness. After all, an eighth heaven sovereign martial emperor was a major character through and through. After holding a high position and accumulating power over a long period of time, one's aura would be so strong that it could subconsciously make others feel inferior and passive. Before everyone's eyes, Di Feng smiled gently and said, "That's right. I, Di Feng, have been waiting for you. Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chun. Indeed, you have not disappointed me, Di Feng." Chapter 13:27. What? The expressions of the two Vice Island Masters on the left and right changed drastically in disbelief. The hidden Fiend Race upper echelon was similarly startled. To think that what Xiao Chun said was actually true. However, Xiao Chun wanted the Myriad Fiend Island to side with him without stating any conditions. That would be too much of a loss. Not only would they not be able to gain any advantage, but they would also have to face a huge faction like the deity Dao Union. The gray-clad old man on the right said sullenly, "Big brother, did you say it wrong, or did I hear wrong? That was not what you said when the deity race's envoy came." The third-ranking black-robed old man also said anxiously, "Big brother, have you really thought this through?" The deity race agreed to help us forge deity statues. Furthermore, they even told us the method to cultivate the power of faith in its entirety. This is a great benefit. Dong! Dong! Footsteps resounded. The many fiend race powerhouses hiding in the dark all walked out with cold expressions. As I looked at Di Feng, they all showed confused expressions. Without a doubt, these fiend race upper echelon all had the cultivation of Emperor Wu. There were more than 10 of them. They were all minor heavenly Emperor Wu, ranging from first heaven to third heaven. There was one eighth heaven sovereign martial emperor, two sixth heaven greater heavenly Emperor Wu, and 10-odd minor heavenly Emperor Wu. Xiao Chen now had a clear understanding of the Myriad Fiend Island strength. With the addition of a prime, the Myriad Fiend Island strength could be considered at the peak of the Immortal Holy Lands. Island Master D, you cannot push our Myriad Fiend Island into a pit of fire. We want to meet the old ancestor and ask him to make a decision. That's right. We want to meet the old ancestor and let him make a decision. Let the Fiend King make the decision for us. We absolutely cannot stand on the wrong side. The group of Fiend Race upper echelon all voiced their dissatisfaction, wanting Di Feng to make a new decision. Di Feng remained unmoved. He said calmly, "Go ahead and meet him. Not to mention that the old ancestor will not meet you. Even if he does, it will be useless. My intentions are the old ancestor's intentions. The old ancestor personally instructed me to test Xiao Chun. If I am satisfied, I can make a decision." I don't believe it. I don't believe that the ancestor would make such a decision. The other two Vice Island Masters shouted in shock. Di Feng's expression sank. "Impudent. All of you shut up." Boom. A powerful king's might spread out, causing the crowd to fall silent. Di Feng obviously had a high prestige on the Demon Island. No one dared to express their dissatisfaction when he got angry. I'll say it again. This is the ancestor's will. After pausing for a moment, Di Feng looked at Xiao Chun and said, "However, just because I'm satisfied doesn't mean that I've agreed to it. I haven't made my decision yet." "Xiao Chun, do you understand what I mean?" Xiao Chun replied softly, "Naturally, I understand. Senior wants me to prove that I have the possibility of advancing to Martial Emperor. If there is no such possibility, even if Senior appreciates me, you will not let the Demon Island jump into the fire pit." Di Feng burst into loud laughter. It's really easy to talk to smart people. If you were a little older, we could have become bosom friends. After saying that, Di Feng shifted his gaze and looked at the group of Fiend Race elders behind him. Then, he pointed at them and said, Didn't you all express your dissatisfaction earlier? I'll give you a chance. Whoever is dissatisfied can personally chase this Blue Dragon King out. The moment Defeng said that, the group of fiend race elders immediately started whispering to each other. The Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chun, was very famous. Furthermore, he had killed Emperor Wu in front of everyone. His strength was extraordinary. Naturally, chasing Xiao Chun out was something to be proud of. However, if they failed and ended up getting beaten up instead, they would lose all their face. The fiend race dilly-dallied, but no one stepped forward. Such a scene did not surprise Defeng. He shook his head slightly and remained silent. How about we attack together? Just as the many fiend race elders whispered to each other, no one daring to take the lead, Xiao Chun suddenly said something shocking. Di Xinhan was startled when he heard that. His jaw nearly fell off. Is Brother Xiao Chun crazy? That is more than 10 Emperor Wus. Many of them are third heaven martial emperors. This Xiao Chun is going a little overboard. Even the usually calm Defeng was somewhat shocked. Xiao Chun's words had indeed exceeded his expectations. Blue Dragon King, don't look down on us. Do you really think that there is no one capable in the fiend race? A tall and sturdy fiend race male stepped forward. His figure flashed, and he directly punched at Xiao Chun. Clearly, Xiao Chun's words were too arrogant. This person was somewhat angered and could no longer endure it. Xiao Chun looked around and determined this man's strength. He was a third heaven martial emperor, Emperor Wu. However, he was not at the peak of a minor heavenly Emperor Wu. Xiao Chun could deal with him easily. The burly man punched out, and the entire space on the high platform trembled slightly. A strong wind howled, and the waves surged deafeningly. This was one of the consummate techniques of the Myriad Fiend Island, the Divine Wind and Wave Fist. One needed to cultivate two wills in order to cultivate this consummate technique to the peak, reaching the might of a medial grade, profound martial technique. Elder Han is making a move. Elder Han's Divine Wind and Wave Fist has already been cultivated to the peak. Few Third Heaven Emperor Wus would dare to clash head-on with him. With him making a move, even if he cannot defeat Xiao Chun, he can at least let him know how powerful he is and not dare to boast again. The two Vice Island Masters also nodded to themselves. With Han Lei making a move, even if Xiao Chun lost, he could stop Xiao Chun's rising momentum. The air of a king coming from Xiao Chun made the two feel some fear. They could not allow Xiao Chun's momentum to continue rising. They had to suppress him. Strong winds blew and waves surged. The man flew over with a flourishing aura. It was like he stood at the peak of the wind and waves, looking down at Xiao Chun from above. Xiao Chun did not move at all. Even though this fiend race Emperor Wu was already 10 steps away from him, he still did not move. Just as the man's fist, which contained both the will of strong wind and the will of waves, was about to land on Xiao Chun moved. Within the strong wind and waves, Xiao Chun seemed like he had turned into a fish. He gently swung his tail and dodged the punch in an inconceivable manner. To many people, Elder Han's punch had clearly landed on Xiao Chun. However, Xiao Chun managed to dodge it. This scene was exactly the same as when Xiao Chun caught the immortal fish in Frostwater Lake. He clearly felt like he caught it, but he caught nothing. Oh no! The punch with the flourishing aura struck empty air, startling Elder Han. Then, he soared into the air and retreated frantically. However, as Xiao Chun dodged, he had already made a move. Xiao Chun judged Elder Han's retreating trajectory and grabbed Elder Han's wrist. It was like Elder Han had delivered himself to Xiao Chun. It was incredibly strange. Boom! Elder Han roared ferociously and punched with his left hand. He drove all the primordial energy in his body, and this punch was fast and urgent, displaying Elder Han's excellent reflexes. Xiao Chun smiled faintly, and his primordial energy split into two, one yin and one yang, forming a simplified Taiji force field within 10 meters. Due to the Taiji force field, Elder Han's fast and urgent punch met with heavy resistance. Xiao Chun was clearly right in front of Elder Han. He could strike Xiao Chun's face in an instant. However, He could not do so. Instead, Xiao Chun used the force to fight back. He grabbed Elder Han's wrist and swung it gently. Elder Han's body, which was in the air, spun around. Xiao Chun's raised arm moved smoothly like flowing water. It looked neither fast nor slow as he used the back of his hand to strike Elder Han's left chest. The two primordial energy under Xiao Chun's feet, one bright and one dark, chased each other, forming a Taiji circle. This made Xiao Chun look agile and graceful. Elder Han vomited a mouthful of blood as he flew back 100 meters and landed heavily on the ground. Elder Han could not understand what was going on at all. He charged over with a ferocious aura, but Xiao Chun casually tossed him away like he was a toy. He didn't suffer any serious injuries, but his face was completely lost. When everyone looked up, they were shocked. Xiao Chun sent a third heaven martial emperor, Emperor Wu, flying with one move with one hand. Xiao Chun withdrew his hand and stood upright. Then he looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone, do you still think that I spoke impudently? In my life, I have never overestimated myself, biting off more than I can chew. However, I will not underestimate myself or undervalue myself. Senior D, please speak up and give Xiao Chun a chance to prove himself, to prove that he is not an arrogant person who speaks nonsense. Prove himself and give Myriad Fiend Island hope. Prove that Senior D did not misjudge me." Seeking a fight, Xiao Chun took the initiative to seek a fight. His fighting spirit blazed like fire, giving off a faint light that no one dared to look at directly. That was the pride and confidence in Xiao Chun's heart. In this life, he would never overestimate himself or underestimate himself. Di Feng's gaze revealed a trace of contemplation. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that Di Feng was in deep thought. Naturally, he could tell that Xiao Chun's earlier performance had not used much strength. Instead, it was more of a technique. Borrowing force to fight force, using little effort to push back a lot of force, was not rare in the martial epic. Di Feng knew this himself, and he was even an expert in this field. However, he had never seen it before. Borrowing force to fight force was able to be as calm and unruffled as Xiao Chun, graceful, quiet, and peaceful. Di Feng was different from the others. He thought more deeply. This technique of Xiao Chun's should be a unique Dao. It was far from as simple as borrowing force to fight force. The entire place turned solemn. No one dared to underestimate Xiao Chun anymore. Even the two Vice Island masters at the left and right could not say anything due to Xiao Chun's aura. Fighting 10 Emperor Wu alone. If Xiao Chun truly possessed such strength, what else could they not be convinced of? Di Feng did not say anything. He looked at the two Vice Island masters at the left and right. If the Blue Dragon King can fight 10 of my fiend race elders alone and remain undefeated, I will be convinced and will not say anything more. Right, as long as the Blue Dragon King remains undefeated, I will have no objections. No matter where they were, the strong would receive the respect that they deserved. Clearly, Xiao Chun had already used his actions to prove his strength, obtaining the respect of the two Vice Island masters. In the two's opinion, as long as Xiao Chun remained undefeated, he was qualified to convince them. The reason was none other than the fact that even though the two of them were sixth heaven greater Heavenly Emperor Wu, they found it somewhat taxing to face 10 minor Heavenly Emperor Wu. However, Xiao Chun was not even a martial emperor, yet he had the guts to fight 1 against 10. Anyone would be convinced. "Allah Master D, please give us a chance. We are willing to fight the Blue Dragon King." 10 fiend race elders stepped forward and knelt on one knee, speaking in unison to Di Feng. Chapter 1328. Di Xinhan showed a slightly stunned expression. He had never seen such a scene in his life. He had never seen a person who could convince the proud fiend race elders to be willing to work together to fight the same person. As cultivators, they all had their pride. This was especially so for Emperor Wu, who was extremely proud. For a junior who had not advanced to martial emperor to say that he wanted to fight 1 against 10, this was a form of contempt, a kind of mockery. Under normal circumstances, no one would care about such a thing, feeling that they were lowering their status. The pride in their hearts would not allow them to do so, either. However, today on this Fiend King platform, Xiao Chun did it. He used his strength to prove that he was qualified to fight 1 against 10. This was not contempt or mockery. This was a fair battle between cultivators. Di Feng remained silent. Xiao Chen's aura flourished in the front, wanting to challenge him. The 10 elders behind him stepped forward and did the same. Island Lord Di, please agree to our request. We are willing to fight the Blue Dragon King. The 10 fiend race elders, who were kneeling on one knee, spoke again. The fighting spirit in their hearts blazed like fire, soaring to the clouds. For no particular reason, it was for the honor of the fiend race. If the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chun wanted to prove himself, so did they. Very well. Since you want to fight, then let's fight it out in full swing. I, Di Feng, will personally beat the war drum for you. Di Feng stretched out his hand and smacked the empty space where Xiao Chun was standing. Boom! The terrain of the platform immediately changed. The empty space under Xiao Chun soared into the air. 4 palaces flew over from the clouds at the same time. Bang! 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 They merged with the tall platform under Xiao Chen's feet. There was an ancient fiend race oil lamp on each of the 4 palaces. Boom! The oil lamps lit up, and the blazing flames formed an invisible barrier encasing the palaces. As the flames burned, they gave off a blazing light like the sun, scattering all the clouds above Fiend King Peak. Everyone in the entire Fiend King Island saw this clearly, feeling startled. The light is like the sun, illuminating the sky. That is the ancient arena of Fiend King Peak. What's going on? This ancient arena hasn't appeared for thousands of years. Could it be that someone has issued a challenge to the 3 Vice Island Masters? Let's go and take a look. The Demon Island has not been so lively for a long time. So. Fiend race cultivators soared into the air from the rings of Myriad Fiend Island, rushing towards Fiend King Peak. A war drum stood in the corner of the arena. Di Feng's figure flashed, and he arrived beside the war drum. The sound of air being torn rang out. 10 Demon Clan elders flew onto the stage at the same time and lined up in a row. Blue Dragon King, please enlighten me. The gazes of the 10 people were sharp and filled with battle intent. This battle was of great importance, so they couldn't be careless. Xiao Chun cupped his hands, bowed, and took 2 steps back. Dong! A war drum sounded, deafening like a clap of thunder. As the sound wave spread out, the boundless clouds and mist dissipated, and the Demon King Peak became clear again. If one looked from the bottom of Myriad Fiend Island, they would discover that a sun had suddenly appeared in the sky. It's the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chun. He wants to challenge the 10 supreme elders of our Myriad Fiend Island alone. Did I see wrong? You did not see wrong or see wrong. Island Master D is personally beating the drum. That is the heavenly fiend drum, which has not sounded for thousands of years. This is too crazy. Several fiend race cultivators rushed over from the air near Fiend King Peak. They all exchanged looks with each other in disbelief. Crazy? Not crazy at all. In a one-on-one fight, without exposing too many of his trump cards, Xiao Chen's strength would be equal to that of a peak 3rd Heaven Martial Emperor, Emperor Wu. A peak 3rd Heaven Martial Emperor, Emperor Wu, would not be able to fight against 10 alone. He would be dragged down to death. However, the Taiji Dao borrowed force to fight. Its movements were unpredictable. Even if there were twice as many people, Xiao Chun would still be able to hold on and remain undefeated. In this Kunlun realm, the Taiji Dao was Xiao Chen's one and only trump card. Only he could fight against 10 alone, proud and confident, showing off his sharpness. Dong! Another drum rang out, igniting the flames in everyone's hearts in the arena. However, after the 3rd drum beat, Di Feng suddenly increased his speed. The ear-splitting drum beat resounded in the sky. The battle hunger of both sides soared. In the end, the 10 Fiend Race Elders did not have the same mental state as Xiao Chun. They shouted and took the initiative to attack. The moment they attacked, they used inferior-grade, profound martial techniques. They were extremely ferocious, pressing forward with an indomitable will, not holding back at all. Clearly, the fiend race wanted to end the battle quickly, not giving Xiao Chun any chance to drag things out. They used a thunderous barrage of attacks to strike Xiao Chun. The seemingly overwhelming attacks were complicated and densely packed, covering the entire sky. In reality, when the fiend race elders attacked, they moved in waves of 3, orderly and orderly. They connected one after another, pushing forward layer by layer like the waves of the sea, unending. The cooperation between the 10 fiend race elders could be said to be perfect without any flaws. Xiao Chun did not dare to underestimate them. In an instant, he separated the Saber Domain and the Taiji Force Field. However, he did not merge them. Tyrannical dragon breaks the sea, wind roaring in the 9 heavens, heaven extinguishing divine chop. The first wave of profound martial techniques surged over like the waves of the sea. Xiao Chun did not draw his saber, executing the subduing dragon profound chop to clash head-on. Retreat. The moment they clashed, Xiao Chun was knocked back 100 meters. The difference in strength was somewhat obvious. It was too much for one person to face 3 profound martial techniques alone. If not for the Taiji force field, he would have been knocked back even more. The merciless sea, dragon roaming the 4 seas, rage soaring. Right after the first wave of attacks faded, the second wave of attacks turned into an even more ferocious wave, charging over. Xiao Chen's figure spun around, and lightning descended from the sky. He completely unleashed his peak state of thunder, using the Thunder Dragon Chop to clash head-on again. Retreat. The wave swallowed up the Thunder Dragon, and blood leaked out of a corner of Xiao Chen's lips as he moved back another 100 meters. Thump! 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 The war drums were even louder than thunder. The third wave of the most powerful attack arrived with the speed of a thunderclap that left no time to cover one's ears. Like before, Xiao Chun did not draw his saber. Instead, he calmly looked around. 3 waves of attacks, 3 people in each wave. There was still one person missing. If Xiao Chun was right, the last person would be the killing blow. Howling strong wind, merciless cold snow, soaring raging fire. The third wave of attacks was different. The 3 attributes were brought out to their limits, mixing together and launching the strongest attack at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chen's figure twisted as he took 3 steps back. With each step, his body twisted at least 1,000 times, leaving behind many afterimages. When he could no longer retreat, Xiao Chun used 1,000 frost battle, snow, profound martial technique to clash head-on. Bang! Xiao Chun vomited blood. This time, Xiao Chun moved back 100 meters. His complexion was pale. He was clearly severely injured. Again, the fiend race elders shouted in unison. Wave after wave of attacks surged over. The 3 attacked in one wave. When the third wave was over, the first wave was more or less ready. With such continuous attacks, even 4th Heaven Martial Emperor Wu would have to kneel. Amidst the beating of the war drums and the arena that was as bright as the sun, wave after wave of attacks cycled through the arena countless times. Suddenly, before Xiao Chun could land after enduring the first wave of attacks, a sword light silently appeared. By the time Xiao Chun discovered it, it was already at his side. In the next moment, it would strike Xiao Chun. This sword strike was not only fast, accurate, and ruthless, but also came from a crafty angle. The attacker waited for Xiao Chun to exhaust himself. After enduring several waves of attacks, when his mind was extremely fatigued, the attacker instantly attacked. It had to be said that this was an extremely brilliant move. What's going on? Where did this person come from? When Di Xinhan saw this sword strike that suddenly appeared, he was startled. His mind was already immersed in it. Each wave was stronger than the one before. Amid the tsunami-like attacks, Di Xinhan completely forgot that there was still one person who had not appeared yet. It was not just Di Xinhan. Several people did not expect this sword strike that suddenly appeared from the side. They were startled and caught off guard. Their hearts leaped into their throats. The surging waves of attacks were already hard enough to deal with. Now, There was another sure-kill sword strike. How were they supposed to deal with this? I was waiting for you. Xiao Chun, who had been suppressed for a long time, revealed a sharp glint in his eyes. Thousands of afterimages merged as he instantly drew the lunar shadow saber. In his sea of consciousness, a sun-like saber energy exploded at the same time. The light was too dazzling, plunging the place into darkness. When the light reappeared, Xiao Chun had already sent out a saber strike. Xiao Chun chopped the sword of the sure-kill sword into pieces. The saber light was dazzling, and its might did not diminish as it continued to hack down. Not only did the swordsman fail in a sneak attack, but he even got knocked back by Xiao Chen's saber strike. The strong saber intent shattered the battle armor on that swordsman's body. Wounds covered his body as he tumbled to the ground. What was soul-stirring? The scene before Di Xinhan's eyes was soul-stirring. Everyone thought that sure-kill sword strike would reduce Xiao Chun to a sorry state, throw him into disarray, or even defeat. Just when their hearts leaped to their throats, the sure-kill sword strike ended up being countered by someone else. This dumbfounded and flabbergasted everyone. Could it be that Xiao Chun had been holding back during that overwhelming attack, waiting for that last person? Di Xinhan's heart, which had risen to his throat, thumped heavily, pounding endlessly. Damn it, I really cannot watch this fellow's fight. My heart is about to jump out. Di Xinhan's heart, which had risen to his throat, suddenly slammed down. It pounded heavily, pounding endlessly. Damn it, I really cannot watch this fellow's battle. My heart is about to jump out of my chest. The two Vice Island masters, who had changed their opinion of Xiao Chun, stood up in shock, not daring to believe it. The two Vice Island masters, who had changed their opinion of Xiao Chun, immediately stood up in shock, not daring to believe it. This is my Demon Clan's joint attack technique. If I didn't know this joint attack technique, I would have suffered a lot from the repeated attacks. How could this little guy be so calm? His mental state is a little terrifying. As the saying goes, amateurs watch the excitement, while experts see the artistry. The two Vice Island masters could tell at a glance that this reversal had something to do with Xiao Chen's frighteningly calm mental state. It could even be said that they were directly related. Di Feng, who was beating the war drum, had split his attention to observe the situation of the battlefield. When he saw this sudden reversal, he did not feel surprised. The show has only just begun. This little guy has a complete set of Dao, which is extremely suitable for fighting against many. After reading it, I might be able to gain something. As a sovereign martial emperor, Di Feng could see even further. His gaze was unfathomable. He imprinted every move of Xiao Chun in his eyes. At the same time, his mind was constantly simulating and analyzing Xiao Chen's various movements. Chapter 1329. The more he analyzed, the more he found it terrifying. Although each of Xiao Chen's actions seemed simple, there was a deep meaning behind them. That mysterious grand Tao was far from being as simple as borrowing force to fight force, and it was deep, distant, and unfathomable. Then let's fight even more intensely. A lofty sentiment that had not appeared in his heart for a long time surged out. The drumming suddenly rose another pitch. Dong, dong, dong. The distant drum beats merged the lofty aspirations and hot-bloodedness of this sovereign martial emperor. The sound of the war drum reached deep into the soul of everyone in the arena. Xiao Chun was influenced by this war drum. His heart pounded, and in the depths of his soul, he could hear the drum beat. The blood in his body boiled and burned. Suddenly, his fighting spirit charged into the clouds. Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed, and he no longer tried to resist the drumbeat. He allowed the drumbeat to sweep through his body from the depths of his soul. All right, then let's fight. Taiji Saber Domain. Right after Xiao Chun spoke, the Saber Domain and the Taiji force field merged. The Saber intent turned into dragons, one bright and one dark, one yin and one yang. As they chased each other, they formed a vast Taiji diagram. Xiao Chun stepped in the middle. Seeing another wave of attacks coming, he took a step forward. It was as if his body had suddenly disappeared. All of his aura and attacks had been concealed. The three demon race elders who had just arrived lost their target and were momentarily stunned. Break! While they were stunned, Xiao Chun suddenly appeared and slashed with his saber, throwing the three of them into confusion. In this Taiji saber domain, Xiao Chen's figure was faintly discernible, appearing and disappearing, sometimes in the light and sometimes in the dark. Once the 9 demons were thrown into disorder, they could no longer regroup. Gather together, don't panic. Be careful, Elder Phone. He's going to your side. No, wait, don't panic, don't panic. We'll retreat one by one. When Xiao Chun drew his saber and broke that killing move, the situation of the battlefield tilted in Xiao Chen's favor. One man and one saber, with white hair and white robes, left the 9 fiend race elders flustered, unable to put up any resistance. The dragon roared incessantly, and the saber intent did not cease. The power of Taiji moved both fast and slow, changing unpredictably. It did not take long for the 9 elders to be riddled with injuries, and each of them wanted to retreat. Can you return it? Xiao Chen muttered to himself. The 2 dragons under his feet merged as he executed the Taiji Yin-Yang chop. Within the Taiji saber domain, this chop was as fast as lightning, disappearing in an instant. The armors and shields of the 9 demon clan elders shattered at the same time. After spinning around, Xiao Chun sheathed his saber and floated down. Boom! The Taiji saber domain exploded, dealing the final blow to the 9 fiend race elders. The vast saber intent was like a torrential rain. Space in the surrounding engine room exploded. By the time Xiao Chun landed on the ground, there was no one else standing in the arena besides him. All of them were covered in cuts and bruises, lying on the ground and howling in pain. However, these fiend race elders all had the golden body of Emperor Wu. Xiao Chun had held back when he attacked, so they did not suffer any fatal injuries. Otherwise, his Taiji Yin-Yang chop would not have been as simple as breaking the defenses of these fiend race elders. The sound of the war drums came to a sudden stop. Di Feng had not expected such a result. Di Feng had guessed that the Taiji Dao would not be so simple, just borrowing force to fight force. However, he had not expected that when he truly erupted, it would be so horrifying. The white-clad Xiao Chun calmly walked out of the cloud of dust. Senior D, have I proven myself? Di Feng was slightly distracted. After a while, he guffawed and said, Let's go. Without saying anything else, Di Feng soared into the sky with Xiao Chun, heading for the highest level of Myriad Fiend Island. The surrounding fiend race cultivators exclaimed. Di Xinhan's expression changed slightly as well. We're going to meet the Old Ancestor. The Myriad Fiend Old Ancestor was in closed-door cultivation all year round, never coming out. Meeting him was like ascending to heaven for regular people. It was simply impossible. Even if Di Xinhan wanted to meet him, it was somewhat impossible. The summit of Myriad Fiend Island was hidden in the thick clouds. To the fiend race, it was like a divine platform. The remaining 2 Vice Island Masters recovered their wits and quickly followed, soaring into the sky. By the time they caught up to Di Feng, they discovered that Xiao Chun was already gone. Only Di Feng stood alone in the clouds, looking at a mountain peak. That was the highest point of Myriad Fiend Island, the place with the densest spiritual energy. At the same time, it also suppressed the Myriad Fiend Island's luck. That mountain peak in the clouds was filled with mystery. At the same time, there was a strong might and pressure that deterred others from approaching. It was like they were afraid of disturbing a deity. Where is Xiao Chun? The 2 Vice Island Masters asked. Di Feng pointed to that mysterious mountain peak, not saying anything. The 2 Vice Island Masters appeared dispirited. They sighed and said, He really went up? The last time I personally met the Old Ancestor was 1,000 years ago, before he advanced to Martial Emperor. Are we really going to agree to him and reject the deity race? Di Feng said indifferently, The 2 of you can forget about the benefits that the deity race offered. Joining the deity Dao Union will bring us many benefits. However, it will ruin the future of the entire Myriad Fiend Island. The Old Ancestor will definitely not agree. The 2 Vice Island Masters blushed slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, by joining the deity Tao Union, they, the upper echelon, could increase their strength and obtain all sorts of benefits. However, in the long run, the lower echelons of Myriad Fiend Island would be assimilated, unable to leave the deity race. However, why does the old ancestor want to meet him? Big brother, you should be able to make decisions about the Myriad Fiend Island now, right? Indeed. Who is the old ancestor? Even Emperor Forsaken does not dare to underestimate him. Why does the old ancestor want to meet him alone? The two Vice Island masters found this somewhat strange. They could not understand, no matter how much they thought about it, feeling very suspicious. Defong smiled faintly and said, "You do not understand. Because you're not strong enough. How can the world that the old ancestor sees be the same as the world that we see? My guess is that the old ancestor and that Haotian Prime have similar goals. They both want to find their own fortuitous encounters from this youth." Their own fortuitous encounters? The other two exchanged glances, still feeling confused. The old ancestor still stood at the peak of the Kunlun realm. As a Prime, why would he need a fortuitous encounter? After passing through the layers of clouds, Xiao Chun felt that he had broken through layer after layer of barriers, layer after layer, as though there was no end to them. Whoosh! Suddenly, the clouds parted, and the scene before Xiao Chun changed. Then he landed on a mountain peak, and his body drifted down. At the summit of the mountain peak, an old man with white hair, white eyebrows, and a white beard sat cross-legged on a stone pillar. This old man looked very ordinary. However, his eyes were deep and bright, filled with an ancient aura. Who knew how many vicissitudes he had seen? Xiao Chun was startled. This was the famous Myriad Law Fiend Master. To think that this was the true appearance of the famous Myriad Law Fiend Master. Xiao Chun had seen several primes: Emperor Forsaken, the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God, the Dongwei Ghost Emperor, the Haotian Prime, and the Fox King. Aside from the overwhelming aura of primes, they all had an aura of transcending the mundane and returning to their natural state. This white-bearded old man before Xiao Chun also had such an aura. Xiao Chun was sure that he was the Myriad Law Fiend Master. "Greetings, Senior Fiend Master," Xiao Chun said with a cupped fist salute. The Myriad Law Fiend Master said calmly, "It looks like you passed Defeng's test. Tell me, how did you do it?" Xiao Chun was flabbergasted. As a Prime, could it be that the Myriad Law Fiend Master did not know what happened earlier? That was definitely not the case. There must be some other important reason, something extraordinary. Who knew? The Myriad Law Fiend Master's next words rendered Xiao Chun speechless, at a loss for what to do. You don't have to find it strange. Most of the time, I'm staring at the sky in a daze. I do not have the leisure to look at things. Staring at the sky? A Prime staring at the sky in a daze? Xiao Chun did not dare to probe further. He answered honestly, telling the Myriad Law Fiend Master how he passed Defeng's test. After the Myriad Law Fiend Master heard that, a strange look flashed in his eyes. 1 against 10? Strange. Little fellow, you clearly only have the strength of a peak 3rd Heaven Martial Emperor, Emperor Wu. How did you manage to fight 1 against 10? Xiao Chun was about to explain in detail when the Myriad Law Fiend Master gently tapped the air and a water screen appeared in the air. Figures flickered in the water screen, replaying the scene of Xiao Chun fighting the 10 Fiend Race Elders. The Myriad Law Fiend Master nodded repeatedly. Occasionally, he rewound some of the scenes, watching them several times. The steps of the fish dragon art were broken down into countless layers of afterimages. Xiao Chun could see all the trajectories clearly. Xiao Chun felt startled in his heart. However, he did not know how this water screen was made. This is an Emperor treasure of the Myriad Fiend Island, the Heavenly Shark Mirror. It was refined from the eyeball of an old Heavenly Shark Fiend. Everything that happens on the Myriad Fiend Island can be seen by this Heavenly Shark Mirror. As the Myriad Law Fiend Master looked at the scene, he spoke at the same time, dispelling Xiao Chun's doubts. Not bad, not bad. Did you comprehend this yourself? Movement and stillness, fast and slow, light and dark. It is like you can merge everything that opposes time, the the Myriad Law Fiend Master said as he looked at Xiao Chun after dispelling the water screen. Xiao Chun nodded and said, "This is the Taiji Dao." This junior comprehended it by chance. Taiji. The Myriad Law Fiend Master gently tapped the air, and a Taiji diagram appeared in the air. Two streams of black and white energy swam around in the diagram. It looked like the great Tao of the world could be derived from it. The Myriad Law Fiend Master shook his head and stared at the Taiji diagram. It is too thin. It feels like it is missing something. However, it is rather interesting. I can play with it for a while. When Xiao Chun heard this, he felt it was strange. Why does it seem like this Myriad Law Fiend Master is extremely bored? He has been here for so long, but he has not discussed any serious matters. Senior, do you agree to help the Haotian sect at a crucial moment? Xiao Chun asked uncertainly, feeling somewhat nervous. The Myriad Law Fiend Master nodded casually. Since Di Feng agreed, I will naturally help. You may leave. Leave? Xiao Chun felt that his thoughts could not keep up. He only took a glance and muttered a few words to himself. Then, the Myriad Law Fiend Master dismissed him. Wait a moment. Your physical body cannot keep up. You should be cultivating the Blue Dragon Body Nourishing Art, right? You only managed to cultivate the second layer. You are far inferior to the Qing Emperor back then. You probably did not collect enough secret treasures containing dragon souls. The Myriad Law Fiend Master seemed to know everything. After thinking for a while, he tossed out a spatial ring to Xiao Chun. Here are some secret treasures refined by the descendants of the older generation fiend dragons after they died. Considered a greeting gift for you. Right, it is fine now. Chapter 1330. As Xiao Chun held the ring, he was in a daze. He could sense that this Myriad Law Fiend Master was indeed an expert. However, why did this expert feel somewhat unreliable? Great chaos had already started, and a great calamity was approaching. However, this old man did not seem anxious at all. Senior, may I ask if you know the whereabouts of the Thunder King? Xiao Chun vaguely felt that this seemingly unreliable fiend master actually had great means and was extremely incredible. As the Myriad Law Fiend Master stared at the Taiji diagram before the Thunder King, a rare fluctuation appeared on his face. A sorrowful expression appeared on the Myriad Law Fiend Master's face as he sighed. Why are you asking this? Even if you know, could it be that you can go and find him? I do not dare to go to that place. Ying Zongtian does not dare to go there. Emperor Forsaken does not dare to go there, either. In that case, all the more you cannot go. Why? When Xiao Chun heard this, he was startled. Unexpectedly, this old man really knew the whereabouts of the Thunder King. Because since ancient times, aside from the Qing Emperor from 10,000 years ago, no one has ever returned alive. No one knows whether they are dead or alive, and their whereabouts are unknown. The Myriad Law Fiend Master said indifferently. Hence, you can stop thinking about this problem. When you are strong enough, you will naturally know where that old fellow, the Thunder King, went. Many thanks, Senior. Xiao Chun thought for a while and gave this old senior a deep look. Then, without saying anything more, he performed a cupped fist salute and left. The Myriad Law Fiend Master ignored Xiao Chun. He stared at the Taiji diagram and muttered to himself, Taiji, Yin and Yang merged into one diagram? How did this little fellow do it? What a headache. Had I known, I would have left this little fellow behind and given me a proper explanation. If Xiao Chun heard this, he would definitely be speechless for a long time. He came out. Seeing Xiao Chun come out, Di Feng and the other two revealed expressions of joy. The two Vice Island Masters rushed forward and asked, Blue Dragon King, what did the old ancestor say to you? Tell us. Right. What did the Patriarch say? Xiao Chun found it a little strange. After meeting the Patriarch, these two Deputy Island Masters had been unreasonably enthusiastic. Di Feng smiled helplessly. Second brother, third brother, don't scare our guests. Xiao Chun, please don't be offended. The ancestor's status in our Myriad Fiend Island is even higher than that of a deity. That was not all. The two of them clearly revered the Demon King from the bottom of their hearts. Xiao Chun sorted out his thoughts and roughly explained what happened when he met the Demon King. After saying that, The two Vice Island masters were astonished, and they looked at Xiao Chun with a trace of reverence. Impressive, Blue Dragon King. The Patriarch actually spoke so much to you and even gave you something. Truly amazing. Looks like Big Brother made the right choice. Back then, when the ancestor saw me, he barely said a few words before impatiently sending me away. After Xiao Chun heard this, his heart finally calmed down. It turned out that the Demon King treated everyone like this, not just me. Di Feng smiled and said, "It is not too late for the two of you to have such thoughts now. Quickly go and make arrangements with the outside world. Return all the things that the deity race gave us." Yes, yes, yes. Since the Patriarch has spoken, how could we dare to disobey? I will pass on the Patriarch's words. Those elders will not dare to object. The two of them received their orders and left. Before they left, they looked at Xiao Chun enviously. After the two of them left, Di Feng said to Xiao Chun, don't be fooled by the Patriarch's indifferent appearance. In fact, he knows everything. If a person knows everything and has no expectations, how could he show enthusiasm? So don't mind him. Xiao Chun nodded and said, I don't mind. I'm already very satisfied with the Patriarch's promise. The Patriarch gave you secret treasures containing dragon souls. It looks like he values you a lot. You do indeed have an opportunity that caught his eye. Di Feng patted Xiao Chun's shoulder and smiled. Go back and take a look. These secret treasures containing dragon souls should give you a pleasant surprise. After remaining on Myriad Fiend Island for 3 days, Xiao Chun left silently, heading for the next Holy Land. However, a storm was brewing in the heavenly starry ocean. The words Deity Dao Union suddenly rose up, becoming known to everyone. Although the Deity Dao Union had only been established for a short time, all sorts of news about it had already spread throughout the heavenly starry ocean. This was especially so after the divine dragon palaces of the 4 seas announced that they would join the Deity Dao Union. This caused the Deity Dao Union's prestige to soar. Several ancient noble clans and many of the 9 ranks of the great families were trying to find out information. More or less, they all wanted to join the Deity Dao Union. Now that the Kunlun realm was in chaos and a great calamity was approaching, the peak experts were all in danger. The appearance of the Deity Dao Union was like a whirlwind blowing in the heavenly starry ocean. The news spread at a horrifying speed, becoming known to everyone. Furthermore, the news that the Deity Dao Union would attack the Haotian sect and completely rule the Kunlun continent also spread like wildfire. Immediately, all sorts of rumors about the Haotian sect spread everywhere. Everyone could feel that in this chaotic world, a storm was brewing rapidly. However, just as everyone thought that the Deity Dao Union would defeat the Haotian sect, the 2 Vice Island masters of the Myriad Fiend Island suddenly revealed that the Myriad Fiend Island would help the Haotian sect at its most crucial moment, lending a hand to the Blue Dragon King. The moment this news spread, it caused a huge commotion. Many people did not expect this. As a peak holy land, the Myriad Fiend Island actually chose to side so early. After the news of Xiao Chun fighting against 10 alone and subduing many fiend race elders spread, everyone understood what was going on. So, that was the case. The 2 pieces of news overshadowed the recent news of the divine dragon palaces of the 4 seas joining the Deity Dao Union. Everyone knew that the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chun, who had been in hiding for 2 years, was going to make a move again. Actually, everyone should have guessed that the Haotian sect and Xiao Chun's Dragon's Gate were interdependent. Now that the Haotian sect faced a crisis of life and death, how could the white-robed Xiao Chun not make a move? However, no one expected that this white-robed Xiao Chun, who had not appeared for 2 years, would subdue the Myriad Fiend Island, an immortal holy land, the moment he appeared. Given the Myriad Fiend Island's strength and accumulations, even if the divine dragon palaces of the 4 seas worked together, they would not be half as strong as the Myriad Fiend Island. Furthermore, the Myriad Fiend Island had a prime overseeing it. This was a huge blow to the Deity Dao Union, which was at its peak. The moment this news spread, several of the 9 ranks of the great families, who were preparing to make contact with the Deity Dao Union, immediately thought of this and decided to wait and see. When the Divine Daughter, Tian Yushi, received the news, she was distracted for a long time, not expecting this at all. The moment Xiao Chan made a move, he managed to pull the myriad fiend island over to the Haotian sect side. More accurately, he sided with the Dragon's Gate's Xiao Chun. It was because of Xiao Chun that the myriad fiend island agreed to help the Haotian sect. Without Xiao Chun, it would be hard to say who the myriad fiend island would side with. Feng Wuji and Xiahou Ju, who traveled with Tian Yushi, also did not expect such a thing. The joy of the divine dragon palaces of the four seas siding with the deity Dao Union immediately diminished, and they all frowned. The two of you, what do you think? Tian Yushi asked as she looked at Xiahou Ju and Feng Wuji. Xiahou Ju said sullenly, "We need to convince an immortal holy land as soon as possible. Otherwise, if we let this Xiao Chun continue to persuade them, our deity Dao Union will be at a complete disadvantage in the entire heavenly starry ocean." I know this. However, the immortal holy lands are not easy to convince. Furthermore, the divine sun is in closed-door cultivation and cannot come out. It will be very difficult for us to compete with Xiao Chun just by relying on the benefits that he promised. Tian Yushi said somewhat dispiritedly. The myriad fiend island sided with the Dragon's Gate and returned all the natural treasures that she sent. This was simply too great a blow to her. This was especially so when she learned that Xiao Chun did not offer any conditions, relying only on his elegance to subdue the myriad fiend island. This made her feel even more depressed. I know that those immortal holy lords are all heroes of the world. They value a person's elegance more. However, some factions might not do so, like the Northern Sea Alliance. This stunned Tian Yushi. Then, she shook her head and said, "Young Master Xia, you are mistaken. Who does not know that the Northern Sea Alliance's alliance chief is on good terms with Xiao Chun? Xiao Chun would probably be able to convince them with just one letter." Xiahou Ju smiled and said, "The Divine Daughter only knows one side and not the other. The Northern Sea Alliance is very complicated. My father is on good terms with one of their vice alliance chief. The Divine Daughter has given me a certain amount of authority. Just leave this matter to me." When Tian Yushi heard that, she felt excited. That's right. The Northern Sea Alliance is an alliance formed by many factions. However, it is not very stable. All right, I'll leave this matter to you. Feng Wuji, who had been silent all this while, spoke up at an appropriate time. Right now, we still need to know which Holy Land Xiao Chun is going to next. Tian Yushi quickly answered. According to the Treasure Master, Xiao Chun is already in the sea region under the Five Poison Sect's jurisdiction. He will enter the Five Poison Sect's headquarters soon. Five Poison Sect? Feng Wuji's expression changed. This Xiao Chun is really bold. He even dares to rush over to the Five Poison Sect. I remember that the Five Poison Sect caused trouble for him during the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony. He even has a grudge with the Five Poison Sect's holy son. Is he not afraid of not returning? A vague murderous intent flashed in Tian Yushi's bright eyes. After some thought, he said, "I already made arrangements for this. As long as he really dares to go to the Five Poison Sect, even if he does not die, he will lose a layer of skin." Feng Wuji and Xiahou Ju exchanged glances. They both felt the murderous intent in Tian Yushi's words, which was rare. The Divine Daughter, Tian Yushi, seemed intent to kill and intended to directly attack Xiao Chun. That's it then. When the personal disciples of the Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the heaven-punishing corpse god arrive, we will think of a way to make a trip to the Lunar Palace. That is the center of the entire heavenly starry ocean. Tian Yushi was not willing to say more about her arrangements for the Five Poison Sect. After that, they ended the conversation. The simple conversation contained a surging undercurrent. The seemingly calm, heavenly starry ocean was filled with a chaotic undercurrent. The conflict between the Dragon's Gates, Xiao Chun, and the deity Dao Union had already started silently, accumulating energy for an even greater storm. A monstrous battle was unavoidable. The victor lived, and the loser died. As the deity Dao Union pressed on, Xiao Chen's situation was not optimistic at all. Even if he miraculously managed to convince all the holy lands of the heavenly starry ocean, he did not even have a 50% chance of victory against the deity Dao Union. The deity Dao Union in the distant Kunlun continent already held the initiative, gaining momentum. Only by fighting against the heavens and facing the difficulties head-on, could one obtain that glimmer of hope. This was also why Shao Chun came to the Five Poison Sect. Chapter 1331. No matter how difficult it was, if Shao Chun came, he would have a 50% chance of convincing the Five Poison Sect. The Five Poison Sect was in the eastern sea of the heavenly starry ocean. 3 immortal holy lands occupied most of the vast eastern sea. Aside from the Five Poison Sect, there was also the Inyang Paradise and the Heavenly Province Academy. The remaining sea regions were controlled by the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace. Aside from them, there was no space for other major factions. They were all scattered small sects that could not amount to much. The Five Poison Sect's headquarters was on Poison Cloud Island. There is only one city on Poison Cloud Island, Poison Cloud City. At this moment, Shao Chun was in an inn in Poison Cloud City. Shao Chun had already sent someone to deliver his letter to the Five Poison Sect 3 days ago. However, the Five Poison Sect had ignored him for 3 days, showing no intention of inviting him to their headquarters. Shao Chun was in no rush. He stayed in the inn and started cultivating the Blue Dragon Body Nourishing Art. The Myriad Law Fiend Master's gift was indeed a pleasant surprise. Shao Chun had not expected that the ring that the Myriad Law Fiend Master casually tossed over contained an Emperor-grade secret treasure with a dragon soul. Furthermore, this was no ordinary Emperor-grade secret treasure. Although it was still a distance away from a primordial Emperor treasure, it was still a superior grade Emperor-grade secret treasure. After refining this dragon soul, the Blue Dragon Body Nourishing Art broke through the second layer in one go, reaching the peak of the third layer. After leaving Myriad Fiend Island, Shao Chun had been digesting the many benefits of this Emperor-grade secret treasure dragon soul. His physical body's defense had improved further, and his strength had increased wildly, reaching a horrifying 100 dragon force. Now, with just his vital chi, he could compete with some minor heavenly Emperor Wu, with a 50-50 chance of victory. After a few major cycles, Shao Chun opened his eyes and spread out his spiritual sense. Everything that happened and said Indian entered his mind. Did you hear? Blue Dragon King Shao Chun fought against 10 Emperor Wu alone at Myriad Fiend Island and actually won. The deity Dao Union's momentum in the heavenly starry ocean immediately fell. That was news a few days ago. Who does not know about it now? What are you talking about? Now, there are rumors that say that Blue Dragon King Shao Chun is already in the Eastern Sea. You came to the Eastern Sea region? It can't be that he will come to our Five Poison Sect, right? He has a grudge with our Five Poison Sect, and our Holy Son has even lost face at his hands. Hard to say. The cultivators in the inn all discussed the topics that everyone in the heavenly starry ocean cared about. Shao Chun withdrew his spiritual sense and shook his head slightly. The headquarters of the Five Poison Sect still did not respond. They did not even send a manservant. Standing up, Shao Chun pushed open the door and prepared to go out for a stroll. Poison Cloud City could be considered a holy city, and it would not be a bad idea to stroll around. Shao Chun's figure flickered a few times, and he walked out of the inn. No one noticed how he did it. What a coincidence. I was just about to look for you, but you went out yourself. Is this considered a chance encounter? After leaving the inn, Shao Chun raised his head and happened to see a group of people walking over. The one who spoke was the Holy Son of the Five Poison Sect. The Holy Son of the Five Poison Sect, Chuning, wore red clothes. His handsome face exuded a sinister air, no different from his usual attire. Shao Chun still had a clear memory of Chuning. This was especially so for his red clothes, which were exceptionally eye-catching. Shao Chun recalled that the first time he saw Chuning was in Despair City, fighting with the Heavenly Province Academy's Holy Son. Shao Chun felt that it was unlikely that Chuning happened to run into Chuning when he came out. The other party had probably been waiting for him. As for the reason, Xiao Chun could guess it just by looking at the arrogant expression in the other party's eyes. It had to be a grudge from the past. This holy son still remembered it and wanted to take this opportunity to return it to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun had already forgotten about this matter long ago. Furthermore, his mental state had long since passed the stage of fighting to save face. Xiao Chun smiled to himself, feeling somewhat helpless. There were many people with Chun Ying, but only one caught Xiao Chun's attention. That was a black-robed, middle-aged man with the cultivation of a fourth heaven martial emperor, Emperor Wu. This person exuded a baleful aura that was extremely horrifying and deeply hidden. His eyes were filled with an unruly expression. As Qining looked at Xiao Chun, he was unconvinced. He gave Xiao Chun a sidelong glance, appearing to be mocking him. Xiao Chun's expression did not change as he replied calmly. It is indeed a coincidence. I was just about to leave, and I ran into you. Qining took out an invitation and said indifferently, my father is hosting a banquet in 3 days to entertain some honored guests. However, if the Blue Dragon King has time, you can come over on the way. Qining placed a heavy emphasis on the word on the way as he stared at Xiao Chun, wanting to see an expression of anticipation on Xiao Chun's face. However, Qining was somewhat disappointed. When Xiao Chun looked at the invitation in Chun Ying's hand, he said softly, if I have time, I will definitely go over. Help me thank your father for his invitation. Qining did not show any anger or dissatisfaction as Qining had imagined. He felt a sense of defeat, like he was talking to a major character when speaking to Xiao Chun. Qining gave off an invisible aura that lowered Chun Ying's status. This won't do. This fellow made me lose face several times already. This time, he delivered himself to me. This is a rare opportunity. I have to regain some of my reputation. Xiao Chun took the corner of the invitation. However, he discovered that Qining did not seem to have any intention of letting go, still holding on tightly. Xiao Chun could not help frowning slightly as he looked at Qining. Confusion flashed in his eyes. When Qining saw Xiao Chun frown, he thought that the other party was angry. He rejoiced in his heart and smiled. Blue Dragon King, I wonder if you have heard of the saying, the river flows east for 30 years, then west for 30 years. I'm sure you have heard of it. As the saying goes, the wheel of fortune changes. This year it is my turn. Think about how arrogant you were back then, showing off your sharpness and sending this young master flying with one palm strike into Despair City. However, you definitely did not expect that you would have to beg me one day. Just thinking about it is delightful. Qining spoke very loudly on the streets. Furthermore, given his identity, everyone in Poison Cloud City knew about him. In mere moments, many people gathered. When they saw the white-robed, white-haired Xiao Chun, they all cast their gazes over. He is the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chun. Indeed, he is as the rumors say. White-robed, white-haired, an extraordinary aura. The rumors are true. After he left Myriad Fiend Island, he really did come to the Eastern Sea. However, I did not expect him to come to our 5 Poison sect. His relationship with our 5 Poison sect is not that good. It is not just bad. Our holy son once suffered a great loss at his hands, nearly losing all face. Look, now they're making things difficult for the Blue Dragon King. It's over. If he wants to beg, he has to lower his voice and endure as much as he can. Now that he ran into our holy son, the Blue Dragon King is in for it. Some of the muffled discussions reached Chun Ying's ears, causing the smile on his face to grow wider. Xiao Chun, if you apologize to me today, I will give you this invitation. Let me tell you, this banquet is very important to you. If you do not go, you will lose the entire Eastern Sea's 3 holy lands. Qining held the invitation and continued proudly, beg me, and I will give you the invitation. Ha ha! When Xiao Chun, who was holding the other corner of the invitation, saw this, he could not help but feel bored. As Qining threw his head back and laughed, he did not notice the mockery in Xiao Chun's eyes. He was still laughing nonstop. How could he not laugh? Why could he not be cocky? Xiao Chun thought about it. This was the person before him who defeated all the outstanding talents at the 4 Seas Hero Gathering with one move. At the Dragon's Gates re-establishment ceremony, he received the attacks of 10-odd greater Heavenly Emperor Wu. Not long ago, he fought 1 against 10, defeating 10 Emperor Wu's Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chun. He was the white-robed bladesman, conferred king at a young age, and rising up. He was like a legendary existence. All the light of the world gathered on him. Everyone in the world paid attention to his every move. The most important thing was that Xiao Chun once humiliated Xiao Chun, beating him up with 1 move until he lost all face. Due to fate, he, the Blue Dragon King, came to the 5 Poison sect to seek reinforcements. For the sake of the Haotian sect, for the sake of his own survival, he would go around looking for reinforcements. Thinking of this, Chuning could not help feeling cocky. However, suddenly, Chuning discovered that many of the cultivators in the air who rushed over after hearing the news were looking at him strangely, like they were looking at an idiot. What's going on? Chuning was startled. When he looked down, he discovered that the invitation that he had been clutching tightly had disappeared. When he looked up, he was dumbfounded. Xiao Chun had already finished reading the invitation. Then he closed it and said, "So, it is the people of the Inyang Paradise and the Heavenly Province Academy. No wonder you are so confident." Chuning stared blankly in disbelief. He had clearly been clutching it tightly. How did the other party snatch it away? Furthermore, he did not feel anything at all. Even if Xiao Chun was stronger than him, and he could not defeat Xiao Chun, he could still blast the invitation to bits in an instant. If Xiao Chun could not obtain the invitation, he would still be able to see the other party's disappointed expression. However, the script was different from what Chuning had imagined. Xiao Chun snatched the invitation away silently. Among the people accompanying Xiao Chun, only the black-clad man from the 4th Heaven Emperor Wu could tell that Xiao Chun had used a brilliant technique to snatch the invitation away. "Xiao Chun, how bold of you! How dare you snatch this young master's invitation?" When Chuning thought of how embarrassing he looked earlier, he flew into a rage. He could no longer pretend to be refined. Xiao Chun did not get angry. Instead, Chuning got angry first. "Is that so? Then I'll return it to you. However, do you dare to accept it?" Xiao Chun said indifferently and expressionlessly. Then, he gently tossed the invitation forward. Boom! A strong aura spread out. Xiao Chen's white robes flapped loudly, and his white hair fluttered without any wind. That invitation contained a boundless saber intent as it whizzed towards Chuning. Whoosh! The invitation had just spun around when a sharp light shot out from it. Caught off guard, a bloody wound immediately appeared on Chunying's face, inflicting incredible pain. The ordinary invitation card had instantly turned into a lethal weapon. This startled Chunying into retreating frantically, not daring to receive it at all. A figure appeared. The black-clad man moved forward and shielded Chunying. Then, he stretched out his hand and caught the invitation. Buzz! The invitation trembled endlessly in the black-clad man's hand, buzzing endlessly. Strands of saber intent surged out, making all the cultivators on the street feel a sharp and inviolable sharpness. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat, and they all looked at Xiao Chun at the same time. Is this the Blue Dragon King? Unparalleled sharpness, unbridled, arrogant, and iron-like. Xiao Chun, are you trying to kill this holy son? Chuning held the wound on his face as he angrily pushed away the black-clad man. Then, he said to Xiao Chun hatefully, "You can scram now. When the Haotian sect suffers a calamity, my 5 Poison sect will definitely hit you while you are down. As for you, when you walk the Emperor's road, this young master will definitely make you regret it for life." Chapter 1332. Upon hearing this, everyone shook their heads, feeling pity for Xiao Chun. The Blue Dragon King was proud and unyielding, but he was about to lose the 5 Poison sect, a great helper. In the end, he was still too rash. Sometimes, no matter how proud or principled one was, one still had to face reality. If one had to lower one's head and apologize, one had to apologize. Even if others were unreasonable, one had to take a step back. Otherwise, the gains would not make up for the losses. How could one be like Xiao Chun, sticking to his principles, not lowering his head or bending his back? Xiao Chun said indifferently, "I advise you to take back what you said. Otherwise, even your father will not be able to protect you. take a closer look at the inscription on the invitation and see whose name it is." Chunning was stunned. He asked in confusion, "Is it not my father's name?" Chunning snatched the invitation from the black-clad man's hand and opened it to take a closer look. However, after a while, his expression changed drastically. His eyes filled with incredulity. When the black-clad man saw Chunying's expression change, he turned his head curiously. When he saw the signature, his expression changed as well. Chunying showed a sullen expression. Before everyone's strange gazes, he walked over to Xiao Chun and handed the invitation back. Then, he lowered his head and said, "My apologies. This young master was rude earlier. I hope the Blue Dragon King will come 3 days from now. I hope the Blue Dragon King will forgive me for my offense." Xiao Chun received the invitation and said indifferently, "Don't worry. I will definitely come 3 days from now. You can leave now." How hateful! Chunning gritted his teeth in anger. However, he could not do anything about it. There was no reason other than that the person who signed the invitation was someone that even his father could dismiss at any time. Such a scene shocked everyone. No one knew what was going on. No one knew why Chunning, who had been shouting incessantly earlier, suddenly became so pitiful, lowering his head and apologizing to Xiao Chun. "Interesting. Blue Dragon King Xiao Chun, I look forward to your arrival 3 days from now. I, Gong Taiwa, have heard of you for a long time." After Chunning turned and left, the man in black next to him walked up to Xiao Chun and said provocatively. The small farce slowly dissipated. Xiao Chun put away the invitation and watched Chunning leave. A faint smile appeared on his face. Indeed, he had come to ask for help. However, he was also giving the 5 poison sect a chance. Chunning didn't understand the situation, so he deserved to be humiliated like this. With such a commotion, Xiao Chun also gave up on the idea of continuing to stroll around. He turned around and returned to the inn. In the distance, in a pavilion, there were 2 people who had seen everything that had just happened. One of them was wearing the blue robes of the 5 poison sect. He looked old, and his forehead was covered in wrinkles. His eyes were filled with lethargy. However, his aura was as heavy as a mountain, like a great river, vast and mighty. If Xiao Chun were here, he would be able to tell that this old man in blue was a level 5 greater celestial Emperor Wu. It was just that his lifespan was nearing its end, and he didn't seem to have much life force left. The special pattern of the 5 poison sect was embroidered on his chest. It was the proof that he was a grand elder of the 5 poison sect. Beside him stood a Protoss dressed in golden clothes. He had a head of white hair, and his eyes were bright and full of temptation. This person was no stranger to Xiao Chun. Back then, when Elder Qin underwent his tribulation, it was this person who fought with Lan Chaofeng. This was a 7th heaven sovereign martial emperor with incredible strength. Even the Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang was not a match for him. "Lord Qin Xiu, is he the Blue Dragon King?" The white-haired Protoss nodded. "That's right. He's your target. Remember, you only have one chance. Furthermore, you must do it within Poison Cloud City. If Xiao Chun leaves Poison Cloud City, you'll fail the mission." "What about what you promised me?" Qin Xiu said indifferently. "The deity statues forged by my deity race are divided into 9 grades, from high to low. For outsiders, they would usually cast a 9th grade god statue, which would not absorb a lot of faith power. If you're willing to accept this mission, I can forge a rank 7 deity statue for you." Then, joy flashed in the blue-clad old man's eyes. However, he still felt uncertain. Qin Xiu said coldly, "Are you doubting the strength of the deity race? Although the strength of the deity race cannot compare to that of Emperor Wu at his normal cultivation, the increase in lifespan is genuine. If you are not willing, then so be it. I'll see what method the 5 poison sect has to extend your lifespan." When the blue-clad old man heard that, his expression turned anxious. He said, "My lord, please calm down. It is not that this old man does not believe it. However, I have to verify it first." "That's good. Remember, you can make your move at any time. However, you have to do it within Poison Cloud City. It would be best if you can kill him. However, even if you cannot, You have to severely injure him and let him recuperate for at least half a year. Otherwise, you will fail the mission. After saying that, a light flashed, and Qin Xiu left this place. The blue-clad old man looked at the inn where Xiao Chun was, and dense killing intent flashed in his eyes. Blue Dragon King, sorry for the offense. If not for this old man's lifespan reaching its end, I would not kill a junior like you. Whoosh! The blue-clad old man pushed off the ground and silently arrived outside the inn. However, just as he was about to enter, he suddenly pulled back. Then, he turned around and quickly retreated. On a roof, the blue-clad old man frowned slightly. This Blue Dragon King is very cautious. His perception covers the entire inn at all times. With my strength, once I enter, he will immediately discover me and raise his guard. The blue-clad old man was not afraid of Xiao Chun discovering him. Even if Xiao Chun discovered him, he was confident of killing the other party. This was the confidence of the Fifth Heaven Emperor Wu. What the blue-clad old man feared was that Xiao Chun would raise his guard and leave Poison Cloud City early. If that happened, all his efforts would be wasted. Wait, the instant you walk out of the inn, I will make a sudden move and kill you in one strike. Killing intent flashed in the blue-clad old man's eyes. He sat cross-legged on the roof and looked deeply at the inn's door before closing his eyes. One day passed peacefully. The blue-clad old man opened his eyes once before closing them again helplessly. 2 days passed, and Xiao Chun still did not come out. The blue-clad old man opened his eyes 3 times. On the 3rd day, the blue-clad old man did not close his eyes again, staring at the inn's door. People came and went, but the white-clad old man did not see a certain figure in white. This fellow is really patient. He actually did not intend to come out for a walk after arriving in Poison Cloud City. The blue-clad old man said somewhat resentfully. There was still half a day left. If Xiao Chun did not come out by then, he would have to attend the banquet. That was the situation the blue-clad old man did not want to see. The banquet was held at the headquarters of the 5 Poison Sect. The place was heavily guarded, and the experts of the 3 holy lands were present. Even if the blue-clad old man succeeded in assassinating Xiao Chun, he would not be able to escape unscathed. If the blue-clad old man really went to the banquet, he would have to kill Xiao Chun, preventing the 5 Poison Sect from forming an alliance with the Blue Dragon King. Only then would he have a chance to escape. Hey! The blue-clad old man's eyes lit up, and he suddenly stood up. Xiao Chun walked out of the inn's door. However, before the joy on the blue-clad old man's face faded, a warship descended from the sky. That was the warship of the 5 Poison Sect's sect master. Chun Ying's father had sent someone to fetch Xiao Chun. The blue-clad old man heaved a long sigh and said, "No matter what, I have to take this risk. I only have 10 years to live. I need the help of the deity race." A patch of rainbow-colored clouds covered the entire island in the sky above Poison Cloud City. The colors were bright, moving, and unchanging. The clouds looked very tempting. However, Xiao Chun, who was on the warship, knew that this was a poison cloud that even an ordinary Emperor Wu would not be willing to touch. Blue Dragon King, is this your first time coming to Poison Cloud City? A pretty girl dressed in green beside the blue-clad old man asked. Xiao Chun glanced at the girl who came to fetch him and nodded gently. How do you feel? This poison cloud can be considered the foundation of the 5 Poison Sect. It has been passed down for more than 10,000 years before it reached its current scale. Xiao Chun answered honestly, "It is rather shocking. It is an eye-opener." "Is that so? In that case, I will be even more shocked." As the two chatted casually, the warship released an ancient ring of light and broke through the poison cloud. Then, the scene before them suddenly changed. Xiao Chun looked up and saw countless pavilions, mountains, rivers, tall buildings, flowers, and trees on top of this vast poison cloud. This was simply incredible. The headquarters of the 5 Poison Sect was actually built on this poison cloud. Xiao Chun could even see many 5 Poison Sect disciples breathing in the poison cloud and circulating their minor heavenly cycles to cultivate. The poison cloud that ordinary people did not even want to touch was a treasure in the eyes of the 5 poison sect disciples, a treasure that they could not do without. Blue Dragon King, this way, please. The church master and a few honored guests have been waiting in the soft cloud pavilion for a long time already. Xiao Chun followed her into the air, flying through the many palaces and pavilions. After 15 minutes, the girl stopped on a crystal staircase floating in the air. Xiao Chun stopped as well and followed her up. Guards stood on both sides of the staircase every 100 meters. The security was extremely tight. At the end of the floating staircase was a pair of azure doors. Not just anyone could enter these doors. The maidservant gently pushed the door open and gestured for Xiao Chun to enter. He did not hesitate to enter with large strides. Inside the doors, the banquet had already been set up. Xiao Chun saw a dignified middle-aged man seated in the host's seat. This was Chun Ying's father, Chun Feng, the current church master of the 5 poison sect, an 8th heaven sovereign martial emperor. He had been in a high position for a long time, so he had a powerful aura around him that made others unknowingly feel intimidated. On the second seat, Lin Yun saw 2 familiar faces. One was the saint of the Heavenly Province Academy, and the other was the Enyang Utopia's saintess, In Su Su. Behind the two stood a strong, greater heavenly martial emperor with a grave aura. Seeing Xiao Chen's arrival, In Su Su's eyes flickered with boundless flirtatiousness. She was so beautiful that she was like a temptress that could steal one's soul. When the saint of the Heavenly Province Academy saw Xiao Chen's unsightly expression, the memory of him defeating Xiao Chun in a single move during the 4 Seas Hero Gathering was still fresh in his mind. Chuning was also present. When he saw Xiao Chun, his face was even more unsightly than the saint of the Heavenly Province Academy. The greater heavenly martial emperors in the back, as well as Chun Feng in the host's seat, were all sizing up Xiao Chun at the same time. Little brother Xiao Chun, have a seat. Chun Feng inwardly nodded his head and gestured for Xiao Chun to take a seat. In Su Su and the 2 people behind the Heavenly Province Academy exchanged a glance, and they started to talk through voice transmissions. Chapter 1333. This Blue Dragon King is really bold. To think that he dares to attend the banquet alone. If he were not bold, he would not have achieved what he has today. Old Hong, what do you think of him? There's no rush. This is the 5 poison sect's territory. We are not in a rush. Right? Before everyone's eyes, Xiao Chun performed a cupped fist salute and sat down on his seat. A pretty maidservant immediately walked over and poured wine for Xiao Chun and placed spirit fruits on the table. A magnificent song and dance performance took place in the hall. Chun Feng looked at Xiao Chun and said, "Little brother Xiao Chun, there are very few people in the younger generation that I admire. Since you dare to attend the banquet alone, I offer you 3 toasts." After saying that, Chun Feng downed 3 cups in a row, appearing very heroic. Xiao Chun smiled gently and said some polite words before returning the toast. When the wine cup landed, Xiao Chun felt an extremely sharp gaze on him, so he turned his head to look. It was Gong Tai Hua, the rather unruly 4th Heaven Emperor Wu, who stood behind him. When Gong Tai Hua saw Xiao Chun looking over, he smiled and continued to look at Xiao Chun in a flirtatious manner. Xiao Chun could not be bothered with him. He picked up his wine cup and directly ignored Gong Tai Hua. "Little friend Xiao Chun, I already know why you are here. However, I have to speak the truth. It is not appropriate for our 5 poison sect to support the Dragon's Gate and resist the Deity Dao Union. My apologies." Chun Feng did not give Xiao Chun a chance to speak, directly rejecting Xiao Chun in a somewhat abrupt manner. The Heavenly Province Academies and the Enyang Paradise's greater Heavenly Emperor Wu exchanged glances, feeling extremely surprised. Unexpectedly, Chun Feng rejected them so decisively. Xiao Chun did not say anything. He just picked up his wine cup and silently took a sip. "However, don't worry. The 5 poison sect will not stand on the side of the Deity Dao Union and deal with the Dragon's Gate and the Haotian sect," Chun Feng added, expressing his stance and choosing to remain neutral. Putting down the wine cup, Xiao Chun nodded and said, "I know. When I saw this poison cloud, I knew the 5 poison sect's decision. This poison cloud has been accumulating for 10,000 years, so I'm afraid that it has gained sentience. It's enough for the 5 poison sect to stay out of it, watch from the sidelines, and even rise up in the chaos. Chun Feng's expression changed. Evidently, he had not expected that Xiao Chan would be able to see through the 5 poison sect's trump card with a single glance. The poison cloud has a spirit. Sect Master Chun, your honorable sect really hit it well. The 2 greater heavenly sovereigns from the Heavenly Province Academy and Yin Yang Utopia were shocked. Chun Feng looked straight at Xiao Chun. How did you know? This was a great secret of the 5 poison sect. Very few people knew about it. The poisonous cloud in the sky had indeed developed a spirit and possessed life. However, when the poisonous cloud was awakened, it could erupt with the strength of a prime, extremely horrifying. Xiao Chan said indifferently, after 2 years in the lower realm, I comprehended a Taiji Dao and am extremely sensitive to the existence of living beings. At first, I only had some suspicions. However, after seeing Sect Master's expression, I am now certain. Chun Feng's face sank. This fellow actually dug a trap for him. However, he quickly recovered and laughed loudly. Good eyes, good eyes. Sect Master, I feel that this song and dance performance is too bland. Since the Blue Dragon King is here, how about I fight with the Blue Dragon King to liven things up for everyone? The Blue Dragon King fighting against 10 alone is something that I have long heard about. I have long wanted to see it for myself. Just at this moment, Gong Taiwa, who was behind Chuning, suddenly stepped forward and said in an extremely provocative manner, a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. Everyone else was somewhat shocked. Chuning was a 4th Heaven Emperor Wu, having already crossed the threshold of a lesser Heavenly Emperor Wu. He was fundamentally different from a 3rd Heaven Emperor Wu. Challenging Xiao Chan was a little too shameless. Xiao Chan frowned slightly. What's wrong with this person? The first time he saw me, he had an unconvinced look on his face. Not only did he fall at the banquet, he even directly challenged me, making me feel disgusted for no reason. Chun Feng looked at Xiao Chan and said, Little friend, what do you think? Xiao Chan felt disgusted and did not want to fight with this person. He coldly rejected, I fought against 10 alone because I relied on a martial Dao. I do not dare to fight with a 4th Heaven Emperor Wu like Senior Gong. Huh? Gong Taiwa curled his lips and mocked. Looks like some people are only SOSO. The rumors are just SOSO. You still want to convince the 5 poison sect? I'm afraid you can't even pass your own great trial of wind and fire. He looked at Xiao Chun and said arrogantly, If you want to fight, I can only use half of my strength. If I use more than half, I lose. These words made Chun Feng, who was on the main seat, frown. This was a little too much. He waved his hand and said, Elder Gong, since the Blue Dragon King is not willing, you can leave first. Unexpectedly, Chun Feng did not leave. Sect leader, I'm afraid you don't know. 3 days ago on the street, this Blue Dragon King humiliated the saint. This Azure Dragon King ruthlessly humiliated the Holy Sun. At that time, he was very arrogant. Unexpectedly, he is now a coward. Gong Taiwa, everyone knows that you are blinded by greed and want to use the Blue Dragon King to increase your reputation. If you are really capable, then suppress your strength to the same level as the Azure Dragon King. Otherwise, don't come up with any nonsensical excuses. The saintess of the Yin Yang Wonderland could not stand it anymore. She frowned and said in disgust, I can't be bothered to talk to a silly girl like you. Let me ask you one more time. Blue Dragon King Xiao Chun, do you dare to fight me? Gong Taiwa took a step forward and said aggressively. His words were filled with boundless arrogance. Everyone in the banquet was stunned by the sudden turn of events. This Gong Taiwa had made up his mind to ruthlessly humiliate Xiao Chun today. He would not stop until he achieved his goal. Chuning, the saint of the 5 poison sect, drank a mouthful of wine with a cold expression. He looked at Xiao Chun and revealed a cold smile. That's right. This Chun Feng was so arrogant. Other than wanting to step on Xiao Chun and increase his reputation, it was also because of Chun Ying's instigation behind the scenes. The scene 3 days ago had humiliated Chuning. Now that he knew his father's intention, he had to step on Shao Chun. How could the greater celestial emperor Wu lose against the Blue Dragon King? There's no need for that. You can say whatever you want. Chun Feng clenched his teeth in anger. Even at this point, Shao Chun was still indifferent. Chun Feng, who was eager to fight, wanted to rush up and make a move. No matter how Chun Feng tried to provoke him, Shao Chun ignored him. Looking at the anger on Chun Feng's face, Chun Feng did not lose interest. Wasn't this the kind of person a clown was used to describe? At the same time, on the floating walkway of Qingyan Restaurant, the old man in blue walked over step by step. With every step he took, the suppressed aura in his body grew stronger. "Greetings, Elder Ma." The guards on both sides bowed when they saw him. Evidently, he had a high position in the Five Poison sect. He did not respond and continued walking. When he reached the end of the walkway, the aura of a Fifth Heaven Emperor was as fierce as a volcano. "Open the door," he said in a low voice. The doormen on both sides opened the door without hesitation. Elder Ma, why are you here?" "Men, bring a table and a chair over." On the main seat, Chun Feng was slightly surprised. However, he did not notice the change in Elder Ma's expression. He turned his head and instructed the maidservant beside him. While Zhang Xian was distracted, Elder Ma's aura burst forth for his body. With a deafening bang, a gust of qi swept out, blowing In Susu and the others back. The old man in blue drew his sword and turned it into a black venomous dragon that pierced toward Chun Feng. He was less than 100 meters away from Shao Chun. Suddenly, he unleashed his peak strike. No one had expected such a sudden change in the situation. Chun Feng's mouth was wide open. He did not expect this at all. He wanted to stop it, but it was too late. In an instant, he seemed to see Shao Chun being torn into pieces by this sword. He was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. He had never thought of killing Shao Chun. The Thunder King was missing, not dead. If the Thunder King took revenge, Chun Feng would lose all 9 of his lives here. Within 100 meters, there was no way for Shao Chun to dodge the peak attack of a Fifth Heaven Martial Emperor that had been storing up power for a long time. Everyone cried out in their hearts. This was a sure death situation. The moment the blue-robed old man entered, he attacked immediately. He did not waste any words or show any signs. His target was Shao Chun. The instant the other party made his move, Shao Chun's heart sank. An aura of death spread in his heart. All the hair on Shao Chun's body stood on end, and his body suddenly turned cold. This was a premonition of danger that he had not felt in a very long time. Shao Chun did not even have time to think. If he wasted even a fraction of a second, he would die under the peak attack of this Fifth Heaven Emperor Wu. Explode. With his life hanging by a thread, Shao Chun ferociously slammed his palm on the table. 3 spots of saber energy, as dazzling as the sun, erupted in his sea of consciousness. Since Shao Chun comprehended saber energy, this was his first time activating 3 strands of saber energy at the same time. In that instant, Shao Chun gave off a dazzling golden light, even more dazzling than the sun during the day. This was because that blazing sun was several tens of thousands of kilometers away and could be seen with the naked eye. However, as Shao Chun was too close, the light on his body could not be seen with the naked eye. Pu-si-ai. With a pop, apart from Chun Feng, the eyes of everyone present started bleeding from the piercing pain. It was incredibly painful, temporarily blinding them. Closely following that, an overwhelming saber intent soared into the sky from Shao Chun's body. It instantly pierced through the roof of the soft cloud pavilion, which was covered in formations. All the disciples of the Five Poison Sect's headquarters above the poison cloud could see a saber light as bright as the blazing sun soaring into the clouds. Before the saber light, all the light in the surroundings dimmed. Suddenly, the world turned dark. As for the inside of the pavilion, needless to say, it was plunged into boundless darkness. The saber intent that suddenly erupted from Shao Chun's body finally managed to suppress the blue-robed old man's aura. The shock waves that erupted from the two clashed and exploded ferociously. The shockwaves affected the entire soft cloud pavilion, causing it to shake violently. Although all this happened very slowly, it was only 1,000th of a breath of time. There was no time for anyone to think. The blue-robed old man's aura was slightly hindered. However, the peak attack that he executed after storing up power still advanced forward. Xiao Chen did not pause at all. He activated the 3 strands of saber energy. Just as the other party's sword was about to pierce his chest, he quickly moved back. Chapter 1334. Fish Dragon Art. Like a fish in water, thousands of changes. Xiao Chen moved back step by step. His body was like a fish in water, swaying back and forth. He left behind many afterimages layered over each other, looking hazy and blurry. Amid the thousands of afterimages, Xiao Chen's true body seemed to be hidden in a water screen, looking very blurry. However, the blue-robed old man had locked on a Xiao Chen's aura from the very start. No matter how Xiao Chen changed, the 3-meter-long sword kept pressing forward, not giving Xiao Chen a chance to move. After taking 10 steps back, Xiao Chen could no longer retreat. The blue-robed old man shouted, "Die! Don't even think about it." Xiao Chen roared in response. At this critical moment of life and death, he brought out all his potential. Fish Dragon Art. Blue Dragon goes to sea, shaking the heavens in one rage. Xiao Chen's aura suddenly changed. The spirit fish turned into a dragon as he drew his saber in anger. When the lunar shadow saber was drawn, the thousands of afterimages merged. Light and shadow changed in the darkness. Thousands of dazzling beams of light shot out from Xiao Chen's body, condensing into a heavy and sharp saber intent. The dazzling beams of light from the saber intent pierced the rather vast space, riddling it with holes. Dang! The moment Xiao Chen drew his saber, he managed to block that horrifying sword strike. A thunderous sound resounded throughout the entire 5-poison sect. Countless houses, buildings, pavilions, and small courtyards were shaken to pieces. Xiao Chen took 3 steps back. With each step, he vomited a large mouthful of blood. By the time Xiao Chen finished taking 3 steps back, his complexion was already frighteningly pale. Cracks appeared in his hands, which he used to block his saber. The pain was numb. Based on Xiao Chen's condition, it was clear that he was severely injured. However, he managed to block this sure-kill sword strike. As long as Xiao Chen blocked it, he created a chance for himself to survive. Everyone present was greatly startled. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen managed to block the peak sword strike of the 5th Heaven Emperor Wu, a sure-kill move. On the host seat, Chen Feng showed an extremely sullen expression. He shouted coldly and threw a palm strike at the blue-robed old man. This palm strike contained Chen Feng's full power, not showing any mercy. The dense killing intent made the air as viscous as ink. If the blue-robed old man dared to block it, he would definitely die. Only by retreating would he have a chance at survival. For him to be so heavy-handed and merciless, one could imagine how angry Chen Feng was. This kind of person who placed him in a disadvantageous position was equivalent to betrayal and had to be killed. When Xiao Chen saw Chen Feng making a move, he heaved a sigh of relief. If Chen Feng had not made a move, with his current condition, he would not have been able to block this attack. Do you think you are safe now? Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen, you will die today? A jade slip appeared in the blue-robed old man's hand, and he crushed it. The blue-robed old man and Xiao Chen vanished simultaneously. It was like they had left this world. Bang! With the sudden disappearance of the two of them, Chen Feng's furious attack naturally missed its target and landed on the ground. The entire building collapsed with a loud bang, turning into countless fragments that fluttered about in the air. The soft cloud pavilion was equipped with formations. Fighting Emperor Wu would not be a problem. However, after receiving Xiao Chen's overwhelming saber aura, the blue-robed old man's peak attack, and Chen Feng's furious attack, it was within expectations that they could not withstand it. When Chen Feng and the others arrived at where Xiao Chen and the blue-robed old man disappeared, they were all at a loss. After losing their sight temporarily, Susu and the others recovered their vision. They were all astonished, their brains short-circuiting. What's going on? Why did Xiao Chun and that blue-robed old man suddenly disappear? Susu asked, feeling extremely confused. Chun Feng clenched his teeth and said, "It's the dimensional talisman, a dimensional talisman unique to the deity race. It can create a separate dimension, independent of the Kunlun realm. Unless a prime makes a move, no one will be able to affect the two of them in that small dimension." Ah! The expression of the red-clothed lady behind Susu changed. Doesn't that mean that the Blue Dragon King is dead for sure? It's over. We are all going to be implicated this time. The scholarly old man from the Heavenly Province Academy had an unsightly expression as well. He said coldly, "Sectmaster Chun is truly unfathomable. First, he hid the poison spear from us, and now he still has this trick up his sleeves. How brilliant!" Chun Feng's expression was extremely gloomy, but he did not say anything. At this moment, the only one that was happy was probably Gong Taiwa, who had been mocking Chun Feng earlier. That was a close call. He even managed to withstand the peak attack of the Fifth Heaven Emperor Wu. If he had accepted my challenge, I would have made a fool of myself in front of everyone and lost all my face. Fortunately, this fellow is dead for sure today. How can he survive being in the same dimension as a Fifth Heaven Emperor? In the small dimension, the blue-robed old man's tense heart relaxed instead. He had been extremely nervous during the assassination outside, fearing that Chun Feng would see through his disguise. Now that the blue-robed old man was in this small dimension, he could do whatever he wanted. He was just a brat who had not advanced to Martial Emperor. There was no need to disturb him. "Blue Dragon King, sorry for the offense. This old man's lifespan is almost up, and I need your head. I will exchange it for another 500 years of my lifespan. Sorry for the offense." The blue-robed old man had a relaxed expression as he smiled faintly. While the blue-robed old man was relaxed, Xiao Chun was even more relaxed. In the soft cloud pavilion, he had been restrained, worried about exposing his trump cards. In this mysterious space, he could go all out. With so many trump cards, it would be strange if he could not toy with the other party to death. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and said, "It might not go as you wish. Not only will you not live for 500 years, but you will also have to hand over your life here today." When the blue-robed old man heard that, he laughed loudly. "Blue Dragon King, unless you have a primordial emperor treasure that can break through this dimension, even a deity will not be able to save you. Is that so?" Xiao Chun smiled coldly and ferociously through a palm strike. All the heavenly snow, divine flame, and the Buddhist lamp in the world in his palm surged out. Heavy snow flew, and the divine flame covered the sky. In an instant, the space in front turned into a land of ice. Before the blue-robed old man could react, the heavenly snow divine flame trapped him, burning him with ice and fire. Crack! Crack! Cracks appeared in the space that the ice and fire froze. 3 seconds later, the blue-robed old man soared into the sky in a sorry state. After breaking free, he laughed loudly. "Just an insignificant divine flame. And you want to burn me to death? A junior like you doesn't understand the might of a greater heavenly martial emperor." However, after the blue-robed old man finished laughing, he suddenly discovered that something was wrong. Xiao Chun had disappeared. Instead, 2 pillars as thick as mountains appeared in front of the blue-robed old man. There was also a powerful aura that rumbled down like a godly mountain descending from the sky. When the blue-robed old man looked up, he revealed an extremely horrified expression, completely stupefied. He swore that he had never seen such a scene in his life. "Pa!" A huge hand suddenly descended, smashing the blue-robed old man, who had just broken free, into a pool of blood. The might of Dermic world vanished, and Xiao Qin's figure shrank, returning to his original form. With ample time to execute his major magic skill, Xiao Chun did not suffer any severe repercussions. His expression remained the same, just somewhat unsightly. Boom! After the blue-robed old man died, the dimension shattered. The white-robed, white-haired Shao Chun, with a treasured saber at his waist, suddenly appeared. When the few powerhouses who were worried about how to deal with the aftermath of Shao Chen's death saw this familiar figure, they were so startled that their eyeballs nearly fell out. Naturally, the one with the most interesting expression was Gong Taiwa. The dimension shattered, and Shao Chun walked out alive. In that case, there was only one possibility. The blue-robed old man was dead. Everyone's minds buzzed. A fifth heaven martial emperor died, and the one who walked out alive was actually Shao Chun. This was too inconceivable. Chun Feng walked over with a smile and said, "Little friend Shao Chun, is it really you?" Shao Chun nodded and said, "Yes, it is me." "Today's matter," Shao Chun smiled and said, "I know. There is no need for Sect Master to explain. If Sect Master wanted to kill me, you had 1,000 ways to do it silently. How could you be so clumsy, sending an elder to kill me in the headquarters?" Chun Feng heaved a sigh of relief. The Blue Dragon King, Shao Chun, was indeed as generous as the rumors said. Yin Susu's smile was like a flower. Her clear eyes sparkled as she looked at Shao Chun. She curled her lips and said, "Young Master Shao is truly incredible. You even killed a fifth heaven martial emperor. I recall that a certain fourth heaven martial emperor was very boastful, saying that he could defeat the Blue Dragon King with only half his strength." Yin Susu's laughter was like a mountain spring, extremely ear-piercing in Gong Taihua's ears. Gong Taihua lowered his head in shame, unable to refute her words. How could he refute? Did he have to prove that he was stronger than a fifth heaven martial emperor? Clearly, that was impossible. Not only was he weaker than the blue-robed old man, but he was also much weaker. However, now that Shao Chun had even killed the blue-robed old man, it was like a heavy slap to his face. Weren't you always arrogant and despotic, saying that the other party was a coward and was only SOSO? Now, Shao Chun had directly killed a fifth heaven martial emperor. What could be more convincing than this to slap his face with reality? But now, he was just a small character. Just like what Shao Chun said earlier, he was just a clown. Shao Chun did not reply to Yin Susu. The others only looked at him with disdain and ignored him. Shao Chun cupped his hands and said, "Sect Master, thank you for your hospitality. I'm afraid I have to take my leave first." Instantly, Chun Feng felt disappointed and frustrated, as if something was stuck in his throat. "Young Master Shao, after leaving the Five Poison Sect, how about you come to our Yin paradise? We sisters have long wanted to see the true face of the Blue Dragon King." Yin Susu stepped forward and approached Shao Chun, doing her best to invite him. The Heavenly Province Holy Son received the voice projection from the elder behind him. He stepped forward as well and invited, "Blue Dragon King, how about you come to my Heavenly Province Academy? My Heavenly Province Academy has many historical sites, even remnants from the Immortal epic. The Blue Dragon King will definitely be interested." Seeing that Shao Chun could even kill a fifth heaven martial emperor, the attitudes of the Yin Paradise and the Heavenly Province Academy changed drastically. On the other hand, Chun Feng, who had wanted to remain neutral earlier, felt regret in his heart when he saw the situation. However, he could not bring himself to do so, feeling regret. Shao Chun smiled faintly. Both sides were inviting him at the same time, putting him in a difficult position. He did not know where to go. However, this vexation was a happy one. If Tian Yushi knew that not only did the assassination he arranged not work, but it even helped Shao Chun, he would probably be frustrated to death. Even if he wanted to cry, he would not be able to do so. What could be more frustrating than this? Chapter 1335. Blue Dragon King, since you are already here, why are you in such a rush to leave? Just at that moment, a burst of laughter rang out in the sky. An imposing old man slowly walked over. A powerful aura emanated from his body, causing everyone to feel a wave of pressure. This was a ninth heaven sovereign martial emperor, an existence comparable to the three holy masters of the human race. Shao Chen's heart skipped a beat as he guessed the other party's identity. The five poison old man on the invitation was the one before him. When Chun Feng saw this old man, he immediately went forward to welcome him respectfully. "Old sect master, why are you here?" The five-poison old man snorted coldly. "Chen Feng, you have to give me an explanation for the assassination of the Blue Dragon King. I told you to entertain the Blue Dragon King, but the Blue Dragon King nearly died. If this news spreads, how will the five-poison sect keep its face? If the Haotian Prime questions it, I will not know where to hide my old face." Chen Feng lowered his head and said, "Old sect master, you are right. In the five-poison sect, the one with the highest authority was not the current sect master but the retired old sect master." Xiaochen was somewhat surprised. He had not expected that the old sect master, who had already made his decision, would appear again. In that case, would the situation in the five-poison sect change? The five-poison old man asked the old men from the Yinyang Paradise and the Heavenly Province Academy. The five-poison old man said to the old men from the Yinyang Paradise and the Heavenly Province Academy, "Ha, of course. Naturally, we do not have any objections." The two quickly nodded in agreement and left Xiao Chen's side at the same time. After a while, Xiao Chen and the five-poison old man appeared on the roof of the pavilion. When the five-poison old man saw Xiao Chen, the first thing he asked was, "Blue Dragon King, can you tell me how you killed that fifth heaven martial emperor?" Xiao Chen hesitated for a moment before opening his palm, and a Buddhist lamp slowly rose up. A hazy Buddhist voice echoed in the area. The Saraira floated in the air, giving off rings of Buddhist light. Within the Buddhist light, one could vaguely see an illusory Buddha. The five-poison old man narrowed his eyes as he stared at the heavenly snowed divine flame in the Buddhist lamp. He asked uncertainly, "This is a primal chaos level flame?" Xiao Chen nodded. "I just nurtured the primal chaos level heavenly snow divine flame to rank 1 and gain some special abilities. It can swallow up the primordial energy in the other party's body without them realizing it, temporarily reducing the other party's strength." When the five poisons elder heard this, he was startled. This Xiao Chen was really lucky. He also had a Buddhist lamp and a Saraira at the same time. Otherwise, when would he be able to raise his primordial chaos level flame to the first grade? However, that was not right. The heavenly snow divine flame alone could not kill a fifth heaven martial emperor. In the end, a rank 1 primal chaos level flame was still too weak. Even if Xiao Chen caught Elder Ma off guard and injured him, even swallowing up a lot of his primordial energy, Elder Ma still had his foundation. If he wanted to run, he would definitely be able to. A light flickered in the five poisons elder's eyes as he muttered, "Just this heavenly snow divine flame alone cannot kill Elder Ma." Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. This five poisons elder's eyes were really sharp. However, Xiao Chen had no intention of telling the other party about his Dermic World trump card. Dermic World was an immortal art major magic skill, Xiao Chen's greatest trump card. It could allow him to instantly change the situation. Once he revealed it, his opponent would be on guard, and he would lose the sure kill effect. After all, this Dermic World lasted only a few seconds. It relied on catching the opponent off guard and killing instantly. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Indeed, I still have my greatest trump card. However, please forgive me. I cannot tell Senior about this trump card." Ha ha ha. This old man still understands this principle. I thought about it. The five poison sects startled you this time, so we owe you a favor. How do you want to repay me in the future? Just say the word. The five poison old man said with a loud laugh. He did not mind that Xiao Chen did not tell him about his trump card. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart, with the five poisons elder saying that he had tactfully changed his original decision to remain neutral. Many thanks, Senior. Outside the pavilion, Chun Feng, Chun Ying, and Gong Taiwa waited anxiously. Chun Ying appeared distracted. His voice sounded somewhat weak as he asked, "Father, is it certain that the five poison sect will side with the Dragon's Gate?" Chun Feng nodded. "Most likely. The strength that this Blue Dragon King displayed is too shocking. The Yinyang Paradise and the Heavenly Province Academy will definitely place their future on him. The old sect master will have to make some changes." Times have changed. Chun Ying's expression changed slightly, appearing extremely dissatisfied. As for Gong Taiwa, his expression changed greatly, feeling extremely depressed and conflicted. Chen Feng waved his hand and said, "Oh, right." Elder Gong, when the Blue Dragon King comes out, apologized to him. "What? Me apologize to him?" Gong Taiwa exclaimed in shock. Chen Feng's eyes widened and he barked, "Why? You're not willing?" Gong Taiwa could feel the pressure from Chen Feng. Cold sweat dripped down his back as he sighed. "I only have myself to blame. When he comes out, I'll personally apologize to him." After Xiao Chun ended his conversation with the five-poison old man, he walked out calmly. He just smiled at Gong Taihua's apology and did not kick him when he was down. When he came out of the pavilion, the two elders from the Heavenly Province Academy and the Yinyang Paradise kept pestering Xiao Chun. This put Xiao Chun in a difficult position. He couldn't reject the hospitality of both parties, so it wouldn't be good for him to visit either one first. Xiao Chun wanted to visit the Heavenly Province Academy first. He was interested in the Taoist remnant that the other party mentioned, but seeing Yin Susu's pitiful eyes, he couldn't bear to refuse. Moreover, Yin Susu had spoken up for him earlier. In the end, Xiao Chun decided to go to the Yinyang Paradise first. However, he guaranteed that he would head to the Heavenly Province Academy after leaving the Yinyang Paradise. 2 days later, the news of the failed assassination reached the ears of the divine daughter, Tian Yuxi. Even after the Fifth Heaven Emperor Wu wasted a dimensional divine talisman, he still could not kill Xiao Chun. This greatly shocked Tian Yuxi. Could it be that only sovereign martial emperors could kill Xiao Chun now? However, no matter which faction, sovereign martial emperors were the peak combat prowess, extremely rare. If Xiao Chun rashly used a sovereign martial emperor, it would trigger an all-out war. However, it was not time yet. Clearly, it was not the time for an all-out war. Furthermore, if they sent out a sovereign martial emperor and still let Xiao Chun escape, the losses would outweigh the gains. After the shock came rage, and Tian Yuxi's face flushed red. Tian Yuxi's dignified face flushed slightly in anger. This time, not only did the assassination fail, but it even helped Xiao Chun succeed. The 3 holy lands of the Eastern Sea had all agreed to help Xiao Chun at the crucial moment. This was the so-called going for wool and coming home shorn. Tian Yuxi felt extremely depressed in her heart. She felt like there was a rock blocking her chest, feeling extremely uncomfortable. When the news of Xiao Chun killing a Fifth Heaven Martial Emperor and obtaining the support of the 3 Holy Lands spread, the entire heavenly starry ocean was set abuzz. The Dragon's Gates, Xiao Chun's reputation soared, and the might of the deity Dao Union was suppressed. There was simply no chance for the deity Dao Union to turn the situation around. The resulting chain reaction was that most of the 9 ranks of the great families chose to wait and see at this moment. The sects that had promised the deity race all returned the great gifts that the deity race sent. This caused Tian Yuxi to feel a great sense of defeat and helplessness. Now, the entire heavenly starry ocean was discussing where Xiao Chun would go next. The Blue Dragon King's aura flourished like the sun in the sky. Divine Daughter, there is no need to worry. When the Divine Son comes out of closed-door cultivation, he will definitely be able to turn the situation around and suppress Xiao Chun in one go. There is a saying, the higher one flies, the harder one falls. Let's see how long he can remain cocky. Qin Xiu, who had messed up, consoled Xiao Chun. Tian Yuxi rubbed his forehead and said softly, "I have confidence in the Divine Son. As long as he comes out of closed-door cultivation, all the problems will be easily solved. However, I fear that when he comes out, all the holy lands of the heavenly starry ocean will be finished." Qin Xiu said, "There is no need to be afraid. There is still the Northern Sea Alliance. Since Xiao Hoju said that he is confident, he should be able to make Xiao Chen's backyard burn. When he gets flustered, we can use all our trump cards on the Lunar Palace." Tian Yuxi nodded heavily and said, "That's right. The Lunar Palace. We have to take down the Lunar Palace. No matter how many holy lands Xiao Chen obtains, as long as the Lunar Palace supports the deity Dao Union, all his efforts will go to waste." Qin Xiu smiled and said, "Furthermore, the Lunar Palace had a deep grudge with the Qing Emperor back then. During the Four Seas Hero Gathering, the The Lunar Palace's palace master even chased Xiao Chen away. After analyzing everything, Tianyu she calmed down. She stood up and paced around calmly before saying, Xiao Chen always felt that the Northern Sea Alliance would not require much effort. It was like his backyard. His next stop should be the Zodiac Hall. Uncle Qin, do you think we can stop him? Qin Xiu said after some thought. The Zodiac Hall is rather difficult to deal with. There are many factions in the heavenly starry ocean. In terms of accumulations, the first is the Lunar Palace, and the second is the Zodiac Hall. However, from the start to the end, that cyclic astral lord has never intended to meet us. Tianyu she shook her head and said, This cyclic astral lord is a wily old fox. He sees things very clearly. He directly stated that building a shrine in the cyclic astral palace's territory is tantamount to declaring war. Qin Xiu said coldly, He does not know how to appreciate favors. Now is a heaven-sent opportunity. With the Thunder King not around, this is a great opportunity for our deity race to unify the Kunlun realm. No one can stop this trend. Tianyu she waved his hand and said, Don't say that again. Now is not the time to bare your fangs. How about we go and meet the treasure master? Qin Xiu suggested. When Tianyu she heard about the treasure master, she revealed a grave expression. Let me think about it. The deity sovereign told me that even he could not see through this treasure master. If we can avoid meeting him, we should avoid meeting him. Otherwise, he will see through our trump cards. However, the Blue Dragon King's momentum is very strong. The Divine Sun is still in closed-door cultivation, and the personal disciples of the Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God have not arrived yet. We do not have many pawns that we can use. See, indecisiveness would only lead to chaos. After thinking for a while, Tianyu she finally made up his mind. He would listen to the Treasure Master's suggestion on how to stop Xiao Chen from convincing the cyclic astral lord. If necessary, he could use the Treasure Master's strength. Xiao Chen remained in the Eastern Sea for half a month. He spent most of that time in the Heavenly Province Academy. Chapter 1336. The Taoist and Confucian relics in the Academy fascinated him. If not for the urgency of time, he would have stayed longer. This trip could be considered a great harvest. The three immortal Holy Lands all agreed that at the crucial moment, as long as Xiao Chen gave the word, they would go all out. Just as Tianyu she had guessed, his next destination was indeed the Zodiac Hall, the Holy Land that he had many grudges with. The Saint Fu Hongxue and the Saint Chu Yang both hated him to the core. At a crucial moment like this, he would be thanking the heavens if he didn't step on the other party. It would be difficult for him to count on the other party's help. As for the Moon Palace, which was even more powerful than the Zodiac Hall, that was a pain in Xiao Chen's heart. He had been chased out of the Four Seas hero gathering in a sorry state, and said that he was never welcome there. He didn't dare to think about it, and he couldn't be bothered to think about it. Finally, the remaining major faction of the Heavenly Starry Ocean was the Northern Sea Alliance. In Xiao Chen's opinion, this should not be too difficult. All he had to do was go and let them know. Strolling on the surface of the sea, Xiao Chen identified the direction of the Zodiac Hall and leaped like a dragon, moving as fast as lightning. He had both the swiftness of a dragon and the dexterity of a fish. With both at the same time, he was like a fish in water in the air. In the past, when one's speed reached a certain limit, the air would become the biggest obstacle. Now that Xiao Chen executed the fish dragon art, he could use the air as his resistance, raising his speed to another level. At this speed, after 3 days, Xiao Chen arrived at the sea where the Zodiac Hall was located. As one of the 3 peak holy lands of the Heavenly Starry Ocean, the Zodiac Hall covered an extremely vast sea region. Aside from a sea region, all the major factions within 5,000 kilometers were attached to the Astral Palace. After passing through the subsidiary sea regions, a strange and colorful scene appeared in front of Xiao Chen. There were no ripples on the vast surface of the sea. It was like a bright mirror, full of spirituality. One could imagine an ocean that spanned millions of square kilometers, neatly arranged like a mirror in front of one's eyes. One could imagine how majestic it was. During the day, in this mirror-like sea region, only a huge sun was reflected in it. The sun in the water was dazzling and piercing, as if there really was a huge fireball burning wildly in the water. The blazing sunlight reflected each other, making it impossible to see with the naked eye. The countless buildings of the Astral Palace, including the pavilions and pavilions, seemed to have disappeared. In the boundless sea, there was only a great sun. Apart from that, nothing else existed. Xiao Chan watched from afar, feeling shocked in his heart. The cyclic Astral Palace's accumulations were deep, not something the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace could compare to. The cyclic Astral Palace was right before his eyes, but he could not enter. This mysterious formation was somewhat vexing. The god, Aster, to the Zodiac Spirit Sect. Xiao Chan thought to himself as he looked at the sun and the water. Logically speaking, the cyclic Astral Palace should have sensed his arrival. Xiao Spirit. As for, with, as he to the Chun, the god sect, to the sea, and to the four. An invisible barrier blocked Xiao Chen's spiritual sense 1 kilometer in front, preventing it from entering. The formation looked extremely simple, and there was no danger at all. It was as if one could just walk into it. However, Xiao Chen's sharp intuition told him that it was dangerous enough to threaten his life. Zodiac Hall's lair would not be so simple. Go! After thinking hard, Xiao Chen could not figure it out. So, he pointed with his finger and executed the life bestowal spell. It even materialized Xiao Chen's image and flew forward. Whoosh! Without any warning, hundreds of dazzling lights suddenly appeared in the vast sky above the sea in front of them. The lights flickered and gave off a resplendent light, looking like a miniature sun. Pain! Xiao Chen's eyes hurt. He took 2 steps back and covered his eyes, rubbing them gently. When he opened his eyes again, the vast sea had returned to normal. As for the clone that Xiao Chan formed with the life bestowal spell, its entire body was burning. In mere moments, it evaporated into steam. Horror flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Indeed, it was not as simple as he thought. If his true body charged over, the attack he would receive would be 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times stronger. The moment Xiao Chan covered his eyes, he saw that resplendent sun-like light very clearly. That was the purest solar true flame. Furthermore, there was not just one but thousands upon thousands of them. When all of them gathered together, the might was unimaginable to Xiao Chan. That was not all. The vast solar true flame under the sea did not move at all. If it really moved, it might even injure a prime, right? It looked like there would be no more opportunities during the day. Xiao Chan thought for a while and decided to wait until night to see the situation. Time passed. When the sun set in the west and the last of its afterglow vanished, the entire sky turned dark. The entire sky turned dark and the stars twinkled. Together with the moon, it was a magnificent sight. As Xiao Chan stood on the sea, it felt like he could reach the stars just by stretching out his hand. At the same time, it also felt like it was unreachable. Many stars flickered on the surface of the sea as well. At this moment, the sea and the sky seemed to merge into one. What was even more miraculous was that the many palaces that could not be seen with the naked eye were too dazzling during the day. When night fell, these palaces all appeared out of nowhere on the surface of the sea. They were like night pearls of the vast sea, giving off a gentle light. They attracted the starlight of the universe to descend. Many beams of starlight gathered and intertwined, looking very dazzling, dense, but not gaudy. When Xiao Chan was among them, he felt rueful. The so-called fantasy world was probably nothing more than this. He could see that the railings of the many palaces were all filled with people with arrogant expressions in their eyes. There was an arrogant look in their eyes as they conversed with each other. Their gazes were all focused on him. The Big Dipper Palace, the South Dipper Palace, the Moon Palace, the Sun Palace, the Moon Palace, all the palaces were filled with Astral Palace disciples. As they watched the famous Blue Dragon King of the heavenly starry ocean get blocked outside the formation, they pointed at him and whispered to each other, laughing endlessly. Xiao Chen could see everyone looking at him with his naked eye. However, the formless barrier made it seem like he was in a different world from the people of the Astral Palace, never having any contact. 3 of Xiao Chen's old friends were coldly eyeing him from the Sun Palace. On the left was the holy daughter Fu Hongxue, and on the right was Ling, whom Xiao Chun could not guess. Life bestow spell. Xiao Chun pointed and tried again. Thousands of figures leaped out of the seawater, advancing wave after wave, covering the sky as they charged forward. Whoosh! The pillars of starlight above the 3,000 palaces swept out and crushed Xiao Chen's clones like they were dry weeds. A brilliant light appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. He instantly memorized the positions of all the pillars of starlight. Then, he pushed off with his feet and charged over. As Xiao Chen walked on the surface of the sea, the wind howled in his ears, and his white robes flapped noisily. Beams of light condensed from starlight either swept over, chopped down, or fell from the sky. There were so many of them, and they were ever-changing. Immediately, all the starlight gathered around Xiao Chun. Everywhere else was pitch black. In the darkness, the gazes of countless Astral Palace disciples focused on Xiao Chun, who was surrounded by the gathering starlight. Amid the complicated attacks of the starlight filling the sky, Xiao Chun alternated between the front and back, his figure drifting gracefully. Sometimes he turned into a dragon and soared into the sky in a rage. Sometimes he turned into a fish, changing thousands of times. Xiao Chun brought out the fish dragon art to its limits. Amid this chaotic and gorgeous attack, not a single speck of starlight touched him. Boom! 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 The seawater surged, and the waves rose up like pillars. Xiao Chen's white robes and white hair looked like he was dancing with the stars. His supreme grace made the stars lose their color. Xiao Chen's figure attracted all the Astral Palace disciples, intoxicated by his dreamy dance, forgetting about the even more resplendent starlight. The stars twinkle, dancing for me. Time went by. Xiao Chun figured out the attack power of the starlight and heaved a sigh of relief. The Astral Palace's upper echelon still had not forced him into a dead end. The attack of this starlight was not that strong. Furthermore, there did not seem to be anyone managing this formation. Indeed, this is a test for me. There is still a weakness. Otherwise, even a sovereign martial emperor would not be able to clear it. In that case, let's draw the lunar shadow saber. Whoosh! A melodious saber hum silently resounded in the sky. As this saber hum rang out, Xiao Chen's aura changed. A sharp light radiated from his entire body, no longer suppressing him. Xiao Chun drew his saber and advanced bravely. The saber hum turned into an aura. He chopped through the starlight and shattered the waves. He was like a true dragon descending, unstoppable. Up at the Sun Palace, the expressions of the 3 changed slightly, shock flashing in their eyes. Chu Yang rapped on the railing with one hand and said softly, "Hongxue, go and take a look." Fu Hongxue nodded gently. Then his figure drifted higher and higher under the illumination of the full moon. After a while, Fu Hongxue's sword-wielding figure seemed to merge with the moon. Fu Hongxue merged with the moon, flying in the sky. As her sword fluttered, she attracted all the starlight in the world. Just as Xiao Chun was about to cross the barrier, Fu Hongxue narrowed his eyes in the bright moon and pointed. A sword intent surged out, and a heavenly immortal sword descended from the moon. Xiao Chun, who was advancing forward with an indomitable will, suddenly felt an extremely dangerous aura. His entire body turned cold, and he pulled back and retreated. Bang! Xiao Chun barely dodged this sword strike. However, the shock wave that spread out knocked him back, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. It was hard to imagine what the consequences would be if this sword strike struck him. Just as Xiao Chun heaved a sigh of relief after surviving a calamity, an unexpected attack shot out from the sea region of Zodiac Hall. There was a starry sky under the sea. It was the same bright moon and the same sword. This sword strike caught Xiao Chun off guard. A large hole opened in his chest, and blood gushed out like a fountain. As Xiao Chun retreated, the blood splattered into the night sky. The blood mixed with the starlight, giving off a mesmerizing light. Xiao Chen retreated quickly. As he looked at the scarlet moonlight, his eyes turned hazy. He forgot about pain, time, and all the distractions. This scene was very miserable. That person's white robes were stained with blood. Blood gushed out of the wound on his chest, dyeing the night sky red. However, one could clearly see a trace of stubbornness in those hazy eyes under the illumination of the stars. Chapter 1337. Ha ha! Blue Dragon King Xiao Chun, even if you subdued the myriad fiend island and made the lands of the eastern seas 3 holy masters submit to you, you are nothing before my astral palace. You cannot even enter these gates. Chuyang suddenly reared his head back and laughed. The depression that had accumulated in his heart for many years erupted with this scene. Chuyang suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. The depression that had accumulated in his heart for many years completely erupted with this scene. There was no place in his body that did not feel comfortable. Chuyang even vaguely felt that his strength had improved. The heart demon that Xiao Chan created for him was broken at this moment. The young treasure master, Yiling, smiled faintly and said, I already said that as long as I can convince the Astral Palace Master to open the infinite world Yin-Yang Twin Star Formation, I will definitely be able to block Xiao Chun and humiliate him. Chuyang felt very carefree. He shouted, Xiao Chun, if you beg me, I will open the doors to the Astral Palace and give you a chance. Xiao Chen's mind was clear, not disturbed by any external factors. What was hope? Fighting with others, fighting with oneself, fighting with the heavens. One cannot ask for it, and cannot ask for it. An opportunity given by others could not become hope. One could only fight. If Xiao Chun could not break it during the day or at night, when could he break this formation? Suddenly, inspiration flashed in Xiao Chen's heart as he thought of something. Heaven never bars one's way. Since the Astral Palace Master used this formation to test him, there had to be a way to break it. I figured it out. As Xiao Chun landed, a hazy glow appeared in the distant east. Dawn was approaching. Right now, the moon waned and the sun rose. This was the boundary between day and night. Be it the power of the sun or the power of the moon, they were at their weakest. In the next moment, the morning sun flickered and dawn arrived. Xiao Chun took out the cycle banner and materialized 5 layers of starlight. Massacre, death, ruin, despair, and grief. Then, a 5-colored wall of starlight appeared behind him. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Xiao Chun shouted and gathered all his primordial energy into the cycle banner. Then, he ferociously thrust it forward. Kacha-kacha! This strike that gathered all of Xiao Chen's strength was like a hot knife cutting through butter. It swept through everything in its path and created a path of starlight. The cycle banner was extraordinarily fast. One moment, Chuyang felt that it was far away. The next moment, it had already arrived before him. The sudden attack frightened him so much that his face turned pale, and he retreated hastily. Just when he had nowhere to retreat, he closed his eyes in despair. A delicate hand grabbed the flagpole. When the tip of the flag was only an inch away from the tip of his nose, it stopped. Chuyang couldn't open his eyes due to the strong wind brought by the war flag. The wind was so loud that his long hair was blown backwards. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the sun rising in the east, scattering down endless golden light. The white figure bathed in the golden sunlight was too dazzling and blurry. It gave him the feeling that he was a god, supreme and supreme. The entire Star Palace fell silent. When they saw the white figure charging in, they were completely stunned. The wound on his chest was slowly healing. On the surface, it was no longer a big problem. However, that sword chi contained a soft yin chi. It could not be completely eliminated in a short time. Xiao Chun withdrew his hand, and the cycle banner instantly entered the universe ring. The young treasure master, Yiling, opened his eyes wide. He looked a few times before he was sure that Xiao Chun had really come up. Xiao Chun had broken through the seal of the limitless heaven and earth-sun formation and arrived at the Sun Palace. Something that was originally thought to be impossible actually happened to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chen had been entrusted by Tian Yushi. After putting in so much effort, he finally managed to convince the cyclic astral lord. Unexpectedly, this was the result. Chu Yang recovered his wits and looked at Xiao Chen's familiar face. He was originally feeling very comfortable. Xiao Chen, who was originally feeling very comfortable, fell from the clouds to the ground. His heart pounded wildly, and his breathing turned ragged. His complexion turned increasingly darker. Why is it like this? I clearly blocked him, but he still managed to break through. Could it be that I, Chu Yang, am really inferior to him? As the Sun Palace's holy son, I'm not even half as good as him. The pain, conflict, and depression in Chu Yang's heart caused his heart to race even faster. When Xiao Chen saw the other party's state, he frowned slightly. This Chu Yang's emotional state was in chaos, like he was about to enter a state of berserking qi deviation. Bang! Suddenly, Xiao Chen stepped forward and ferociously smashed a palm strike on Chu Yang's chest. Pu-ci! Chu Yang vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying back. Xiao Chen, what are you trying to do? The Moon Palace's holy daughter floated down from the sky. When she saw this scene, her expression changed drastically. She quickly went over to support Chu Yang and spoke to Xiao Chen with murderous intent. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, the palaces above the sea that looked like night pearls emitted killing intent at the same time, locking onto Xiao Chen. The atmosphere immediately turned extremely tense. Old men flew out from the palaces in the surroundings. After a while, they surrounded Xiao Chen, blocking all his escape routes. Don't attack! Don't attack! Chu Yang shouted quickly when he saw this scene. At this moment, Chu Yang's complexion was pale, and he appeared weak. However, he was clearly much more relaxed. Chu Yang's breathing turned calm, and he suddenly felt more at ease. His earlier extreme state immediately vanished. Chu Yang, what's going on? The Moon Palace's holy daughter asked somewhat anxiously. Chu Yang waved his hand and looked at Xiao Chen. After a long silence, he said, Many thanks. That was right. It was indeed the word many thanks. To think that Chu Yang actually said these two words. Ling and the Moon Palace's holy daughter felt somewhat shocked. Xiao Chen said calmly, it was just a casual action. No matter who it is, they cannot make him enter a state of berserking qi deviation before me. In the earlier palm strike, Xiao Chen did not kill Chu Yang. He only dredged up the blood near the other party's heart meridian. This allowed Chu Yang to calm down and not dwell on it. Many times, when a person entered a state of berserking qi deviation, it was just a moment of rashness. After one truly entered a state of berserking qi deviation, it was extremely difficult to turn back. At the crucial moment, there was someone to help Chu Yang calm down. After he thought things through, he would feel that it was no big deal. Young Treasure Master Ling, you should go first. I will invite you to the Cyclic Astral Palace as a guest another day. Chu Yang said calmly as he faced Ling. When Ling heard this, his expression changed slightly. To think that Chu Yang wanted to chase him away. How could he allow this? Chu Yang, we already agreed to chase this fellow out of the Cyclic Astral Palace together. Don't tell me that you forgot all the humiliation you suffered in the past just because he struck you with a palm strike. Chu Yang had just experienced great ups and downs, coming back from the brink of entering a state of berserking qi deviation. He immediately figured out many things that he could not figure out. When Xiao Chen saw Ling trying to sow dissension, he said sullenly, the so-called humiliation is just a thought. If you think too highly of yourself, that is humiliation. If you think too lowly of yourself, that is not humiliation. In this world, no one is the main character. No one is nobler than anyone else. Could it be that you can't even endure some grievances? How can there be no twists and turns on the path of cultivation? As long as you do your best and feel at ease, it is fine. How many people seek a moment of pleasure and become restless? How could they truly care about your life or death? Take a good look and see who your true friend is. Ling retorted angrily, Xiao Chen, stop quibbling. What do you mean I seek a moment of pleasure and do not care about Chu Yang's life or death? Xiao Chen's eyes remained calm, not showing any ripples. He said calmly, "Is that not the case? There is no need for you to retort. Time will prove whether what I said is right or wrong. How many people seek a moment of pleasure and do not truly care about your life or death? Who is your true friend?" Chu Yang's heart was greatly shaken. He repeatedly chewed on this sentence in his mind. He felt as if he was suddenly enlightened, and he instantly understood. Well said. Those who can give you a moment of pleasure and relieve your worries are not your friends. Those who can give you a lifetime of pleasure without regrets, seeking freedom and peace of mind, are true friends. As the two argued, a youth with exquisite facial features and eyes like stars and gems walked over with large strides, leading a group of old men. As he walked, he exuded an extraordinary aura. It was as if all the light in the world had gathered on him. His charm was boundless, overshadowing everyone else's brilliance. "Greetings, Star Lord." The disciples of the thousands of palaces and the tens of thousands of astral palaces' disciples saw this person suddenly appear. In fear and trepidation, he knelt down and said respectfully. Chu Yang and the Holy Maiden of Moon Palace were both startled. They hurriedly cupped their hands and bowed. "Greetings, Master." It turned out that this person was the cyclic Astral Lord. Indeed, he possessed boundless charm and a strong aura. Xiao Chun performed a cup fist salute and bowed slightly. The young treasure master, Ling, did not feel satisfied in his heart. Being criticized by the Astral Lord without even mentioning him made him feel extremely upset. However, Xiao Chun still had to pay his respects. He said with a sullen expression, "Young treasure master, Ling greets the Astral Lord." The cyclic Astral Lord looked at Ling and smiled. "Do you think I do not know what the treasure master is thinking? I am also very clear on your purpose in coming here. However, I still have to thank Chu Yang for convincing me to activate the infinite heaven and earth formation of extreme yin and yang." Ling immediately felt anxious. He wanted to explain, but the cyclic Astral Lord interrupted him. "You can go now. Pass a message to the treasure master for me. Others might not know his background, but I do. Don't let me get my hands on any evidence. Otherwise, I will smack him to death at any time." Feeling the cyclic Astral Lord's murderous intent, Ling's heart sank. He was so frightened that his body started trembling. "Yes, this junior will leave now." After saying that, Ling glared at Xiao Chun hatefully. Then, he boarded the golden war chariot and left in a crestfallen manner. The cyclic Astral Lord appeared to be in a good mood. He took out a bottle of medicinal pills and handed it to Xiao Chun. He said, "Blue Dragon King, the lunar sword chi in your body will not be removed for at least half a month. There's a Shengyang pill in there. It can help you recover in 3 days." Xiao Chun received the jade bottle and opened it to take a sniff. Immediately, a fiery aura turned into a warm current flowing through his body. His wounds immediately felt much better. "Many thanks." The cyclic Astral Lord smiled faintly. Then, he looked at Chu Yang and said, "Today you experience great ups and downs, right and wrong. I believe you'll be able to see things more clearly. Take advantage of this opportunity and enter closed-door cultivation. Within 3 months, you will definitely reach consummation blue-robed emperor." "Yes." Chu Yang bowed respectfully and withdrew quietly with the Moon Palace's holy daughter. "All of you withdraw. I want to have a private chat with the Blue Dragon King." Xiao Chun looked at the surrounding cyclic Astral Palace disciples and the elders with respectful expressions. He thought to himself, "This cyclic Astral Lord reminds me of the words hero and heroine." The cyclic Astral Lord naturally has a charisma that makes people respect him and want to get close to him. He truly lives up to his reputation as a hero and heroine. Speaking of which, you are really bold. Back then, during the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony, I was the greatest opponent behind the scenes. How did you get the guts to come to my Zodiac Hall? Are you not afraid that I will smack you to death with one palm strike?" The cyclic Astral Lord asked interestedly. The cyclic Astral Lord's tone was relaxed, like he was just casually asking. However, he inadvertently put a lot of pressure on Xiao Chun. This was the first time Xiao Chun met with someone with such a strong aura. He was not in a rush to speak. After he calmed himself, he said sullenly, I cannot figure out the cyclic astral lord's heart. However, I can see the world that the cyclic astral lord sees. Hence, I'm here. Chapter 1338. The cyclic astral lord smiled faintly. His handsome face was like a bright star suddenly flickering in the dark starry heavens. However, the cyclic astral lord did not ask Xiao Chun what the world looked like to him. Instead, he spoke of something else. What do you think of the limitless world's sun and moon formation? Xiao Chun replied without hesitation, It is very strong. If I guessed right, there should be someone managing it in every palace. This is especially so for the sun and the moon. There should be 2 peak experts controlling them. If they unleash their full might, even a prime would not be able to barge in. The formation that I saw was just the tip of the iceberg. They purposely hid a weakness from me. Surprise flashed in the cyclic astral lord's eyes as he asked, What do you mean? Xiao Chun answered honestly, The moon wanes and the sun rises. This weakness is too obvious. Given the cyclic astral palace's long accumulations, someone would have noticed this weakness and tried to improve it. The cyclic astral lord smiled and said, Good eyes. However, you are still too humble. I originally guessed that you would have to observe for at least 3 days before you could find this weakness. Who would have thought that just as dawn broke, you would seize this fleeting opportunity? I relied on the cycle banner to break it. If it were an ordinary person, even if they knew this weakness, they would not be able to enter so easily. Cycle banner. Let me take a look. The cyclic astral lord took the cycle banner from Xiao Chen's hands and gently waved it. The scarlet banner flapped loudly, giving off a sound like the waves of the sea. Aside from 2 of the 7 astral pearls on the banner, the other 5 lit up. The astral pearls they gave off were 10 times more resplendent than when they were in Xiao Chen's hands. They immediately suppressed the sunlight, suddenly making night appear. Whoosh! The cyclic astral lord swept up the banner and praised. Not bad. However, this refining technique is somewhat crude. I'll help you refine it. There should be some breakthroughs in the quality of this banner. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. No one in the world could compare to the cyclic astral lord in refining astral banners. However, how unfortunate. Could there be a change? Xiao Chen asked doubtfully. Cyclic astral lord. What unfortunate. Unfortunately, I only have the pain throne. If I had the destruction throne, I would be able to complete your astral banners. Xiao Chun was slightly stunned before he reacted. How is this a pity? It was clearly a pleasant surprise. Suppressing his excitement, Xiao Chun asked, Astral Lord, Xiao Chun, I, Cyclic Astral Lord, Saint, Astral Lord, Sea Cloud. I, Xiao Chun said, Jade Sovereign, I, Astral Lord, Sun, Astral. King Dragon, Chun said, I, King, if World King Shudi, the Xiao Chun said, Xiao Chun said. Dragon King, Chan, King, Chun. In fact, he even obtained one of the thrones. The Cyclic Astral Lord continued. It looks like you want to comprehend the state of cycle. This is extremely difficult to comprehend. After you advance to Martial Emperor, I can accompany you to the Mirage Immortal Palace to take a look at the ancient stone wall with the cycle arts and try your luck. In that case, many thanks, Cyclic Astral Lord. The Cyclic Astral Lord smiled casually and said, It's just a small matter. I'll help you keep the cycle banner first. I'll bring you around the Cyclic Astral Palace. Xiao Chun felt suspicious. He was not afraid of the Cyclic Astral Lord swallowing his cycle banner. He found it strange that the Cyclic Astral Lord thought so highly of him. After all, in the past, the Cyclic Astral Palace was part of the camp that suppressed Xiao Chun. Let us take a look. Xiao Chun did not say anything as he followed the Cyclic Astral Lord around the various places of the Zodiac Hall. Along the way, the Cyclic Astral Lord gave Xiao Chun a detailed explanation of the history of the various Cyclic Astral Palaces, as well as some interesting news. However, the Cyclic Astral Lord did not mention anything about Xiao Chen's purpose for coming here at all, puzzling him. Xiao Chen maintained his composure. He chatted casually before such a major character, occasionally offering some insights. This made the cyclic astral lord's eyes light up. The two of them were like best friends, walking around everywhere and chatting happily. Xiao Chun could be considered a fox borrowing the tiger's might to intimidate the cyclic astral lord. As he walked, the people of the cyclic astral palace, from the elders to the disciples, all showed him great respect. Come, I'll bring you to a place that will interest you. After touring all the cyclic astral palaces, the cyclic astral lord led Xiao Chun into the sea. Splash! The two entered the water and sank continuously. Splash! The moment Xiao Chun entered the water, he was greatly startled. At the bottom of the sea, separated by boundless seawater, he could see a huge golden fireball burning continuously. Xiao Chun clearly knew that the golden fireball was very far away. However, he still felt like he could touch it just by stretching out his hand. Beside the golden fireball was a slightly weaker clump of pale white flame. Solar true flame and lunar true flame. Xiao Chun was suddenly startled. Could it be that the flame reflected in the water was not an illusion? Instead, it truly existed? If it was real, how shocking would that be? That should not be wrong. The 5 poison sect could cover the entire island with a 7-colored poison cloud. The Zodiac Hall had even deeper accumulations. How could it not have other trump cards? The two sank for an unknown distance. There were many guards along the way, but the cyclic astral lord dismissed them with a wave of his hand. There is a small dimensional formation in front. I'll bring you through it, and you will be able to see the true accumulations of the Zodiac Hall. The cyclic astral lord grabbed Xiao Chun and leaped forward. The scene before them suddenly changed. Surging heat waves surged over. Xiao Chun looked to the front and saw a 10-kilometer-wide flame pool covered in formation patterns. It contained incredibly pure solar true flame and lunar true flame. The quantity of the two was the same, maintaining a good balance. However, they could not truly merge. At this moment, the sun was setting over the sea, causing the solar true flame before them to burn fiercely. As for the lunar true flame, it was deathly still. It would probably release its light only at night. Dida! Dida! Drops of golden flames above Xiao Chun looked like water droplets. They formed a line and fell rhythmically into the solar true flame. Xiao Chun was so shocked that he could not speak. He could sense that the drops of solar true flame were extremely pure and of high quality, at least rank 9. This is the wealth that the Zodiac Hall accumulated over tens of thousands of years. How is it? I heard that you cultivate these 2 flames as well. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly and said, It is not worth mentioning. It is not worth mentioning. Xiao Chun's solar true flame and lunar true flame were only rank 5. The main reason was that the lunar true flame was too difficult to collect. The two needed to maintain a balance, which held back Xiao Chun's rhythm. Compared to the flames before him, not only the quantity, but also the quality were worlds apart. They were not worth mentioning at all. If Xiao Chun completely grasped this flame before him, the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram he formed would be extremely horrifying. That's right. This lunar true flame and solar true flame are extremely difficult to collect. I'll give you some then. The cyclic astral lord casually waved his hand, and a huge golden crow and a flaming phoenix leaped out of the flame pool before him. The golden crow was made of the solar true flame, and the flaming phoenix was made of the lunar true flame. They spread their wings and flew, looking very lively and giving off holy might. The golden crow and the flaming phoenix entered the cyclic astral lord's hands and turned into 2 clumps of extremely dense flames. This gift was too great, so great that Xiao Chun did not dare to accept it casually. These 2 clumps of flames were at least 10 times stronger than what Xiao Chun had. They could allow him to advance by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. Right. This requires the cyclic astral palace to accumulate for 1,000 years. Unfortunately, you are not strong enough. Otherwise, I could give you more. The cyclic astral lord said very casually, not showing any heartache at all. This person is not simple. This stunned Xiao Chun. Compared to the cyclic astral lord, Xiao Chun was more willing to spend time with the strange myriad law fiend master. Losing some patience, Xiao Chun said seriously, "Cyclic Astral Lord, there is no need to beat around the bush. I am not arrogant enough to think that I can convince you just by breaking one formation. I can feel that while you appear to be very enthusiastic, you are not sincere at all." The Cyclic Astral Lord's smile widened. "I find myself admiring you more and more. You are standing at such a height at such a young age, yet you have not lost your heart at all. Tell me, why do you feel that I am not sincere?" Xiao Chun replied indifferently, "Because I already figured out your heart." "Interesting. Earlier, you said that you saw the world that I could see, but you could not figure out my heart. I originally felt disdain for that. Very well. Now tell me, what is in my heart?" "Desire, pride, and ambition." The moment Xiao Chun said that, the smile on Zodiac Hall's face slowly vanished, turning cold. His expression turned cold as he looked at Xiao Chun. There was a kind of perverted pride in his aloof expression. Did his face change? Perhaps it did not. This was the true face of the Cyclic Astral Lord. Chapter 1339. After the Cyclic Astral Lord lost his smile, the originally harmonious atmosphere between the two vanished without a trace. The atmosphere turned silent and oppressive. For some reason, Xiao Chun felt very at ease. He felt relaxed in his heart and did not regret it all. Perhaps it was because Xiao Chun did not like to wear a mask or disguise when conversing with others. He did not like others wearing a mask to interact with him. That way, it would be boring and oppressive. Xiao Chun faced his heart. He was such a person. Even though the Cyclic Astral Lord was a prime, Xiao Chun was not willing to speak to him while wearing a mask. The Cyclic Astral Lord said indifferently, "Xiao Chun, not to mention that you have not advanced to Martial Emperor yet. Even if you did, you would still be a minor character in my eyes. Don't think too highly of yourself. You simply do not understand the world that I see." Xiao Chun smiled calmly and said, "What is there to not understand? Isn't it just being a prime with no way out? You do not have the courage of the Thunder King, daring to try the path that no one dares to take. The ambition and desire in your heart prevent you from being satisfied with your current accomplishments. Even if it is Zodiac Hall, as long as it can fulfill your ambition, you can easily give up on it." Whoosh! The temperature of the place suddenly plummeted. Xiao Chun was clearly not far from the solar true flame, but he felt a chill down his spine, chilling his heart. The Cyclic Astral Lord's expression did not change. However, he did not hide his killing chi well, and it leaked out. "Continue," the Cyclic Astral Lord said, enunciating every word with a sullen expression, not showing any emotional fluctuations. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely not dare to continue in such a situation. They feared enraging the Cyclic Astral Lord and getting killed. Xiao Chun did not care. He already figured out what kind of person the other party was. In that case, there was nothing to fear. Furthermore, Xiao Chun firmly believed that this Cyclic Astral Lord would not dare to make a move on him. There's only one reason why you rejected the deity race. The deity race's conditions do not allow you to leave this abandoned land. The great chaos of the Kunlun realm, the calamity of the demons, and the survival of Zodiac Hall have nothing to do with you. You have long since grown tired of all this. Only I can show you the hope of leaving this abandoned land." Xiao Chun organized all the clues that he knew in his mind, meticulously analyzing them. Among the supreme beings he had met before, Big Brother Zongtian was also ambitious and wanted to leave this banished land. However, in the depths of Xiao Chun's heart, he was filled with worries. He could not let go of the Haotian sect or his friends and family in the Kunlun realm. Even if he really had the chance to leave the land of exile, he might not be able to bring himself to do so. However, this Cyclic Astral Lord was different. As long as he had the chance, he would be willing to bury the entire Zodiac Hall with him. As long as he could fulfill his wish, he could give up everything. As for the Myriad Law Demon Master, he was indifferent to everything. Everything went according to his heart. If he could do it, then so be it. If he couldn't, then so be it. Xiao Chun spoke bluntly, not avoiding any taboo topics. The Cyclic Astral Lord smiled faintly and said, "You are really good at guessing. However, You definitely would not have guessed that the Northern Sea Alliance, which you feel the most at ease with, is currently in internal strife. You also would not have guessed that no matter how much effort you put in, with just one word from the Lunar Palace, all the Holy Lands would change sides. Xiao Qin's expression changed slightly, and the fluctuations in his heart appeared on his face. This made the cyclic astral lord reveal another smile. As long as you say the word, I can help you settle the internal strife of the Northern Sea Alliance and refine the cycle banner. I can even give you this solar true flame. What word? The cyclic astral lord removed his disguise and took out a scarlet stone. Then he stated his purpose. This is a heavenly heart stone obtained from the heavenly Tao. All you need to do is swear to bring me out of this banished land within 100 years. An oath stone. Little 3 suddenly spoke from the 3-life mirror, making Xiao Chun rejoice in his heart. He replied, Little 3, you woke up? Hee hee. Isn't that obvious? Elder Brother White Robes, if I did not wake up, how would Little 3 talk to you? Elder Brother White Robes, you have to be careful with this oath stone. If you fail to do so, all the oaths will take effect. Xiao Chun was stunned. Unexpectedly, there was such a strange thing in the world. The cyclic astral lord continued, If you fail, your heart will shatter and you will die. With the other holy lord, he spoke of favors and friendship. However, with this cyclic astral lord, it was a bare transaction. There was no such thing as favors. Or rather, the pride in the cyclic astral lord's heart made him disdainful of talking about favors with people like Xiao Chun. In the Kunlun realm, no matter who it was, the cyclic astral lord did not care about favors. This person before the cyclic astral lord was extremely terrifying. If the cyclic astral lord allowed the cyclic astral lord to charge out of this abandoned land, he would definitely make a move on Xiao Chun. This was equivalent to using the benefits before him to create a strong opponent for himself in the future. Xiao Chun repeatedly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. After a moment of silence, he said, Deal. The cyclic astral lord smiled faintly and said, Even if you can see through my heart, you cannot reject my conditions. No matter how great your accomplishments are in the future, you are destined to benefit me. After saying that, the cyclic astral lord tossed the oath stone to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun held the oath stone in his hand and gave the other party a deep look. This was a gamble. However, at this point, Xiao Chun had a gamble. He was different from the cyclic astral lord. Be it the Haotian sect or the Northern Sea Alliance, they were existences that he could not part with. Even if it was clearly disadvantageous to him, he had to agree to the other party's conditions. I, Xiao Chun, swear that I will bring the cyclic astral lord away from this abandoned land within 100 years. Otherwise, my heart will shatter and I will die. After Xiao Chun swore the oath, the mysterious stone in his hand melted in his palm and flowed into his body, vanishing. When the cyclic astral lord saw Xiao Chun finish his oath, he revealed a satisfied expression. He said, Stay here for 3 days. Take as much of the solar true flame and the lunar true flame as you can. Xiao Qin asked sullenly, Let me ask you something. Do you know where the Thunder King is? Why the need to ask? Since you already swore, you will walk the path of the Thunder King sooner or later. Just refine the flame here in peace and think about how to deal with the Lunar Palace. I can only help you deal with the Northern Sea Alliance's problem. After leaving that sentence, the cyclic astral lord left. Seeing the other party leave, Little 3 immediately leaped out of the immortal spirit ring. Ao Jiao quickly followed behind, staring at the solar true flame in a daze. Xiao Qin knew what Ao Jiao was thinking. He asked, Ao Jiao, can the flame here revive Little Yellow Feather quickly? Ao Jiao shook her head and replied, I'm not sure. The solar divine flame is of a higher grade than the solar true flame. However, the solar true flame here has already reached its peak. Furthermore, it has been here for tens of thousands of years. It is hard to say. In that case, there is no need to worry about it. I'll give it a try for now. Since this cyclic astral lord agreed to give me 3 days, I have to make good use of it. After Xiao Qin spoke, he placed the golden crow egg into the solar true flame. After that, a light flashed in each of Xiao Qin's eyes, and they started spinning quickly. A suction force spread out, and the solar true flame and lunar true flame in the vast flame pool turned into motes of light, continuously entering Xiao Qin's eyes. Xiao Qin sat cross-legged, absorbing and refining as he did so. At the same time, he thought hard about what the cyclic astral lord said. The Northern Sea Alliance had internal strife. Without needing to guess, Xiao Qin was sure that the deity Dao Union was causing trouble. Since the cyclic astral lord agreed to deal with it, there was no need to think about it for now. Right now, Xiao Qin should be thinking about how to deal with the Lunar Palace's problem. He had not expected the Lunar Palace to have such strong influence. The deity Dao Union had been harassing Xiao Qin, preventing him from interacting with the other Holy Lands. They had placed all their trump cards on him. The other party probably thought the same. As long as they placed all their resources on the Lunar Palace and successfully persuaded them, they could turn the situation around in one go. However, how should the Lunar Palace break out of this situation? The Lunar Palace had already said that Bright Moon City did not welcome Xiao Qin, the descendant of the Qing Emperor. Chapter 1340. How to deal with the Lunar Palace's situation. After thinking for a long time, Xiao Qin still could not figure it out. In the Lunar Palace, the only person he could interact with was the Holy Daughter, Yu Bingyan. She held a high position, the next mistress of the Lunar Palace. The crucial point was this next mistress. No matter what her future was like, she could not influence the Lunar Palace's thoughts right now. Whoosh! Just at this moment, a Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram suddenly appeared behind Xiao Qin. The solar true flame and the lunar true flame chased each other, forming a beautiful diagram. Xiao Qin felt excited. How fast? It has only been half a day, and my solar true flame and lunar true flame both rose to rank 6 at the same time. Xiao Qin stopped swallowing, and the flame whirlpools in his eyes stopped spinning. Xiao Qin narrowed his eyes and stretched out his hand. A golden light flickered, and 2 Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagrams appeared at the same time, one in front and one behind. Buzz! The surrounding 100 meters suddenly froze. Everything, from the insignificant specks of dust, froze. Amid the haziness, Xiao Qin scratched the surface of the state of space. When 2 new Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagrams appeared at the same time, they could actually freeze the space within 100 meters. Xiao Qin revealed an expression of joy. He temporarily forgot about the Lunar Palace's troubles and tried to widen the distance between the 2 Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagrams. With a bang, the space shattered, and wisps of flames flew in all directions. Xiao Qin frowned and said, "It looks like I was too hasty. If I want to increase the range, I have to continue raising the quality of the flames." As Xiao Qin looked at the vast flame pool before him, envy flashed in his eyes. This was the power of accumulations. If Xiao Qin could completely possess it and use this flame to spread out the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, its might would be unimaginable. However, this was just a thought. There is no need to feel pity. There are still 2.5 days. It should not be a problem to raise the flames to rank 7. After calming down, Xiao Qin continued to absorb the essence of these flames. 2 days later, where Tian Yushi was, Xiao Hoju, Yiling, and the others all showed sullen expressions. Among them, Xiao Hojue was the most outstanding. Just as he was about to succeed in overthrowing the Yi clan, he suddenly stopped. The cyclic astral lord suddenly appeared and forcefully interfered in the internal power struggle of the Northern Sea Alliance, helping the Yi clan stabilize its position as the alliance chief. Furthermore, after learning that Zodiac Hall sided with the Dragon's Gate, the many voices in the Northern Sea Alliance that supported the deity Dao Union immediately fell silent. With the support of the Astral Palace and the Northern Sea Alliance, the deity Dao Union's reputation in the heavenly starry ocean plummeted. Right now, practically no one in the heavenly starry ocean was talking about the deity Dao Union. All they talked about was news about the Dragon's Gate. Damn it, this cyclic astral lord is too overbearing. As a prime, he actually supports Xiao Qin so openly openly declaring war on our deity Dao Union. Xiao Ju said, feeling aggrieved. Even now, he still remembered the appearance of the cyclic Astral Lord's clone and the group's stupefied expressions. Yiling's eyes flickered. Then he glanced at Tian Yushi and said, "Indeed, the cyclic Astral Lord went overboard. If the deity Dao Union did not suppress them, they would lose all their momentum, giving off the impression that they were just putting on a brave front. It would be hard to avoid disheartening those who followed the deity Dao Union." Xiao Ju said worriedly, "Xiao Chun has already convinced 2 primes. Adding in Zongtian and the Fox King, the Dragon's Gate side now has 4 primes. Why do I feel that the Dragon's Gate's momentum is already comparable to our deity Dao Unions?" On the surface, the deity Dao Union had 3 primes: Emperor Forsaken, the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God, and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. Adding in the 3 Holy Masters, the deity Dao Union had 4 primes. The deity Dao Union originally held the absolute advantage. However, after Xiao Chun made a move, the situation actually evened out. 2 months ago, Feng Wuji was still filled with confidence. Now, his confidence wavered somewhat. Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen's elegance terrified him. Tian Yushi revealed a disdainful smile. "Feng Wuji, don't underestimate our deity race. Who told you that our deity race has only 1 prime?" Feng Wuji's eyelids twitched. Could it be that the deity race has 2 primes? There are some things that you don't need to know. Just think about it. The Heaven-Punishing Corpse God, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, and the 3 Holy Masters of your human race are not fools. If they do not see the deity race's true trump card, how could they be willing to submit to the deity race? Tian Yushi's indifferent words stunned both Xiao Ju and Feng Wuji. Could it be that the deity race really has an unknown trump card? To think that the Divine Daughter is so confident. Right now, there is no need to care about the Dragon's Gate's momentum. As long as we can convince the Lunar Palace, all of Xiao Chen's efforts will be in vain. Xiao Ju interjected. "What if they are not convinced?" Tian Yushi said sullenly, "Absolutely not. The Lunar Palace has a blood feud with the Qing Emperor. Back then, the Qing Emperor killed the Lunar Palace's palace master and many elders in a fit of rage. No matter how many years pass, no one will forget this." Yiling, who had been silent all this while, said, "Actually, there is no need to overthink this. Even if the Lunar Palace does not agree, as long as we destroy the Haotian sect, the Dragon's Gate's momentum will scatter. The Holy Lord Primes that follow him will naturally make another choice. His alliance is too scattered." Tian Yushi nodded and said, "That's right. However, if that happens, the Kunlun realm will fall into chaos. Once a huge battle broke out, it would affect everything else. The entire Kunlun realm would descend into chaos. If the Haotian sect could be destroyed that easily, the deity Dao Union would not have waited until now to make a move. Holy Lady, Xingju and Xiezi Xuan are here." The doors to the secret room opened, and the deity race sovereign martial emperor, Qin Xiu, barged in with 2 people. Tian Yoshi showed joy on her face. Xingju and Xiezi Xuan. One was the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God's personal disciple, and the other was the East Mountain Ghost Monarch's personal disciple. After returning from the celestial battlefield, their strength had increased greatly, and they had even killed the first Heaven Emperor Wu. The 2 of them had been in seclusion for a long time. Finally, the 2 of them had returned. With Xingju and Xiezishuan around, the chances of persuading the other party in the Lunar Palace would be much greater. If the 2 of them could suppress Xiao Chun in the Lunar Palace, they would be able to do so. In the heavenly starry ocean, the momentum of the deity Dao Union would instantly catch up to that of the Dragon's Gate. After not seeing each other for some time, the 2's strength had increased significantly. Their auras were even denser. When Xiao Ju and Feng Wuji saw this, they were startled at the same time. They actually felt some fear from the 2. They could no longer understand Xingju and Xiezi Xuan's strength. Strange, why is Di Wuk not out of closed-door cultivation yet? Is he not going to appear on the trip to the Lunar Palace? Xie Xuan said after exchanging glances with Xing Ju. Perhaps he really will not appear. I cannot guarantee that. Xing Ju waved his hand and said, "It's fine. Alone, the two of us might not be able to deal with Xiao Chun. However, if the two of us work together, we are confident of blocking Xiao Chun. When are you preparing to depart?" "Half a month from now, the Lunar Palace will hold a ceremony to view the divine weapon. At that time, all the major factions will go and watch. We will choose that time to appear." Xiao Chun, who was still absorbing the solar true flame and the lunar true flame, did not know that his two old rivals had already arrived in the heavenly starry ocean. He also did not know what the Lunar Palace's ceremony to view the divine weapon had to do with him. At this moment, Xiao Chun was looking at the flame pool in disappointment, not knowing how to console Ao Jiao. 3 days were about to pass, but the golden crow egg in the solar true flame still showed no signs of activity. The flame was too dense. Xiao Chun could not make out the exact situation with his spiritual sense. However, if the golden crow egg had a reaction, there would definitely be some fluctuations. However, from start to end, the surface of the lava formed by the solar true flame did not show any strange movements. Blue Dragon King, 3 days have already passed. Are you still not leaving? Suddenly, the urging of a cyclic astral palace elder came from outside. Xiao Chun frowned slightly and had no choice but to take out the golden crow egg. Whoosh! However, the instant the golden crow egg charged out, the expressions of Xiao Chun and Ao Jiao changed at the same time in shock. How did this golden crow egg turn golden? Chapter 1341. Although the golden crow egg had the word gold, Xiao Chun remembered it very clearly. It had always been the color of white jade, its surface smooth and its spiritual energy withdrawn. Now, however, it had turned golden, a fiery gold. It was like a burning rock. When placed in Xiao Chun's hand, it felt like a clump of fierce fire. He could even feel the heat coming from it. "Ao Jiao, what's going on?" Xiao Chun asked, feeling suspicious. Ao Jiao rubbed her nose and shook her head. "I'm not sure. I've never seen or heard of such a situation before." Hee, little 3 knows about this. This golden crow mutated. A holy beast's bloodline is pure. Normally, it is very hard for it to mutate. However, once it mutates, there will be an unexpected change. Xiao Chun and Ao Jiao looked at little 3 in surprise. Unexpectedly, this girl knew so much. Little 3 smiled bashfully and said, "Don't look at me like that. During the Immortal epoch, golden crows were very common. There should still be many of them now. However, they are rather rare in this abandoned land." Xiao Chun did not care about this. He continued asking, "Is it a good change or a bad change?" "Naturally, it is good. It is very hard for holy beasts to mutate. During our era, if the golden crow mutated, it would have become the absolute king of the golden crow race." Little 3's tone was very certain, allowing Xiao Chun and Ao Jiao to release their bated breaths. Why did it mutate? Xiao Chun shifted his gaze to the lunar true flame, which was right next to the solar true flame. Perhaps it had something to do with this vast lunar true flame. This flame pool had received 2 kinds of flames for a long time. Its yin and yang attributes were no longer as pure. However, Xiao Chun could not figure out what was going on. The people outside were rushing him, so he could not stay any longer. "Come, let's go out. Come, let's go out." Little 3 and Ao Jiao quickly flashed, returning to the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Chun returned the way he came. The moment he appeared in the Sun Palace, he saw the cyclic astral lord, who had been waiting for a long time. The cyclic astral lord still looked very spirited and full of boundless charm. However, after seeing through this person's heart, he no longer gave Xiao Chun the feeling of being subdued. "Your complexion is not bad. Looks like you've gained quite a lot. Here you go." The cycle banner slowly appeared in the cyclic astral lord's palm. Then, he tossed the banner back to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun took it. The flagpole had turned golden and was engraved with densely packed stars, sun, and moon. If it was spread out, it would look like a resplendent starry sky. The color of the flag was even more blood red than before. The red flag was like blood, and it looked like it was about to overflow. It was filled with killing intent. When Shao Chun looked carefully, the cyclic astral lord had indeed kept his promise, helping him merge the sixth pane thrown into it. This war banner of yours is truly extraordinary. You've wasted so many divine materials for nothing. What a pity. I used the refining methods of the cyclic astral palace to refine it for you. I did not add any divine materials, but it directly raised its quality by one level. The cyclic astral lord spoke casually, as if he was talking about something insignificant. As Shao Chun held the cycle banner, he felt startled in his heart. No matter how hypocritical or ambitious this person was, he would not be able to defeat him. No matter how hypocritical or ambitious this person was, he was indeed very talented, worthy of admiration. In the future, when he left this abandoned land, he would definitely be a major character. I already helped you settle the matter of the Northern Sea Alliance. I can't help you with the Lunar Palace's side, so you can do as you see fit. I know you're not willing to go to the Lunar Palace. However, you already swore an oath. It is no longer up to you. Whether you are willing or not, you have to take down the Lunar Palace. Right now, the two were on the same boat. Although they each had their own thoughts, they had the same goal for now. The cyclic astral lord was even more unwilling than Shao Chun to see the Lunar Palace side with the deity Dao Union. Shao Chun ignored the cyclic astral lord's words, which sounded like an order. He said calmly, "Many thanks. You do not have to worry about the Lunar Palace's matters. I will do my best. There is no need to put pressure on me. It is not that I want to put pressure on you. The Lunar Palace's new transcendent divine weapon has already been refined. Half a month later, they will hold the divine weapon unveiling ceremony. At that time, Tianyu, she will personally pay a visit. Half a month is the last time you have. Do as you see fit." After the cyclic astral lord said this, he started to send off the guest, showing no intention of exchanging pleasantries. Shao Chun could not be bothered to linger. He felt very uncomfortable when he was with this person. He did not like such a situation at all. After leaving the Zodiac Hall, Shao Chun landed on the surface of the sea. For a moment, he did not know where to go. Go to the Lunar Palace? There was no need to think about it. If he went rashly, he would definitely be chased back in disgrace. Bright Moon City would not welcome him at all. Go to the Northern Sea Alliance. They no longer needed him there. With the cyclic astral lord making a move, he would naturally resolve the problem there. Shao Chun, where are we going now? Let's go back. After all, there are some things that cannot be forced. For problems that I cannot figure out, there is no solution no matter how I think about it. I'll just let nature take its course. Helpless against the Lunar Palace, Shao Chun shook his head. Then, he decided to return to Heavenly Star Island and calm down. In the past few days, Shao Chun had been rushing all over the place, not stopping for even a moment. He had fought several huge battles that left him shaken to the core, nearly triggering the great tribulation of wind and fire in advance. After making up his mind, Shao Chun returned to Heavenly Star Island 3 days later. However, he had not returned for 2 months. When he returned, he discovered that Heaven Dragon City was already several times more bustling than before. Shao Chun could vaguely feel a great aura in the sky above Heavenly Star Island, gathering wind and clouds in all directions, attracting everyone's attention. As for the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace, it looked lifeless. Under the suppression of the Dragon's Gate, it had fallen to a second-rate faction, its luck plummeting. The news of Shao Chun's return to Heavenly Star Island startled only a few people. Immo Chun immediately rushed over to the mountain where Shao Chun was in closed-door cultivation. Right now, Immo Chun was already the female city lord in name. The city lord token of Heaven Dragon City was in her hands. She was the one who dealt with the various factions, the planning of the Dragon's Gate, and the various branches of the Dragon's Gate. Shao Chun was only in name. He spent most of his time cultivating. Big brother Shao Chun, this is for you. After Immo Chun arrived, she tossed a jade strip to Shao Chun. Shao Chun received it and took a look. Then he asked, "What is this?" Immo Chun smiled and explained, "This is a gathering token. When you do things, you always have a backup plan. You managed to convince those primes and the Holy Lord, but you did not leave behind any means to inform them. Let me ask you, if the Hautian sect is in danger now, how are you going to inform them? Of course, I will send someone to inform them through the transportation formation. The moment Xiao Chun said that, he realized the problem. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "That's too slow. I really did not think of that." Mo Chun smiled and said, "That's why I prepared the gathering token for you. The moment you left, I got someone to deliver this gathering token to the great Holy Lord. Once something unexpected happens, just shatter this jade strip, and the other Holy Lord will receive the news." Xiaochen put away the jade strip solemnly and said, "Thank you. Hee, it's fine. This is all I can do to help you. I can't do anything else." When Mo Chun heard Xiaochen's thanks, she revealed a satisfied expression. She continued, "Oh, right. Are you still preparing to go out?" Xiaochen sighed and said, "I do want to go out. However, never mind. I have no idea what to do with the Lunar Palace. Their palace master personally said that they will not welcome me, blocking my way. I can't even enter Bright Moon City." At the mention of this, Xiaochun showed a helpless expression. If the Lunar Palace steeled itself to reject a person, no one could force their way in. Even if this person was a sovereign martial emperor, it would not work. Furthermore, Xiaochun was not one yet. You want to participate in the Lunar Palace's divine weapon unveiling ceremony, right? Mo Chun asked softly as a light flashed in her bright eyes. Xiaochun nodded. At the same time, he repeated the cyclic astral lord's words. Once the Lunar Palace sided with the deity Dao Union, all of Xiaochun's previous efforts would go to waste. I can't help you convince the Lunar Palace. However, getting you to enter Bright Moon City is not a problem. After Mo Chun heard what Xiaochun said, she smiled faintly. Then, like she was performing a magic trick, a jade fan made of moonlight appeared in her hand. Then, she slowly opened the fan. The melodious sound of the zither and the elegant voice of a song floated out from the fan. Xiaochun's expression changed. He said, "This is the Lunar Palace's bright jade fan. As long as one has this fan, they can even meet the Lunar Palace's palace master." Where did you get it? This was truly a turning point, a glimmer of hope. Xiaochun, who was about to give up, suddenly saw a path before him. Mo Chun smiled mischievously. "Guess." Chapter 1342. Xiaochun thought for a while. Then, he revealed a smile. "I guess it has something to do with that transcendent divine weapon." For Mo Chun to establish a connection with the Lunar Palace and even get the Lunar Palace to give her a bright jade fan, someone from the Lunar Palace must have asked her to help refine the transcendent divine weapon. Mo Chun had the Book of Heavenly Works. Her refining skills were already extraordinary. Aside from this, Xiaochun could not think of any other reason. Mo Chun smiled faintly and said, "You are not stupid. I did not refine that transcendent divine weapon. I only assisted from the side, using the Book of Heavenly Works to help control the temperature of the flame and let the swordsmith focus on forging." Xiaochun understood that while Mo Chun spoke humbly, she had definitely helped a lot. Otherwise, she would not have given him a bright jade fan. With a bright jade fan, he could get the Lunar Palace to help him with something, which would be like owing her a favor. Of course, this referred to an ordinary matter. Getting the Lunar Palace to side with the Dragon's Gate was impossible with just the bright jade fan. Back then, the holy daughter Yu Bingyan personally came to look for me. At first, I hesitated and did not agree. However, she seemed to have anticipated today's situation and repeatedly begged me to help, to obtain this bright jade fan and hand it to you. Mo Chun spoke tirelessly, telling the truth. Xiaochun's heart skipped a beat. Did Yu Bingyun really manage to reach this step? Probably not. Xiaochun did not believe that anyone could be that incredible. She just wanted to give me a chance to go to the Lunar Palace. Regardless of whether that was the case or not, this jade fan was indeed of great help to me now. Xiaochun put away the jade fan and paced around the room, thinking about how to face the Lunar Palace's people. He was somewhat confident of dealing with the other Holy Lands. However, this was the only Holy Land that he was in danger. Big Brother Xiaochun. Actually, there's no need to be anxious. When Mo Chun saw the worry on Xiaochun's face, She consoled him. Actually, the one who should be anxious is not you, but the deity Dao Yunyan's group. Big brother Shao Chun, you already convinced the various holy lands. However, they only managed to convince the divine dragon palaces of the four seas. Right now, you hold the complete advantage in the heavenly starry ocean. Why put so much pressure on yourself? Shao Chen's eyes lit up. When he heard Mo Chen's words, he immediately felt enlightened, feeling refreshed. When Mo Chen saw Shao Chen's frown relax, she continued, "Sometimes, when you look at a problem from a different angle, you will discover that the situation can change immediately. Right now, you should not think of yourself as the weak party. Right now, your momentum is flourishing in the heavenly starry ocean, and your reputation is great. The weak party is the deity Dao Yunyan. If they cannot convince the lunar palace, they will lose everything in the heavenly starry ocean. It will be even more difficult for them to destroy the Haotian sect, and they will have to pay an even greater price. You have already disrupted their plans." Shao Chen's eyes lit up. He nodded and said, "That's right. Mo Chen, continue." After receiving encouragement, she continued analyzing. "As long as the lunar palace remains neutral, big brother Shao Chun, you have already succeeded. As for the deity Dao Yunyan, they need to take down the lunar palace. Otherwise, all their plans in the heavenly starry ocean will fail." Shao Chen smiled and said, "That's right. Why must the lunar palace side with the dragon's gate? They just need to remain neutral." With Mo Chen's explanation, Shao Chen's train of thought immediately cleared. The most important thing was that his mental state completely changed. "Many thanks. If not for what you said, even if I could enter Bright Moon City, it would not be of much use. Instead, it might even have the opposite effect," Shao Chun said sincerely after calming down. It was just like how the deity Dao Yunyan sent someone to assassinate Shao Chun, which ended up helping him. If Shao Chun went to the lunar palace and did not control his mental state, he might end up helping the deity Dao Yunyan. With this thought, Shao Chun felt a chill run down his spine. He had nearly made a huge mistake. "Oh, right, I still have not asked you. What exactly is that transcendent divine weapon?" Shao Chun asked out of curiosity. The lunar palace wanted to forge a new transcendent divine weapon. Shao Chun knew about this. Back then, Yu Bingyan had told him about it. The startling phoenix Zither was ranked 10th on the divine weapon ranking. It was too dangerous and could be pushed down at any moment. The lunar palace needed to forge a new transcendent divine weapon. It is a set of sabers and swords, one saber and one sword. Although they are two divine weapons, the two can merge into one. Furthermore, they come from the same source, so they could be considered one transcendent divine weapon. Shao Chun understood this. A set of weapons could be seen as one. The 7 deadly sins in his hand were the same. Mo Chun continued. One is the wind shadow sword, and the other is the cloud moon saber. The two are extremely horrifying. The shadow of the wind and the moon of the clouds. Wind and clouds merge, and the shadow of the moon is missing. This transcendent divine weapon involves 5 states. Furthermore, it needs to be combined with the 2 profound martial techniques of the lunar palace. Its might is extremely horrifying. Now, it ranks first on the divine weapon ranking. Shao Chun asked casually, "What if it cannot be combined?" And Mo Chan said, "Since it is a set and cannot be combined, its might will naturally be greatly reduced. It might even be weaker than an ordinary divine weapon." However, 3 days later, a piece of unexpected news spread throughout the entire heavenly starry ocean like a strong gust of wind, despite Shao Chen's casual question. The lunar palace sent out news that anyone who could draw the cloud moon saber during the divine weapon unveiling ceremony would be able to enter the lunar palace and marry the holy daughter. The moment this news spread, all the men in the heavenly starry ocean went crazy. In the lunar palace, most female disciples could marry, but the holy daughter could not. After becoming the lunar palace's holy daughter, while enjoying the attention of the world and being aloof, she still had to abandon her emotions and endure indescribable loneliness. After becoming the lunar palace's holy daughter, while enjoying the attention of the world and being aloof, she still had to abandon her emotions and endure indescribable loneliness. As for the holy daughter, that was something that could only be thought of in their hearts. Unexpectedly, as long as one drew a saber, one could marry the holy daughter. As for the holy daughter, that was something that could only be thought of in their hearts. Unexpectedly, as long as one drew a saber, one could marry the holy daughter. This news was like a bomb going off in the deep sea, spreading very quickly. It instantly overshadowed the matter of Xiao Chun convincing the various holy lands. When Xiao Chun first arrived in the heavenly starry ocean, he had seen the holy daughter's prestige in the heavenly starry ocean. Not only did she enjoy a good reputation in the world of cultivators, she enjoyed an even more venerated position among ordinary people. Among ordinary mortals, her status was even more revered. She was like a fairy in the mortal world. He didn't even dare to think about marrying such a woman as his wife. When Xiao Chun and Mo Chun heard this news, they were both stunned. Indeed, no one would have thought of such an unexpected thing beforehand. Mo Chun looked at Xiao Chun and asked, "Tell me, did you know about this long ago? Otherwise, why did you ask me what would happen if the two could not be combined?" Xiao Chun smiled bitterly and said, "It was really just a casual question. If not for you, I would not even know what a transcendent divine weapon is." Mo Chun smiled and said, "I was just saying it casually. There's no need to be so nervous. It looks like there is no one in the lunar palace who can make the cloud moon saber recognize a master." A divine weapon recognizing a master was a very strange thing. Some divine weapons could easily recognize a master as long as one was strong enough. However, some divine weapons, such as the 7 deadly sins in Xiao Chen's hand, required the cultivator to be compatible with the divine weapon. Otherwise, the divine weapon would never recognize a master, no matter how strong it was. Is there a need to sacrifice a holy daughter for a divine weapon? Xiao Chun could not understand this. As he looked at the bright jade fan in his hand, he vaguely thought of something. Mo Chun said, "You don't understand. Right now, this saber and sword are at the top of the divine weapon ranking. The lunar palace poured 10,000 years of accumulations into this. They're specially forged to deal with a great calamity. It is impossible for them to give up, so they can only resort to this method. Furthermore, my guess is that the lunar palace definitely has countermeasures to control the person who can make the divine weapon recognize a master." However, Xiao Chen did not hear what Mo Chen said. He stared at the bright jade fan in a daze. Did Yu Bingyun expect this to happen? Yu Bingyun guessed long ago that no one in the lunar palace could make the cloud moon saber recognize a master. Even after Yu Bingyun tried to dissuade them, the lunar palace still insisted on forging this set of divine weapons. Hence, the lunar palace gave Mo Chun the bright jade fan to hand to him. Could this be his opportunity for the divine weapon unveiling ceremony? After the twists and turns, what Xiao Chun saw was not the light at the end of the tunnel that he wanted. Instead, there were new waves and new problems. Chapter 1343. As Xiao Chun looked at the bright jade fan, his emotions fluctuated. For a moment, he forgot that Mo Chun was talking to him. "Big brother Xiao Chun. Big brother Xiao Chun." Only after Mo Chun called out twice did Xiao Chun react. He said, Sorry. I was thinking about something else." Mo Chun smiled faintly and said, "Actually, I already guessed it. Why would Yu Bingyun come to Heavenly Star Island to beg me for no reason? She must have some sort of relationship with big brother Xiao Chun." Xiao Chun sighed softly and said calmly, "It can't be considered a relationship. I just experienced some life-and-death situations with her and went on adventures together. Suddenly, when I heard that she was going to marry, my emotions fluctuated somewhat." "What's wrong? Does big brother Xiao Chun like her?" Mo Chun asked seriously as she blinked and looked at Xiao Chun. This question stumped Xiao Chun. Did he like Yu Bingyun? The answer was obvious. As the holy daughter, Yu Bingyun was pretty and refined. Her character was elegant and magnanimous. No man would not have a good impression of such a girl. Naturally, Xiao Chun was no exception. However, he did not know how much of a good impression Yu Bingyun had. Furthermore, right now, He was like duckweed, about to sink at any moment. He did not dare to talk about love. Xiaochen was certain that there was only one lover in his heart, Qingyun Peak's Lu Ruyue. No matter how many years had passed and how much they had experienced, Xiaochen buried this feeling in his heart and would never forget it. As for the others, Xiaochen did not think too much about them. After thinking for a while, Xiaochen replied, "Regardless of whether she likes you or not, since she asked you to give the bright jade fan to me, then she definitely does not like to marry. It would have been fine if I did not know. Now that I know, I have to help her this time." Humph. Right after Xiaochen spoke, Ao Jiao snorted heavily from the immortal spirit ring, appearing extremely dissatisfied. Since he wanted to help, then Xiaochen would definitely draw his saber. As the lunar shadow saber's item spirit, Ao Jiao immediately felt jealous. When Little Three heard that, she laughed endlessly at the side, scolding Ao Jiao. Ao Jiao was angry and ignored her. Xiaochen could not explain it to her for now, so he could only let her be. He said to Imo Chun, "Make some preparations. When the time comes, you will come with me to Bright Moon City." "I'll go with you." Xiaochen nodded. "Yes, this lunar palace is very important to me as well. Stay by my side and remind me when necessary so that I won't do anything stupid." When Imo Chun heard this, she smiled and said, "Sure. I also want to see how crazy the scene will be." When the group in the pavilion where Tianyu, she was learned that Yu Bingyun was going to marry the person who drew the Cloud Moon Saber, they were greatly startled. They didn't expect such a thing to happen before they left. The thinking of the Lunar Palace is really unfathomable. If the person who drew the saber was old and ugly, then wouldn't the holy daughter Yu Bingyun be in trouble? Xing Ju shook his head, indicating that he did not understand. Xie Zishuan smiled gently and said, "Isn't that simple? Just go and draw that Cloud Moon Saber, and everything will be fine." "Ha ha ha, I will definitely give it a try. Marrying the holy daughter is indeed very tempting," Xing Ju replied indifferently. Tianyu, she frowned slightly and said, "This commotion is very sudden. I really don't know if it is good or bad for us." Xiao Hoju analyzed, "No matter who draws the Cloud Moon Saber, as long as it is not Xiaochen, it is a good thing for us." Feng Wuji added, "Don't worry. Xiaochen cannot even enter Bright Moon City. How can he draw the saber? The best situation is that one of us can draw the Cloud Moon Saber. In that case, the Lunar Palace will definitely side with the deity Dao Union. Xiaochen will have no chance at all." Tianyu, she looked around and glanced at the people present. He felt that this was very possible. Be it Xiao Hoju or Feng Wuji, they were both outstanding talents who returned from experiential training in the astral battlefield. They were stronger than the many outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean. As for Xing Ju and Xie Zishuan, there was no need to even mention them. They were descendants of primes. Now, their strength was unfathomable. They could even kill a regular Emperor Wu. They were much stronger than the outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean. If Xiaochen did not make a move, no one would be able to suppress them. "Very well, it is decided then. I will send people to figure it out as soon as possible. As for the Cloud Moon Saber, the few of you should make preparations. I will definitely reward whoever can draw the Cloud Moon Saber." Tianyu, she said seriously. Xing Ju and the others exchanged glances and did not object. A look flashed in their eyes, mostly of eagerness. Who would not be tempted by a woman like the Holy Daughter? As Xiaochen, Tianyu Shi, and the others made their preparations, all the outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean went crazy. The news spread very quickly. The many cultivators of the Black Sea, the Storm Sea, and the Ice Sea also received the news in the shortest time possible. Immediately, the news of the Lunar Palace's holy daughter getting married spread throughout the entire oceanic world, becoming the hottest topic. The number of people heading to Bright Moon City was several times more than usual. There was a huge crowd, all wanting to test their skills at the divine weapon unveiling ceremony. In the sky, at the palace hovering in the sky like a bright moon, Yu Bingyun had a melancholic expression on her face as she stared out the window in a daze. As the Lunar Palace's holy daughter, Yu Bingyun had never hoped to have a true relationship. For many years, her heart had never changed, never having any ripples. She had only met that person, and her heart slowly changed. There had never been a person who gave her such an intense feeling, stirring her heart and making her worry. However, Yu Bingyun still retained her rationality. Similarly, she did not have any extravagant hopes for any results. She placed that feeling in the depths of her heart. She did not think about it, did not think about it. However, she simply could not accept the current situation. Even if she could not marry for the rest of her life, it would be countless times better than marrying someone she did not like. Would he dare to come? Would he guess why I gave him the bright jade fan? Yu Bingyun's heart was in a mess. No matter what she did, she could not calm down. Her thoughts were a mess, unable to sort them out. Bingyun, what are you thinking about? The Lunar Palace's palace master silently entered the elegant room. Startled, she quickly turned around and bowed. Master, Bingyun is fine. The Lunar Palace's palace master shook her head and said, Your worries are written all over your face. How can you be fine? Don't blame Master. Great chaos is approaching. The demonic great calamity will arrive soon. If the Lunar Palace wants to seek safety under the pressure of the deity Dao Union, it needs the existence of this saber and sword. There will be an even more horrifying demonic great calamity. We will need the Wind Shadow Sword and the Cloud Moon Saber even more. The Lunar Palace has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. We absolutely cannot let it fall here. Yu Bingyun said softly, I know. Bingyun will do whatever Master says. The Lunar Palace's palace master smiled warmly and said, There's no need to overthink. The person who can draw the Cloud Moon Saber is absolutely worthy of you. Given the pride of the Cloud Moon Saber, it will not choose an ugly person. If that person dares to bully you, Master will definitely not spare him. Yu Bingyun smiled bitterly in her heart. If the person was not the one she loved, no matter how outstanding he was, it was useless. However, Yu Bingyun did not show it on her face. She just nodded slightly to indicate that she understood. The Lunar Palace's palace master gave Yu Bingyun a deep look. Yu Bingyun was like a daughter to her. The Lunar Palace's palace master watched her grow up and poured all her heart and soul into her. However, this time, the Lunar Palace's palace master had no choice. To think that no one in the vast Lunar Palace could draw the Cloud Moon Saber. This situation was unexpected. For the sake of forging this saber and sword, the Lunar Palace had exhausted far more resources than the outside world expected. If this saber and sword became mere decorations, then the Lunar Palace would suffer severe injuries to its essence for many years, finding it hard to recover. The more important thing was still to come. The deity, Dao Union, already put a lot of pressure on the Lunar Palace. The Lunar Palace did not want to lean towards any faction. The Lunar Palace needed to have its own trump card so that the deity Dao Union would not dare to use force on the Lunar Palace. However, the matters of the world were hard to predict. The commotion caused by the divine weapon unveiling ceremony far surpassed her expectations. Chapter 1344. Time passed day by day. Soon, half a month was about to arrive. During this time, Xiao Chun held the bright jade fan and pondered for a long time. The jade fan opened up, and a brilliant light shone out. A melodious song echoed in the surroundings, lingering for a long time. The elegant singing sounded like Yu Bingyun was talking to him. The scenes of their time together flashed in his mind. This girl's graceful bearing continuously appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. He could feel the misery and sorrow in her heart. She was begging him to help her once and not let this happen. However, Xiao Chun wanted to go to the Lunar Palace to obtain the Lunar Palace's help. Xiao Chun told Xiao Chun not to side with the deity Dao Union. If Xiao Chun caused trouble at the divine weapon unveiling ceremony, it would backfire, giving Tianyu Shi and the others chance. This was also the reason why Xiao Chun wanted to bring Immerse along. He was afraid that he would act rashly. Big brother Xiao Chun, we're leaving. Immerse Chun pushed the door open and entered. Half a month had already passed. If they did not leave now, it would be too late. Immerse Chun had urged Xiao Chun to leave several times, but Xiao Chun said there was no rush. But now, he had no choice but to leave, or else he would be late. Xiao Chun closed the jade fan and remained silent for a while before saying, "Let's go." 3 days later, the majestic bright moon city appeared in Xiao Chen's vision like a bright moon. Cultivators heading to the lunar palace filled the sky, the sea, and the surroundings. There was no need to guess. These were all people participating in the divine weapon unveiling ceremony. They all wanted to try their luck to see if they could draw the cloud moon saber. Xiao Chun and Imo Chun both wore round hats on their heads. There was white gauze around the brim of their hats, covering half their faces. Their appearances could not be seen clearly. It seems like there are quite a few acquaintances. Xiao Chun looked around and revealed a faint smile. He saw Yi Chun, whom he had not seen for a long time. This fellow flew toward the city gate alone, and many people recognized him as the Northern Sea Alliance's young alliance leader. But today, he definitely wouldn't stand out too much and wouldn't attract too much discussion. There were too many outstanding talents in Bright Moon City. When Xiao Chun casually looked around, he even saw Di Xinhan and the Heavenly Province Academy's holy son. Now was not the time to greet him. He could not reveal his identity yet. At this moment, Imo Chan pointed and said, "Look, that looks like Goddess Tian Yushi." Xiao Chan looked in the direction Imo Chan pointed. He saw a golden warship flying in the sky. Instead of walking through the city gates, he leaped into the city. At the bow of the ship, a white-haired lady stood gracefully. Xiao Chan looked somewhat familiar. However, based on the silhouette, he was certain that this person was the divine daughter, Tian Yoshi. Who were the two beside them? Why did they look so familiar? Xiao Chan noticed that there was a person on each side of Tian Yushi. These two people looked familiar, but Xiao Chan could not place them. Their auras were extremely grave. Since when did these two people appear beside Tian Yushi? In an instant, Xiao Chan felt fear in his heart. This time, many unexpected things might happen at the divine weapon unveiling ceremony. The matter of the Lunar Palace's holy daughter marrying someone of a lower status surpassed many people's expectations. Before everyone's envious gazes, the deity race's warship flew over Bright Moon City unobstructed. It did not enter through the crowded city gates. Instead, it slowly vanished from Xiao Chen's sight. Dong! 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 Just at this moment, the sound of galloping horses came from the sea, accompanied by the howling of a cold wind. The temperature in the air plummeted. The cold suddenly assaulted everyone, making them feel cold for some reason. Xiao Chan turned his head to take a look. He saw a handsome man with a frosty face and white sideburns riding on an icy horse. He rode on the icy horse, causing snowflakes to drift down. It's young Master Bishui, the Ice Sea's young master. Unexpectedly, he came as well. His father, the Ice Sovereign, is unrivaled in his comprehension of the will of ice. He rules the entire Ice Sea and is no weaker than any of the immortal holy lands. The holy daughter's charm is truly unstoppable. The Ice Sea was not very large. Because it snowed all year round, most of its surface was sealed in ice. Xiao Chen had heard of the Ice Sovereign before, but had never interacted with him. Furthermore, this place was very far from the heavenly starry ocean. Previously, Xiao Chen had not put much thought into going to the Ice Sea. After carefully sizing up this handsome man, Xiao Chen nodded to himself. This person is pretty strong and has many unique aspects. Just as cultivation alone is already a consummation blue-robed emperor. He can undergo his great tribulation of wind and fire at any time and advance to martial emperor. However, it is clear that this person is rather cautious. The other party has probably been stuck at this consummation blue-robed emperor stage for 20 years already. Young Master Bishui, unexpectedly, you are interested in this holy daughter as well. However, I fell in love with the holy daughter at first sight in the storm sea. I think you had better not come. The sound of an intense storm resounded. Then, a young man riding the wind appeared behind young Master Bishui. He had delicate features and could be considered handsome. However, compared to young Master Bishui's frosty expression and icy aura, this person's face was as wild and unruly as a strong wind. His clear eyes flickered with a wild and frenzied expression. Sure Feng, that madman is here as well. Is it the Storm Sea's young master? This fellow is young Master Bi Shui's old rival. His style of doing things is extremely crazy. Young Master Bi Shui looked back and smiled coldly. Fool, Miss you used all the storm stones she borrowed from your Storm Sea on the Wind Shadow Sword. The ice eyes used in the Cloud Moon Saber were all obtained from my ice sea. Who do you think can draw the Cloud Moon Saber? Shifeng smiled and said, haha, in that case, just wait and see. Miss Bingyin told me some of the secrets of the Cloud Moon Saber. Just wait and see. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. However, he did not hear what Shifeng said as he carefully pondered young Master Bi Shui's words. Could it be that Yu Bingyin really had dealings with this Shifeng and young Master Bi Shui before? With this thought, Xiao Chun could not help feeling somewhat uncomfortable. He felt strangely frustrated for some reason, but he did not know why. Whoosh! Not long after the two of them left, they heard an urgent whistling sound in the surroundings. This sound contained a saber intent with an unparalleled sharpness. When Xiao Chun looked up, he saw someone flying over in the sky. He was like a powerful treasure saber tearing through the sky and splitting the cloud sea in half. When Xiao Chun saw this person, he could not help exclaiming hoarsely, Wen Ziren! Wen Ziren, the personal disciple of the saber sovereign Wu Xiaotian, had not seen him for many years. Unexpectedly, the sharpness and saber intent of this person had already become so terrifyingly strong. When Ziren charged straight ahead, disappearing in a flash and entering Bright Moon City, moving as fast as lightning. However, the saber intent that he left behind lingered for a long time, spreading out in the world. Buzz! The sharp saber intent appeared in the world again. Then, 9 figures appeared in the distance. These 9 people carried a rugged saber intent as they tore through the clouds, looking like a sharp saber flying over. The auras of these 9 people were all different. Some were surging flames, some were drifting snow, some were howling storms, some were flashing lightning, and so on and so forth. The only thing they had in common was that all of them had an extremely strong saber intent. With one glance, one would tremble in fear. There are so many Saber Sovereign descendants. Aside from the true Saber Sovereign's descendant, Wen Ziren, the personal disciples of the Inferno Saber Sovereign, the Ice Saber Sovereign, and the Thunder Saber Sovereign are all rushing over. It looks like the rumors are true. I heard long ago that the Lunar Palace's Palace Master personally sent out invitations to the many Saber Sovereigns. Now they're all here. It's over. We're probably done for. With so many experts of the Saber Dao and outstanding talents, one of them will definitely draw the Lunar Shadow Saber and marry the Holy Daughter. Many discussions rang out without end. Everyone's tone was filled with disappointment. Originally, they still had some hope that they could take advantage of this. Now, it looked like that was just wishful thinking. This seems to be somewhat difficult. Under the hat, Xiao Chun frowned heavily. Then, he took out the bright jade fan and took a look. His frown slowly relaxed. No matter what, since Yu Bingyan made this request, he would help out. He would draw the Cloud Moon Saber and destroy this ceremony. Chapter 1345. Withdrawing his gaze, Xiao Chun soared into the air with Mo Chun, heading for Bright Moon City. Instantly, the surrounding cultivators focused their attention on the two. They revealed suspicious expressions. Who is this person? Why does he dare to fly in a Bright Moon City like those holy scions? Could he be from another place and not know the rules? That's impossible. No matter how ignorant he is, he would not dare to barge into the Lunar Palace. He must be an outstanding talent of a holy land or someone who received an invitation from the Lunar Palace. Just watch. If he is not a holy scion, someone will definitely stop him. Just as Xiao Chun and Mo Chun approached the city, 2 beautiful female disciples flew over from the air. They said softly, "This is Bright Moon City. If you have not received an invitation, please enter through the city gates." Without saying anything, Xiao Chun took out the bright jade fan and opened it. Immediately, the bright jade fan gave off a bright light, and a melodious song came from it, echoing in the surroundings. The song lingered and drifted about, kicking up tiny waves on the surface of the sea like it was dancing. The bright jade fan. Shocked exclamations rang out in the surroundings. Unexpectedly, this unremarkable person directly took out a bright jade fan. This is really strange. In the past 1,000 years, the Lunar Palace has only sent out 10 of these bright jade fans. It looks like this divine weapon unveiling ceremony is going to be an eventful one. The bright jade fan has not appeared for more than 100 years already. Those who could wield the bright jade fan definitely had extraordinary backgrounds. It was hard not to be shocked. Whoosh! Xiao Chun closed the bright jade fan and showed it to the female disciple blocking the way. After he saw it clearly, he no longer blocked the way. He bowed respectfully and said, "So, it is an esteemed guest. Sorry for the offense earlier. Might I ask if the two of you are here to participate in the divine weapon unveiling ceremony as well?" Xiao Chun nodded and said, "Just to watch the excitement. Please, come with me." The two female Lunar Palace disciples did not leave immediately. Instead, they specially led the way for Xiao Chun, appearing very meticulous. With a bright jade fan, one could even meet the Lunar Palace's palace master. One could even casually make a request that was within the normal range. Naturally, the Lunar Palace disciples did not dare to show any neglect, lest they forget etiquette. "My name is Ming Xiu, and this is my junior sister Hong Yan. Since you have the bright jade fan, you can directly bring the two of them to the VIP seats." The delicate-looking woman on the left-hand side spoke. Her voice was like spring water, irregular and graceful. Xiao Chun shook his head and said, "Just lead the way, we don't need to go to the VIP seats." So. The four of them flew through the air at lightning speed, passing by many pavilions and streets. Many cultivators who were walking on the ground were envious of them. The privilege of flying in the skies of Bright Moon City wasn't something just anyone could enjoy. Under normal circumstances, even Emperor Wu wouldn't dare to do so. An hour later, the four of them arrived at the largest Bright Moon Square in the city. The plaza was filled with the figures of cultivators. Amid the hubbub of voices, there was almost no gap between them. "Since the two of you don't want to sit in the VIP seats, Hong Yin, help them get 2 seats," the delicate female disciple instructed softly. Xiao Chun said politely, "Many thanks. In that case, we won't disturb the two of you any further." The figures of the two female disciples fluttered, disappearing from the two's sight. After the two left, Xiao Chun pulled Mo Chun and quickly retreated, blending into the crowd. There were all sorts of cultivators in the plaza. Who knew how many of them there were? The two's attire was nothing special. Trying to find them among the crowd would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Xiao Chun had no choice but to be cautious. If someone discovered his identity in advance, he would definitely be chased out. If that happened, all his previous efforts would be for naught. The many invited outstanding talents and the disciples of the various saber sovereigns were all seated in the VIP seats on the tall platform in front. All of them had dignified appearances as they chatted cheerfully. As they spoke, they revealed strong self-confidence, attracting much attention. Among them, Tian Yushi and the others were the most eye-catching. The various holy signs frequently glanced at them. Some of the saber sovereign's descendants also showed fear in their gazes, withdrawing the arrogance in their eyes. Xiao Chun, who was below the platform, saw everything clearly this time. An expression of understanding appeared in his eyes. It turned out that the two people beside Tianyu, she were the personal disciples of the heaven-punishing corpse god and the Dongyue ghost emperor. No wonder they looked so familiar. After not seeing them for several years, these two's strength had indeed increased significantly. Even the first heaven martial emperor, Emperor Wu, would not be a match for them. Xiao Chun briefly explained the situation of these two to Mo Chun. She frowned and said, "This is going to be somewhat troublesome." Unexpectedly, so many people came to the divine weapon unveiling ceremony. This is especially so for the descendants of those saber sovereigns. If anyone can seize the opportunity to make a move, they might be able to draw the cloud moon saber. Xiao Chun said softly, "I wonder, how will the Lunar Palace arrange this sequence?" Just as the two were pondering, a faint yellow light descended from the ethereal palace that looked like a bright moon. It was pure and gorgeous, even more beautiful than moonlight. As the light descended, the lunar palace's 3 female elders, the holy daughter Yu Bingyun, and the lunar palace's vice palace master arrived. When the group landed, the atmosphere instantly reached a climax. Countless fervent gazes stared at Mooncake Cloud. Their fervent gazes contained an additional trace of desire than usual. Mooncake Cloud carried a sword on her back. Her spirited eyes swept across the platform. At the same time, she sent out her perception but did not discover the person she was waiting for. An indiscernible disappointment and grief flashed in her eyes. Then she bowed slightly and slowly moved to the side. When Xiao Chun saw this scene, he felt slightly startled. However, he still resisted the urge to jump out. The 4 Lunar Palace disciples took out a treasure saber and slowly stabbed it into the platform. Whoosh! Immediately, everyone shifted their gazes from Mooncake Cloud to that treasure saber. Without a doubt, this was the Cloud Moon Saber. As long as one could draw it, one could marry the Holy Daughter, completing the dream of everyone. Since everyone is here, I believe you all know that something unexpected happened at the Divine Weapon Unveiling Ceremony. As long as anyone can draw the Cloud Moon Saber and is willing to marry into my Lunar Palace, they can marry the Holy Daughter. The Lunar Palace's Vice Palace Master spoke the words that everyone anticipated. So it is true. As long as one can draw that saber, one can marry the Holy Daughter. What exactly are the origins of this saber? To think that the Lunar Palace is willing to spend so much on it. Amid the discussions, the Divine Daughter Tianyu, she asked, "Might I ask, Senior, with this saber placed here, who will be the first to draw it?" The first to draw the saber would definitely hold the advantage. If one managed to draw it in one go, the people behind would regret it. However, with so many people here, no matter who drew the saber first, the others would be convinced. It would be hard to avoid disputes. Yu Bingyan glanced at Tianyu, and smiled faintly. The person who draws the saber does not discriminate between men and women. If the Divine Daughter is willing to come to my Lunar Palace, Bingyun can make the decision to let you try first. Bingyun can make the decision to let you be the first to try. Of course, if you can really pull it out, you'll have to give up your divine child. Ha ha ha! Those with discerning eyes knew that the Lunar Palace's Holy Daughter was mocking Tianyu. Immediately, loud laughter rang out, making Tianyu feel somewhat embarrassed. Tianyu replied, "The Holy Daughter's appearance and aura are unparalleled in the world. However, Yoshi is a girl in the end, and she is engaged. If younger sister Bingyan does not mind, you can let me make the decision to be the first." Yu Bingyan glanced at Yu Bingyan. Then, she looked at the eager Xingju and Xie Zishuan beside Yu Bingyan. She asked coldly, "Do you think that is possible?" Right after Yu Bingyan spoke, she suddenly threw a palm strike. A shock wave burst out, and the Cloud Moon Saber flew out. The Cloud Moon Saber turned into a beam of golden light, flying towards the spectator stands in front. Whoever is capable will be the first to draw the saber. The moment Yu Bingyun said that, the entire place was startled. The many outstanding talents in the VIP stands were stunned for a moment before they quickly flew up and chased after that beam of golden light. The tens of thousands of cultivators below the spectator stands were even more excited. All of them soared into the sky, wanting to catch that beam of golden light. The scene instantly turned chaotic. Chapter 1346. When Tianyu saw Yu Bingyun's actions, her face turned somewhat sullen. This Yu Bingyun did not give her any face at all, not being polite at all. In reality, how could Yu Bingyun be polite to her? It was already very good that she did not fall out with her immediately. If not for Yu Bingyun representing the deity Dao Union, she would not have given the Lunar Palace's palace master such pressure, causing her to make up her mind. Half of the outstanding talents on the tall platform had already left. The remaining people, including the disciples of the 10 Saber Sovereigns, were not in a rush to leave. The reason was none other than that these people were truly strong and had a chance of drawing the Cloud Moon Saber. They were very confident in themselves. Their mental states were also stronger than that of ordinary people. They would not get flustered at the slightest strange movement. Feng, who was in the storm sea, stood up and looked around. Then he smiled and said, "If everyone is not leaving, then I will take my leave first. Miss Bingyun, please wait for a moment. I will go and draw the cloud moon saber now." Feng soared into the sky amid maniacal laughter, turning into a storm as he charged at the crowd. "Move aside." The storm surged out, and cracks appeared in space. The strong wind burst out with a tearing force, instantly pulling the people in front of Feng away. "Quickly scatter! Quickly scatter! That madman Feng is here." At the sight of this indiscriminate storm attack, the expressions of several cultivators in the air changed drastically. Horror flashed in their eyes. They all scattered, not daring to come into contact with Feng and block his way. Below, behind his hat, Xiao Chen's expression did not change at all. However, when he saw the power of this storm, he nodded to himself. The power of this strong wind was indeed extraordinary. Xiao Chun had some understanding of the wind Dao. However, he was far from being able to tear space as berserk as Feng. However, there were far more than 100,000 cultivators fighting for the cloud moon saber in the air. Among them were some pretty strong experts. If Xiao Chan wanted to obtain the cloud moon saber, he would have to spend a lot of time. Right now, the cloud moon saber was being passed around. Before the cultivators who caught it could even grasp the saber handle, they would be focused on attacking. In less than a breath of time, they would toss aside their treasured sabers and flee, covered in injuries. Without strength that could shock everyone, no one could truly grasp the cloud moon saber. How strong! If no one stops him, I'm afraid that Feng will be the first to truly grasp this saber, Mo Chun said softly after observing Feng's strength. It's not that simple. No one would watch him obtain the cloud moon saber so easily. Xiao Chen did not make a move. However, he kept a strand of his spiritual sense on the cloud moon saber. As long as Xiao Chen wanted to, he could use the fish dragon art to instantly arrive in front of the cloud moon saber amid the chaos of 100,000 people. Furthermore, even if Xiao Chan did not make a move, no one would watch as Feng obtain the cloud moon saber. Furthermore, even if Feng obtained it, he might not be able to draw it. Indeed, after Xiao Chun, the IC's young master Bishui, saw Feng make a move, he did not hesitate for long. With a flip, he leaped onto the snow horse. The horse galloped through the air. White snow fluttered in the air and the temperature plummeted. A spear appeared in young master Bishui's hand as he rode his horse and charged forward. No one could block a move from young master Bishui. The moment they clashed, they were sent flying. The cold young master Bishui was as sharp as a blade, bone-chilling. No one dared to get close. Even though young master Bishui moved later, he arrived first. He was like an icy comet riding an ice horse, creating a crystalline path of wind and snow. He actually overtook Feng, flying towards the person holding the cloud moon saber. "Hand it over." Young master Bishui shouted coldly, and his breath was like a sword. He swung his spear over, scaring the person holding the cloud moon saber into tossing the saber far away. The cloud moon saber spun as it flew, sending out faint moonlight, looking hazy and elegant. In the hazy moonlight, the undrawn cloud moon saber was like a proud woman watching coldly from the sidelines, watching all this. Coincidentally, the direction in which the cloud moon saber flew happened to be in Feng's direction. Feng laughed loudly and threw 2 palm strikes, knocking away the people who wanted to compete with him. Then, he grabbed the scabbard. "So what if you were fast? In the end, I will still be the one to draw the cloud moon saber." Feng quickly grasped the saber hilt with his right hand and pulled. His expression changed slightly, but the treasure saber and the scabbard did not move at all. "How can this be? Could it be that I cannot draw this cloud moon saber?" Feng did not have much time to think. A cold light burst out like starlight. Young Master Bishui's ice spear had already arrived, tearing through the air. Dang! The cloud moon saber was sent flying, soaring into the clouds. Feng's expression changed slightly. He looked up, and a crazed expression appeared in his eyes. "No, I have to try again." Clang! Just as the two soared into the air and chased after the cloud moon saber, a resonant saber hum resounded in the world. The saber hum contained a sharp saber intent. It was like a sharp blade stabbing into the clouds. The Inferno Saber Sovereign's personal disciple stood up from the tall platform. At the same time, he drew the treasure saber at his waist. With this saber hum, the cloud moon saber, which was flying high into the sky, was quickly pulled over. Clang! 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 The many saber sovereign's personal disciples stood up and drew their sabers one after another. The saber hum was like a zither, each louder than the one before, sounding incredibly resonant. The cloud moon saber immediately drifted around in the air together with the saber intent. The few saber sovereigns' descendants clashed with saber intent, fighting for the cloud moon saber. The sharp saber intent nearly turned solid as it clashed in the air. It formed a net of interweaving sword chi. Young Master Bishui and Shi Feng tried to charge over several times, but this vast sword intent forced them back. It had to be said that the Bladesmen held a great advantage in this fight. They truly live up to being Saber Sovereign's disciples. This saber intent is really terrifying. They probably already have a great perfection saber soul. They are really strong. Even young Master Bishui and Shi Feng do not dare to clash head-on with such sharpness. Quick, look! When Xiren is going to make a move. A startled cry attracted everyone's attention. Although there were many disciples of the Saber Sovereign here, they were all extremely powerful. Although there were many Saber Sovereign's disciples present, they were all Inferno Saber Sovereign, Flame Saber Sovereign, and the like. Only Wu Xiaotian dared to call himself the Saber Sovereign. As for Wen Xiren, he was the personal disciple that Wu Xiaotian was most proud of. When he drew his saber, the sound of a saber was not the loudest, but it was the one that penetrated deep into the hearts of the people. As Xiao Chan drew his saber, the sound of his saber being unsheathed rang in the ears of many cultivators. The saber intent of the other Saber Sovereign's disciples could not be felt at all. It was completely suppressed. This startled Xiao Chun, and an expression of understanding appeared in his eyes. His Bladesman's intuition told him that when Xiren had already comprehended a saber domain. Under the brim of the hat, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Xiao Chen had promised Wen Xiren that the two of them would fight in the future. Since Wen Xiren had comprehended a saber domain, then this battle was worth looking forward to. As Xiao Chan expected, after Wen Xiren drew his saber, the expressions of the other 9 Bladesmen changed drastically. The clashing saber intents in the air stopped listening to Xiao Chen's commands and broke off. The Cloud Moon saber was like a magnet, flying towards Wen Xiren like a meteor. This made the expressions of the other 9 Saber Sovereign disciples change. By relying on his own strength, Wen Xiren forcefully outclassed all of them. There was only one explanation for such might. He had comprehended a saber domain, but the Saber Sovereign disciples did not. Whoosh! Just as Wen Xiren was about to grasp the Cloud Moon saber, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor's descendant, Xie Zishuan, stood up and smiled faintly. Like a phantom, Xiao Chun flickered and appeared in front of Wen Xiren. "It is not your turn to make a move yet," Xie Zishuan said indifferently. Then, he stretched out his hand and thrust his sword at Wen Xiren. Wen Xiren had no choice but to move back quickly. This sword strike of Xie Zishuan could not be underestimated. If Wen Xiren continued to snatch the Cloud Moon saber, he would have to pay a high price. It was not worth it. Xingju, who was beside Tian Yushi, smiled faintly. Then his figure flashed, and the Cloud Moon saber appeared in his hand. "Xiao Ju, Feng Wuji, the two of you help guard me as well. Cloud Moon saber, let's see what tricks you have up your sleeves." Xiao Ju and Feng Wuji stood up at the same time. Together with Xie Zishuan, the 3 of them each guarded a direction. Immediately, everyone became excited, wanting to charge forward and snatch the Cloud Moon saber back. Tianyu, she snorted coldly in unison and said, "Whoever dares to mess around will become enemies with my deity, Dao Union." As she spoke, she used the mental energy technique of the deity race. Her cold tone struck directly at the heart, creating a strong deterrent. Xiao Qin's heart turned chaotic. He could not help taking a step forward. Don't. It is not time to reveal himself yet. He might not be able to draw it out. Chapter 1347. Imo-chan pulled on Xiao Qin's arm, fearing that he would act rashly. She did not want him to show himself so early. It was clearly not wise for Yu Bingyun to show herself now and clash with the deity Dao Union. Xiao Qin endured and took a step back. After a while, he stepped forward again and struggled free of Imo-chan's arm. That was right. The Cloud Moon Saber would not be drawn so easily. However, once it was drawn, Xiao Qin would no longer have a chance to change this result. Yu Bingyun's fate would be set in stone. This result would make Xiao Qin regret it for the rest of his life, a grudge he would never be able to let go of. Xiao Qin brought Imo-chan here so that she could use reason to suppress her impulsiveness. However, it looked like there was no need. In life, one had to be more impulsive in some things. Under certain circumstances, absolute rationality and cool-headedness were not a good thing. Xiao Qin grabbed Imo-chan's arm and turned his head back to smile at her. There's no need to be nervous. From the very start, I did not have any idea how to deal with this lunar palace. I have no plan at all. Even now, I do not know where to start. The initiative lies entirely in Tianyu Shi's hands. This is not what I want. Hesitating and fearing this, and that is not my character. At this moment, Xiao Qin faced his true self. His chaotic thoughts were quickly severed by the saber, allowing him to see them clearly. Imo-chan asked worriedly, "What about you?" Xiao Qin smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. I only saw my true self clearly. I might be rash, but that does not mean that I will not act rashly on the platform." When Tianyu Shi and the others made a move, no one dared to move. The deity Dao Union's might and tyranny were clear for all to see. While everyone felt upset, they could not do anything about it. Yu Bingyun felt a slight pain in her heart. She gently bit her lower lip, and tears seemed to well up in her eyes. Tianyu Shi glanced at her and felt somewhat happy. He said, "Xingju, what are you waiting for? Quickly draw the Cloud Moon Saber and fulfill the holy daughter Bingyun's wish." Yu Bingyun's expression sank. She said coldly, "Tianyu Shi, don't go overboard." Tianyu Shi laughed and said, "Am I going overboard? You said the rules. Whoever has the ability can be the first to draw his sword." The Lunar Palace's Vice Palace Master also said that as long as one can draw this Cloud Moon Saber, they can marry into the Lunar Palace. Xingju held the Cloud Moon Saber and played with it for a while. Then, he said casually, "Not bad. This is indeed a rare treasure saber." The moon hides in the clouds, looking very proud. When Xiren frowned slightly, Xingju was not a bladesman at all. If Xingju wanted to draw his saber, there was only one way, to forcefully subdue this saber. If it was anyone else, it definitely wouldn't work. However, Xingju was the descendant of a supreme martial artist. Furthermore, he had trained in the star battlefield, and his strength was unfathomable. Everything was hard to say. If such a person managed to draw the Cloud Moon Saber, it would be a great regret. The cultivators present were also unconvinced by the tyranny of the deity Dao Union. Their faces filled with dissatisfaction. Xingju placed his hand on the saber's hilt and showed a grave expression. He did not get careless at all. Xiao Qin brought out all his vital qi and released his aura. Strands of hazy embers might spread out from his body. That was the aura that Xiao Qin obtained after killing the other Emperor Wu. It already had the vague form of Emperor's might. Boom! A strong wind blew, and the clouds churned. The sky suddenly turned dark. A golden full moon was faintly discernible amidst the clouds and moon, aloof and cold. "Come out!" Xingju shouted, and the aura on his body rose to its peak. A terrifying aura spread out, causing everyone to feel a deep sense of fear. How strong? Rumor has it that he killed Emperor Wu. It looks like it is true. The deity Dao Union is truly strong. To think that it has such an outstanding talent. Compared to him, the holy scions of our heavenly starry ocean seem weaker. I don't know if I can pull it out. The atmosphere of the place turned extremely tense. Everyone knew that Xingju was forcefully subduing the cloud moon saber. The result was very important. Everyone held their breath, waiting in anticipation. The outstanding talents and the descendants of the saber sovereigns all felt dissatisfied in their hearts, cursing in their hearts. They cursed Xingju for failing, for not being able to draw the cloud moon saber. Kasie. However, the curses did not seem to work. Xingju forcibly drew the cloud moon saber by 1 centimeter. A flash of dazzling bright moonlight spread out. A strong divine might surged out, and a strong wind blew, making it hard for everyone to open their eyes. Many of the weaker ones were blown into the air by the gale formed by the god's might. The atmosphere of the place immediately turned even more chaotic. Under the hat, Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes. He gently shifted his body and shielded Mo Chun, helping her block the might of the divine weapon. Xiao Chun thought to himself, "This divine weapon is truly incredible. It only drew the cloud moon saber by 1 centimeter, and it already has such might. If Xiao Chun drew the cloud moon saber completely, that would be incredible. Then, he could use it together with the wind shadow sword. What kind of scene would that be? He simply did not dare to imagine it. *T, it's over. Don't tell me he really pulled them all out. This fellow's aura is very strong. This is incredible. Damn it. No matter what, we can't let an outsider marry the holy daughter." All sorts of discussions entered Xingju's ears. He felt very cocky, and his lips curled up slightly. His aura turned sharp again. Xingju's hairband shattered, and his long hair fluttered messily. Cracks appeared on the ground. His expression was grim and ferocious. Clearly, it was not easy to continue drawing the cloud moon saber by 1 centimeter. On the contrary, it was very strenuous, somewhat forceful. Buzz! After the cloud moon saber was drawn out again, Xingju guffawed and said, "The Lunar Palace's disciples are as pretty as flowers. However, it looks like their strength and talent are indeed slightly inferior." Everyone's hearts sank, and a look of disappointment appeared on their faces. No one had expected this. No one had expected Xingju to be so incredible. He was really going to forcefully subdue the cloud moon saber. As long as nothing unexpected happened, Xingju would definitely draw the cloud moon saber in its entirety. Tianyu, she revealed a smile on his face. As long as Xingju drew the cloud moon saber, the deity Dao Union would be confident of taking down the Lunar Palace. Even if the Lunar Palace's palace master was not willing, without a transcendent divine weapon that could work together, the Lunar Palace would not have the confidence to continue challenging the deity Dao Union. However, just at this moment, a sharp saber intent suddenly burst out from the chaotic crowd below the platform. It covered the sky like a tsunami surging forward. Boom! The people in front of Xiao Chun could not resist at all. This saber intent immediately blew them into pieces, sending them flying in all directions while screaming. Instantly, a large empty space appeared in front of Xiao Chun. The chaotic and crowded scene turned empty. The vast saber intent was like a horrifying wave, surging towards the platform without stopping. This saber intent could not completely seal it. It penetrated through every opening and bore through every hole. Xingju, who was focused on driving all the energy in his body to forcefully subdue the cloud moon saber, had not reacted yet. He only saw the cloud moon saber in his hand suddenly struggle several times more intensely. What's going on? Steady yourself. Xingju's feet sank as he grasped the cloud moon saber with both hands, doing his best to prevent it from struggling free. When the saber intent from Xiao Chun arrived, the cloud moon saber's struggle reached its limit. Bang! The cloud moon saber struggled free of Xingju's hand with a huge force. A huge force bounced back from the scabbard, knocking Xingju back and making him vomit blood. No! Before Xingju's dissatisfied gaze, the cloud moon saber flew towards Xiao Chun at lightning speed. She looked like a woman who had seen her lover and couldn't wait to meet him. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and happened to grab the cloud moon saber scabbard. The treasure saber kicked up a strong wind, causing Xiao Chun's clothes to flutter loudly. This sudden scene stunned everyone. Everyone thought that the divine weapon unveiling ceremony was about to end. However, a mysterious person suddenly appeared and burst out with a strong saber intent, snatching the Cloud Moon saber from Xingju's hand. "Who is it?" Yu Bingyan stood up from her seat in shock. Her gaze seemed to pierce through the thick hat and see the appearance of this mysterious person. It was not just her. Everyone in Bright Moon Plaza felt curious. Who was so bold to take the risk of offending the deity Dao Union and jump out at this moment? Chapter 1348. Of the 100,000-odd cultivators present, the ones who were the most shocked and astonished were naturally the 10 Bladesmen's personal disciples. As Bladesmen, they understood better than ordinary people the pressure brought by the surging saber technique earlier. This was especially so for Wenziren. His expression changed drastically, and heavy astonishment flashed on his face. Who is this person? The incredibly chaotic Bright Moon Plaza immediately turned quiet. Everyone's gaze focused on the hand of this mysterious person wearing a hat. Tianyu, she frowned slightly, feeling suspicious in her heart. This person seemed somewhat familiar. However, she could not be sure if he was the person she guessed. Xingju took 3 steps back, showing both shock and rage on his face. He asked with a sullen expression, "Is he Xiao Chun?" After not seeing Xiao Chun for several years, Xingju was even more uncertain than Tianyu Shi. Xiao Hoju shook his head and said, "His physique is similar. However, how could Xiao Chun come to Bright Moon City? He did not even enter the city. Even if he covered his face, he would still have to be checked when he entered the city." Feng Wuji nodded and said, "It is not difficult to sneak in. However, the Bright Moon Palace's palace master already made it clear that she does not welcome him. If he really did sneak in, the consequences would be even worse. Xiao Chun should understand this." Xie Xuan smiled coldly and said, "What is the point of thinking so much? Whether he is or not, we just have to remove the hat on his head. Isn't that simple?" As the sound of his voice faded, Xie Xuan's figure was like a ghost, and as he drifted, he brought along a field of blurry, ghostly shadows. With every step he took, he left behind a ghostly image. When the ghostly images landed, they would roar and roar. Thousands of ghostly images flashed, giving off sharp, miserable shrieks that turned into strange and horrifying sound waves. When Xie Xuan's true body arrived before Xiao Chun, the thousands of ghostly images roared and merged into one. Then, they turned into a 3-kilometer-tall, malicious spirit of hell behind Xie Xuan. It opened its bloody mouth and roared at Xiao Chun. "Yaya!" The sound waves formed a tornado, fierce and unparalleled. The sound was sharp and ferocious. The scariest thing was that it could enter the sea of consciousness and cause a mental attack. This ghost shadow steps was not only fast, but also had many abilities. The moment it appeared, it caused countless spectators to exclaim in shock. The instant the malicious spirit roared, Xie Xuan narrowed his eyes. The sword in his hand moved like a venomous snake, stabbing towards his chest. Xiao Chen's movement technique and his martial technique worked together seamlessly, flawlessly. If a peak quasi-emperor were to face this attack, their hearts would be pierced through and they would die instantly. Unfortunately, this Xiao Chun ran into Xiao Chun. The malicious spirit's mental attack invaded Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. It bared its fangs and claws, about to unleash its might. In the depths of Xiao Chen's consciousness, the green-clothed Dharma incarnation with a frightening evil aura opened its eyes and shot out a boundless killing intent. The spirit of the evil ghost was terrified. The azure-robed Dharmic incarnation in the depths of the sea of consciousness did not stop, either. Xiao Chun executed the fish dragon art. Immediately, the azure-robed Dharmic incarnation chopped down with one saber strike. Xiao Chun executed the fish dragon art. Immediately, he was like a fish in water. Xiao Chen's body moved slightly, like a fish swaying its tail in the water. It looked like the sword was about to strike Xiao Chun. This startled everyone into taking a deep breath. However, in the next moment, they discovered that the sword only brushed past Xiao Chen's body. Fast. Fish dragon art. Blue dragon goes to sea, clouds scatter. Xiao Chen's aura changed. He became like a dragon going to sea, breaking out of the water. His cultivation went from slow to fast. Xiao Chen's figure flashed forward, and he swung the cloud moon saber, still in its scabbard, at Xie Zishuan's face. Pa! The ferocious and unpredictable Xie Zishuan did not even manage to touch Xiao Chen's clothes before he was sent flying. What movement technique is this? Xie Zishuan's ghostly shadow steps already stunned the entire place, inspiring horror. However, this mysterious person's movement technique was clearly superior. Xie Zishuan, who wanted to show off his movement technique, ended up getting showcased instead. This was a genuine showdown. The wound on his face was the mark of Xie Zishuan's humiliation. Kill him, Xing Ju shouted coldly. Whether this person was Xiao Chan or not, he was now their greatest enemy. Slapping Xie Zishuan's face was equivalent to slapping the deity Dao Yunyan's face. They needed to retaliate. With a ferocious roar, Xing Ju's clothes tore apart, revealing a robust golden body. That golden body flickered with light. His bulging muscles contained a stifling force. Bang! Standing where he was, Xing Ju punched. The energy tore through the air, heading for Xiao Chun. The force of this punch caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Xiao Chun thought to himself, this Xing Ju truly lives up to being the disciple of the heaven-punishing corpse god. In terms of physical strength, he already surpasses me slightly. However, that is fine. The other party is an outstanding talent that mainly cultivates the physical body. Furthermore, he has a master who became a prime with his physical body. There is no need to compete with him in physical strength. The cloud moon saber's scabbard gently pushed against the energy. Xiao Chen's white robes fluttered as he used the momentum to fly up, easily dodging that energy. His figure looked very graceful. After the punch, Xing Ju and the other two charged over with ferocious auras, surging with killing chi. They instantly surrounded Xiao Chun. They all executed their best moves, showing no mercy. However, when facing such a storm-like attack, the four could not even touch a corner of Xiao Chen's clothes. It was like they were trying to catch fish in the water. Instead, they're being toyed with. This fellow is too strong. Let's force the cloud moon saber out of his hand first. If he has the chance, he will definitely draw it. A descendant of a saber sovereign on the platform suggested. The other outstanding talents exchanged glances and nodded. Then, they got up and flew over, joining the group surrounding Xiao Chun. When Xiron hesitated for a moment, after thinking about it, he charged over as well. Such an expert of the Saber Dao was a rare opportunity. If he did not make a move, he would be itching to make a move. Rumble! Immediately, aside from Chu Yang, Di Xinhan, and the other holy scions, who were purely watching the excitement, the other people who wanted the Holy Daughter all joined the group surrounding Xiao Chun. Even if they could not defeat this fellow quickly, they absolutely could not give him the time to draw the Cloud Moon Saber, preventing him from stopping. However, these people did not know that Xiao Chun was already smiling widely in his heart. Only those people from the deity Dao Yunyan surrounding him would be somewhat problematic for him. After all, the other party was from the same faction. Their cooperation was rather perfect, and their strength was not low, either. However, if these people surrounded him, not only would they not be able to cooperate, but they would even restrict each other, even injuring each other. The Taiji Dao was best at fighting against many with few, leveraging force to fight. These people wanted to prevent Xiao Chun from stopping. However, this was exactly what they wanted, giving Xiao Chun a chance. Damn it, you injured me. Scram, you're clearly the one who injured me first, all right? I just lost control and did not control my strength well. I did not do it on purpose. Damn, which bastard attacked me while I was speaking? Scram, bunch of trash. Scram as far as you can. Xing Ju discovered that he could not even see Xiao Chen's figure. Furthermore, there were many wounds on his upper body. This angered Xing Ju so much that he roared loudly and charged at the two people beside him. It would have been fine if Xiao Chun had not made a move. The moment he made a move, the scene immediately turned even more chaotic. Amid the chaos, Xing Ju's dazzling golden body was the best target, the center of the chaos. The situation immediately fell into a vicious cycle. The angrier Xing Ju got, the heavier his attacks became, and the more chaotic the situation became. As for Xing Ju, who was in the center, his dazzling golden body was already covered in blood. It was a tragic sight, completely losing its initial breathtaking look. All of you stop. The person is already gone. Why are you still attacking me? With so many Saber Sovereign's descendants and outstanding talent attacks, even someone with a refined physical body would not be able to endure. That's right. Where did that mysterious person go? Where is he? Where is he? All of you stop. Look around. Look around. Initially, this group of people attacked individually amid the chaos, unable to stop at all. Now, they suddenly discovered that the person they wanted to surround and attack had disappeared at some point in time. They wanted to prevent Xiao Chun from stopping, but their group ended up in a mess instead. Over there, Xing Ju narrowed his eyes and found Xiao Chen's figure. Then, he instantly charged over. Xiao Chen's exposed upper body was a tragic sight, covered in wounds. His hair was disheveled, and there were some tattered clothes on his body. He no longer had the air of an outstanding talent or a descendant of a prime. He looked like a miserable beggar, heart-wrenching and pitiful. The group followed Xing Ju's gaze and saw that Xiao Chun had already appeared several kilometers away at some point in time. Xiao Chun held his saber horizontally in front of him, his right hand grasping the lunar shadow saber's hilt. A sense of shame and humiliation welled up in everyone's hearts. They had been played too ruthlessly. Seeing that the mysterious person was about to draw his saber, Tianyu, she became utterly flustered. She stood on the tall platform and shouted, "Cultivators present, as long as anyone can touch the corner of this person's clothes, my deity Dao Union will reward them with 10,000 essence stones." The moment Xiao Chun spoke, all the 100,000 cultivators present exclaimed at the same time. 10,000 essence stones for touching the corner of Xiao Chen's clothes? If this was not giving away money, what was? Tian Yushi's heart bled. However, at this point, she had no choice but to use this method to interfere with the mysterious person drawing his saber. Attack! At Tian Yushi's words, the 100,000 cultivators all went crazy. They quickly flew toward Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. Then, he grasped the saber's hilt and casually swung it. An incredible scene appeared. Xing Ju used all his vital qi and could barely draw the cloud moon saber by 1 centimeter. However, in Xiao Chen's hand, he managed to draw it halfway. Night fell, and the moon hid in the clouds. In the night, Xiao Chun released a light from his body. He looked like a moon palace that fell to the mortal realm, cold and aloof. The bright moon hidden in the clouds seemed to be attracted by the light from Xiao Chen's body and leaped out. The two moons in the sky and on the ground merged. The might of the divine weapon surged out. In front of the might of this divine weapon, the 100,000 martial artists that were charging over were all blown away, screaming incessantly. Now, only Xiao Chen remained in the vast bright moon plaza. When the two moons merged, the supreme elegance of drawing the cloud moon saber halfway deeply shocked everyone. As Xiao Chun grasped the saber hilt, she felt enlightened. Suddenly, these words appeared in her mind. "I am a bright moon, a lone flower admiring itself. This saber was prepared for me." Xiao Chun muttered to herself. Then, she prepared to draw the remaining half of the cloud moon saber. However, just at this moment, a divine light appeared. The sun shone, and the sky brightened again. Chapter 1349. The originally dark scene, with only the bright moon illuminating the land, was suddenly illuminated by a beam of divine light. Closely following that, the sky turned bright, and light reappeared. A clump of golden light appeared in the sky. That light was even more dazzling than the sun. However, it warmed one's heart and made one feel happy. one would feel an indescribable carelessness and a willingness to approach it. The sudden appearance of this light immediately disrupted Xiao Chen's state of mind. He had been about to draw the divine weapon. Huang Dang. The cloud moon's saber returned to its scabbard, and its divine might scattered. Such a situation was truly unexpected. Xiao Chun had not expected someone to pull the wool over his eyes, turning night into day. The divine weapon bounced back and flew out of Xiao Chen's hand. He took 3 steps back, and his complexion paled slightly. When one drew the saber, one's mind, qi, and spirit were all connected to the divine weapon. The might of the divine weapon's rebound was not weak at all. Earlier, Xing Ju vomited blood and retreated frantically. Although Xiao Chen's injuries were not that severe, his qi and blood surged, and his sea of consciousness shook. This was unavoidable. After a while, Xiao Chen recovered. He squinted and peered through his hat. His expression changed slightly. There was a person hidden in that clump of golden light. Just by looking at the silhouette, Xiao Chen could immediately recognize that it was the deity race's Diwuk. Whoosh! While Xiao Chen was distracted, Diwuk stretched out his hand, and the cloud moon's saber flew into his grasp. When the light scattered, Diwuk's true appearance was revealed. His handsome facial features were like those of a deity, exquisitely sculpted and boundlessly charming. Up on the high platform, Tian Yushi's face lit up with joy. At the crucial moment, the divine son, Diwuk, finally appeared. Xingju and Xiezi Xuan looked at Diwuk in the air, somewhat stunned. Originally, they thought that this Diwuk would not come. Who could have imagined that at the critical moment, he really managed to rush over? Who is this person? What a powerful aura. He already has the temperament of a big shot. He is Diwuk. His name has already spread throughout the Kunlun continent. Someone exclaimed in shock when he recognized Diwuk. Diwuk? Why is he joining in on the fun? Doesn't he already have a goddess? Who knows? It is a common thing for experts to marry 1 or 2 women in the Kunlun realm. There is nothing strange about it. If he encounters that mysterious man, I wonder who will be the stronger one. Because of Diwuk's appearance, the originally quiet bright moon square suddenly became lively again. The discussions went on and on. In the air, Diwuk looked down like a deity. His lips curled up slightly as he said, Azure Dragon King Xiao Chun, since you're already here, why the need to be so secretive? Do you think you can hide your identity by wearing a hat? The moment Diwuk said that, everyone exclaimed softly. As they looked at Xiao Chun, their gazes filled with incredulity. Is he really Blue Dragon King Xiao Chun? How can he be so bold? The Lunar Palace already said that Bright Moon City would not welcome him. To think that he still dares to appear. Up on the tall platform, Yu Bingyan already stood at the edge, staring at Xiao Chun without blinking. It was like she wanted to see through him. Xiao Chun was mildly startled. He had already covered himself with his spiritual sense. If someone wanted to use their mental energy to see his appearance, they would only see a blurry image. They would only see a blurry image, unable to see anything clearly and unable to determine his identity. However, when Diwuk appeared, he immediately figured out Xiao Chen's identity. There was only one answer. That was that Diwuk's mental energy cultivation already surpassed Xiao Chen's, 1 grade higher. Not admitting it? In that case, I'll help you remove this hat. Let's see if I Diwuk am wrong. Seeing that Xiao Chen did not say anything, Diwuk smiled coldly, and his figure suddenly vanished. In the next moment, light gathered in front of Xiao Chen and formed a figure. Based on that appearance, it was Diwuk's true body. What fast speed! Xiao Chen's strange and fast movement technique stunned everyone. Everyone could not help exclaiming softly. Xiao Chen moved at lightning speed, immediately removing the hat on Xiao Chen's head. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, not pausing at all. This movement technique was so fast that it looked like teleportation, catching Xiao Chen somewhat off guard. However, Xiao Chen reacted very quickly. His figure flashed, and he moved like a spirit fish swinging its tail. In an instant, he arrived behind Diwuk. Before Xiao Chen could retract his hand, Xiao Chen moved behind him and snatched the hat away. Didn't anyone tell you that you should be polite? The smile on Di Wux's face froze. He quickly turned around and retreated. However, Xiao Chun chased after him like a shadow, snatching the Cloud Moon Saber from his hand. Bang! 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 The two's figures quickly turned illusory in the plaza. Di Wux was like light, scattering and gathering, gathering and scattering again. No one could figure out his trajectory at all. As for Xiao Chun, he was unpredictable. He moved nimbly between fast and slow. No matter how unpredictable Di Wux's movement technique was, Xiao Chun could always change his trajectory at any time, sticking close to the other party. For a moment, the scene was filled with colorful lights and dazzling lights. A strong aura burst out in all directions, causing cracks to appear in the space around them. The focus of the fight was the Cloud Moon Saber, which spun continuously in the air. No one could keep a firm grip on it. The spectators felt an upheaval in their hearts. Unexpectedly, the fight would be so intense. Originally, everyone thought that Di Wux's sudden removal of the mysterious person's hat would be sufficient to decide the outcome. Who could have imagined that the mysterious person's countenance would immediately change? Not only did he snatch the hat back, but he also fought so hard that it was hard to tell who would win. 1 hour later, the two revealed themselves at the same time. They stopped fighting and looked at each other. The two each held one end of the Cloud Moon Saber. Di Wux held the hilt, while Xiao Chun held the end of the scabbard. Di Wux appeared calm. He smiled faintly and said, "Right now, I'm holding the hilt. Do you think you still have a chance?" Under the hat, Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "If I give you a chance, do you dare to pull it out?" The moment Xiao Chun said that, everyone immediately looked at the divine daughter, Tian Yushi. Indeed, they saw that Tian Yushi's expression was somewhat unsightly. "Who told you that I don't dare to pull it out?" Di Wux smiled faintly, and a light even more dazzling than the sun burst out from his body. The saber trembled intensely. A strong wind blew, and the sea of clouds churned. This startling aura seemed to force Xiao Chun back. "Is that so? Don't be too naive." Xiao Chun's tone turned sullen. Night descended above his head, and the moon hid in the clouds. An extremely strong saber, intense, spread out from his body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When the Cloud Moon Saber felt this aura, it trembled even more intensely. No matter how hard Di Wux tried, he could not pull out at all. Half of the world was night, and the other half was day, a clear distinction. The two clashed, neither giving way. They both wanted to force the other back and hold the Cloud Moon Saber in their hands. This wondrous scene was an eye-opener for everyone, inspiring praise in their hearts. Be it Di Wux or that mysterious person, they were so strong that everyone sighed in amazement. Everyone had to admit that they were inferior. The stalemate attracted everyone's attention, not just the cultivators present. Many of the Lunar Palace's elders focused their gazes on these two. The Lunar Palace's Vice Palace Master, who was on the high platform, frowned slightly. She did not wish for Di Wux to draw the Cloud Moon Saber. The Lunar Palace's Vice Palace Master had forged this divine weapon for the sake of preserving the Lunar Palace's independence. However, if Di Wux drew it, the Lunar Palace would not be able to go against the Vice Palace's Vice Palace Master. Now, Di Wux grasped the saber's hilt, holding a clear advantage. The situation did not look good. Yu Bingyan's heart also started to feel nervous. She knew that if Di Wux really drew it, even if her master was not willing, she would definitely fulfill her promise. Firstly, she could not take back what she said. Secondly, the Cloud Moon Saber and the Wind Shadow Sword concerned the Lunar Palace's survival, whether they could survive the demonic calamity or not. Chapter 1350. Half was day, and the other was night. One held the saber hilt, and the other held the end of the scabbard. It was clear who held the advantage. Di Wux was on the offensive, trying to draw the Cloud Moon Saber. As for Xiao Chun, he was at the end and could only defend, using his strong saber technique to forcibly delay the other party. Fortunately, Xiao Chun comprehended the saber domain and grasped saber energy. Otherwise, if it were anyone else in Xiao Chun's position, they would not last long against an opponent like Di Wux. It was even possible that Xiao Chun would only last a few seconds before being defeated. Even so, Xiao Chan found this extremely unbearable, being in a very passive position. The most important thing was still Di Wux's sudden appearance earlier, illuminating the night with divine light. This caused the divine weapon to rebound and injure Xiao Chun, snatching the initiative. After not seeing him for 5 years, this Di Wux's strength somewhat surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. The other party had not advanced to martial emperor yet and had not condensed a heart of an emperor. However, he already clearly had the emperor's might, heavy and withdrawn. This was not strange. Xiao Chan could obtain the blood sword sovereign's inheritance and condense a heart of an emperor in advance. The deity race had deep accumulations. It was possible that they did not have similar inheritances. As long as one was talented enough, one could comprehend them as well. Let go. Give me a chance, and I will definitely draw this saber. However, ask yourself, if you were given a chance, will you really draw this Cloud Moon saber? Di Wux suddenly said. His eyes narrowed into a line and turned into a saber. Then, his gaze pierced at Xiao Chan with an incredibly sharp gaze. Under the hat, Xiao Chen's expression remained calm, not fluctuating at all. He said indifferently, "You do not understand." That was right. Xiao Chan had not really thought of drawing the Cloud Moon saber. If not for that moment of hesitation in his heart, he would not have drawn it. If not for that moment of hesitation in his heart, he would not have given Di Wuk a chance to injure him and prevent him from drawing the Cloud Moon saber. However, since Yu Bingyan begged him, giving him the bright jade fan and letting him enter Bright Moon City, he needed to stop this divine weapon unveiling ceremony. No matter what the sect did, it could not sacrifice a woman's happiness. If this person had nothing to do with Xiao Chun, he would not meddle in other people's business. However, Yu Bingyan was different. She was a friend who had gone through thick and thin with him, a friend who had gone through thick and thin with him. Since his friend had spoken, he would naturally be willing to go through fire and water for him. When he arrived at Bright Moon City, Xiao Chan had already thought everything through. He was not begging the Lunar Palace to stand on the Dragon's Gate side or preventing the deity Dao Union from obtaining the Lunar Palace's support. His purpose was simple. He just wanted to help his friend when he was in trouble. That was how it was to face one's heart. Day versus night. The bright moon versus the great sun. From the very beginning, this was not a fair fight. Firstly, it was daytime at the moment, and Di Wuk occupied the time of day. Secondly, he was holding the hilt of the saber, while Xiao Chan was holding the tail of the saber. With the two factors added together, the situation was really too disadvantageous for Xiao Chun. If Xiao Chan were in Di Wuk's position, he would be able to draw the Cloud Moon saber in a few breaths. Kassier. Xiao Chun drew the Cloud Moon saber by 1 centimeter. The saber light was dazzling, and Di Wuk's aura soared. The white clouds above pressed forward, pushing back the night sky above Xiao Chun by 1 kilometer. The crowd let out startled cries. Yu Bingyan covered her mouth, somewhat unable to bear to watch. This saber light dazzled everyone's eyes and also pierced many people's hearts. Di Wuk smiled faintly and started attacking with his words. It looks like I will be able to taste the Holy Daughter soon. After I taste it, I will definitely tell you. The moment Xiao Chun said that, the expressions of several people immediately turned sullen. Rage burned in Xiao Chen's heart, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Then, the spread-out saber domain quickly gathered back together. Clouds churned in the night sky, representing Xiao Chen's rage. They pounced over like a ferocious monster. Di Wuk did not panic. He said indifferently, "It's useless. I already nurtured a divine spirit in my sea of consciousness. In terms of aura, you cannot compare to me. You don't know how I managed to get through these 5 years." Suddenly, the white sky above Xiao Chen's head gathered and turned into a huge deity. The deity held a sharp sword and swung it down ferociously. It immediately knocked back the ferocious beast formed by the night sky. Boom! Suddenly, 9 fire dragons of different colors appeared above Di Wuk's head, roaring as they flew at him. It was Mo Chan charging over while holding the Book of Heavenly Works. You are seeking death. Without needing Di Wuk to make a move, Xingju snorted coldly and soared into the sky. Then, he threw 9 punches and easily broke the fire dragons. After that, Xiao Chun punched at Imo-chun. The force was so great that the entire sky trembled. The force transmitted through the formless air, causing the vast bright moon plaza to shake violently. Rumble. Countless buildings shook left and right, looking like they would collapse at any moment. Xingju felt a fire burning in his chest. Just as he had nowhere to vent it, Imo-chun jumped out and happened to run right into him. As a descendant of a prime, the gap between Imo-chun and Xingju was clear. Even though Xiao Chun did his best to block, this punch still knocked Imo-chun down from the sky. Her complexion paled, and her veil turned bright red. That was not all. As Xingju walked over, it looked like he had no intention of stopping. Xiao Chun felt a pang in his heart. He immediately prepared to let go, to give up on fighting with Diwuk and rush to save Imo-chun. However, just as Xiao Chun was about to let go, a heavy killing intent burst out from Diwuk's body, firmly locking onto Xiao Chun. As long as Xiao Chun let go and his aura weakened, Diwuk would quickly follow up and severely injure him at lightning speed. Right now, the two were fighting at a crucial moment. Whoever let go would have their aura plummet to rock bottom. However, in Xiao Chun's opinion, if he let go, the other party would focus on drawing his saber. Unexpectedly, the other party was so ruthless. The moment he found an opportunity, he immediately wanted to kill Xiao Chun. Diwuk, don't go overboard. Xiao Chun roared angrily as he narrowed his eyes. Diwuk smiled coldly and said, "Unexpectedly, your heart of innocence still has not changed. How laughable. Do you still not understand? Right now, in the Kunlun realm, only you and I have a chance to fight for the Luck Child. With such a heart, how are you going to be the Luck Child? Your weakness is so obvious. What qualifications do you have to lead the entire Kunlun realm?" Xiao Chun ignored Xiao Chun. He focused all his attention on Xingju. The other party got closer and closer to Imo-chun. Damn it, Xiao Chun cursed in his heart. Then, he did not hesitate to let go. The instant Xiao Chun let go, the blue dragon battle armor instantly condensed, covering every part of his body from top to bottom. Xiao Chun's figure turned into a dragon and broke out of the sea, moving like a meteor. However, while Xiao Chun was fast, Diwuk, who had been staring at him, was even faster. The white sun above swept out, sweeping away the darkness that Xiao Chun gathered. Xiao Chun stepped forward and thrust the scabbard of the cloud, moon saber forward. The precise timing struck Xiao Chun, who was in the air, heavily striking Xiao Chun's chest. Even with the protection of the blue dragon battle armor, a hole still opened in Xiao Chun's chest. Blood flowed endlessly. Although Xiao Chun was severely injured, he used the force of this strike to move his body and shield Imo-chun. Facing the strong wind, Xiao Chun circulated all the primordial energy in his body and punched at his fastest speed, blocking Xingju's attack. Boom! The two fists clashed. Xiao Chun, who had condensed the blue dragon battle armor, did not take a step back. However, he directly knocked Xingju into the air. Compared to Diwuk's incredible improvement, Xingju was still weaker. "Are you all right?" Xiao Chun asked softly as he quickly helped Imo-chun up, ignoring his injuries. Imo-chun smiled bitterly and said, "He can't kill me. Why are you so stupid? I have managed Heavenly Star Island for so many years. I definitely have some life-saving secret treasures." Xiao Chun now understood. However, it did not matter. Even if Xiao Chun could not kill Imo-chun, the punch that landed on her would still hurt. Since Xiao Chun brought Imo-chun out, he had to ensure that she would not get hurt. "Ha ha ha! You truly live up to being the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chun. You are indeed loyal. However, you will still suffer a crushing defeat today. This cloud moon saber is mine." Diwuk laughed heartily. He grasped the scabbard with his left hand and the hilt with his right. Then, he pointed the saber at the sky, intending to draw it. "Do you really think that I can't do anything to you?" Xiao Chun showed a cold expression as he helped Imo-chun up. Then, he removed the hood on his head and casually tossed it away. It's not that I can't do anything to you. I just don't want to completely expose my identity. His white robes and white hair were spotless. His heart was pure and filled with killing intent. Chapter 1351. When Xiao Chun removed his hood, his white hair fluttered. A cool breeze blew, revealing that delicate and handsome face. Everyone exclaimed softly, "It really is him, Blue Dragon King Xiao Chun. To think that he dares to come to Bright Moon City. How bold of him!" It turns out that Di Wuck was right. Now that I think about it, who else could have such a saber move aside from the white-robed bladesman? However, it seems like there is no other way. Di Wuck already has complete control over the Cloud Moon Saber. No one can stop him. Xiao Qin's appearance caused a huge commotion. All the cultivators in Bright Moon Plaza, disgusted and shocked. However, at the same time, they did not think much of Xiao Qin's current situation. The reason was none other than Di Wuck's strength speaking for itself. Now that he controlled the Cloud Moon Saber, who could stop him from drawing it? Up on the tall platform, Yu Bingyan gently bit her lip. Tears welled up in her pretty eyes. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, Xiao Chun still took the risk to come to Bright Moon City just for her. Xiao Chun, so it really is you. Shock flashed in Xing Ju's eyes. After the shock, a horrifying killing qi brewed frantically. However, it was Di Wuck who appeared extremely indifferent. He smiled faintly and said, "You finally decided to remove your hood? However, as I said before, you have no chance. From this moment on, your luck will begin to decline. When the Haotian sect is destroyed, that will be your end." Whoosh! Right after Xiao Chun spoke, thousands of layers of divine light burst out of his body. Golden clouds churned continuously in the sky. The image of the deity race's divine kingdom appeared indistinctly in the clouds. A boundless divine might erupted from Di Wuck's body. Although he had not advanced to martial emperor yet, his aura already suppressed many of the Emperor Wu's. As the divine might spread out, all the cultivators in the plaza quickly retreated. Amid this boundless divine might, Di Wuck grasped the saber's hilt and shouted. The Cloud Moon Saber trembled for a while before it was completely drawn. Rumble! The aura of the divine weapon clashed intensely with Di Wuck's aura. Lightning flashed in the sky, and mysterious phenomena appeared one after another. The entire Bright Moon Plaza shook endlessly. The many stone pillars and buildings collapsed. Cracks spread on the ground, creating deep ditches. The plaza turned into rubble. When all the heavenly starry ocean cultivators saw this scene, their faces all turned dark at the same time. Di Wuck actually managed to draw the divine weapon. It was truly intolerable and unacceptable. This kind of result was something that no one could have predicted. He really pulled it out. It's over. How unfortunate. The Lunar Palace's holy daughter is actually going to marry a deity race person. On the platform, Yu Bingyun showed a grave expression, a desolate look flickering in her eyes. When the wind shadow sword on Xiao Chen's back felt the Cloud Moon Saber struggle, it buzzed and trembled endlessly. A surging sword intent erupted from its body. I, Di Wuck, have been in hiding for 5 years. If I cannot even subdue an insignificant divine weapon like you, then I would have lived in vain. Xiao Chun, even if you're the Blue Dragon King, what can you do to me now? Di Wuck held the Cloud Moon Saber, which flickered with light and struggled endlessly. Then, he reared his head back and laughed, looking unparalleled. How painful. You're probably unhappy with such a master, right? Sensing the Cloud Moon Saber struggle, Xiao Chun muttered to himself. Then, he continued, "In that case, I will set you free." A sharp light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes, and a surging saber intent started to gather wildly. Xiao Chen's long hair fluttered freely, and his white robes flapped noisily. A strong saber intent burst out of his body. The saber domain that he grasped instantly spread out without holding anything back. 100 strands of primordial energy, 100 strands of dragon-like vital chi, a peak will of thunder, a dermic incarnation hidden in the depths of Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness and vast magic energy. Everything merged into the saber domain without holding anything back. This was the first time Shao Chun infused all his trump cards and various powers into his saber domain. With the flawless saber Dao, everything could be used as a saber. Whoosh! In the next moment, the light within 1 kilometer of Shao Chun suddenly vanished. Shao Chun sank into deathly stillness and darkness. No light could be seen at all. It was like the light had vanished from that world. This was a scene that ordinary people saw. However, the outstanding talents here saw a different scene. Bright, an extremely bright flash of light. A flash of saber light that completely suppressed the blazing sun. Dazzling, piercing, and shocking. Saber domain. The saber in front, the domain behind. The domain was used by the saber, not the other way around. At this moment, aside from the original power of the world, there were also the various powers of Shao Chun within 1 kilometer. When Shao Chun decided to merge them all into one and use them all for the saber, that light naturally competed with the sun in brightness, shocking everyone. After detonating the 3 strands of saber energy in Shao Chun's sea of consciousness, he drew the lunar shadow saber and executed his peak saber strike. Whoosh! It looked like Shao Chun teleported, appearing in front of Di-Wuk out of nowhere. Before Di-Wuk, who was laughing loudly, could react, he discovered a saber light chopping down without any warning. This saber strike was too fast. It suppressed space and broke free of the restrictions of space. There was no trajectory that could be figured out at all. Kassier. The saber light directly chopped down on the cloud moon saber in Di-Wuk's hand. There was a crisp sound. Before everyone's eyes, the divine weapon, the cloud moon saber, broke in half. Clang! Half of the cloud moon saber fell to the ground. The cloud moon saber gave off a melodious sound. This sound was incredibly desolate, resounding in the world. However, it also contained a strange joy. That was the final sound the cloud moon saber gave off. Only Shao Chun could understand its desolation. As a divine weapon, he was not willing to end up in the hands of a non-bladesman. Furthermore, he was not willing to suffer the fate of dying the moment he drew it. Similarly, only Shao Chun could understand that trace of joy. That was the joy of being freed. After being forcefully drawn, only the fate of being broken and subdued was to fall. However, dying here might be a form of release. Dang! 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 The remaining half of the saber shook. After bouncing a few times, it finally stopped falling. That final sound was a cry to fate or a helpless wail before death. No one could understand whether it was pride or cowardice. I have a pride higher than the sky. I have a sharpness that no saber can compare to. I have the ambition to break through the Kunlun realm and compete with the divine weapons of the outside world. Unfortunately, the heavenly Tao is unfair. The world is unfair. An absolute treasure saber meets the wrong person. Shao Chun was slightly stunned. The final sound of the cloud moon saber rang in his ears. He knew in his heart that he was not the one who broke the cloud moon saber. Instead, the cloud moon saber chose him to break it. Was this pride or cowardice? Shao Chun did not understand. As for the surrounding cultivators, the incredibly interesting expressions of the Lunar Palace's people, and even the pale-faced Di-Wuk and Shao Chun, who were very close, did not notice it. Shao Chun's gaze focused on the remaining half of the saber on the ground. How dare you? You are the descendant of the demonic Qing Emperor. Do you really think that I do not dare to kill you? Suddenly, a cold shout came from the Lunar Palace floating in the clouds in the sky. That voice was bone-chilling. Everyone in Bright Moon City felt a chill run down their backs, their bodies trembling. The rage contained in the voice terrified everyone. Fear spread throughout their bodies. No matter who it was, they all felt a terrifying killing intent. The strongest expert of the heavenly starry ocean, the Lunar Palace's palace master, was enraged. Chapter 1352. Without a doubt, the owner of this voice was the Lunar Palace's palace master, the leader of the heavenly starry ocean's 3 primes. The Lunar Palace's palace master, who wore an azure-colored dress and was surrounded by colorful clouds with a bright moon, slowly appeared in the sky and drifted down. After the lunar palace's palace master landed, the entire place fell silent. Not only did no one dare to speak, but even breathing became like ice pillars. The reason was none other than because everyone could sense this supreme being's anger. She already had murderous intent. Xiao Chun, whose back faced the lunar palace's palace master, felt the greatest pressure. The might of that prime made one's heart tremble and their entire body turn cold. This was the first time a prime unleashed her aura on him. Only now did he truly understand. How horrifying was the strength of a prime. That was a level that Xiao Chun could not imagine. However, Xiao Chun did not turn his head back, nor did he explain anything. Even the appearance of a prime could not calm his emotions. Xiao Chun waved his hand, and the bright jade fan flew out. The fan unfurled in midair. A brilliant light spread out, looking beautiful and gentle. The sound of a zither and melodious singing came from the fan. When the lunar palace's palace master saw the bright jade fan flying over, she showed a stunned expression. Clearly, she was somewhat surprised. The lunar palace's palace master stretched out her hand and grasped the bright jade fan. Her eyes flickered, and her expression fluctuated. Clearly, she had some difficult decisions in her heart. Then, Xiao Chun bent over and picked up the remaining half of the cloud moon saber. Then, he stood up and looked at the remaining half of the saber in Diwuk's hand. Then, he said indifferently, "What you want is not a treasure saber that exists purely for the saber Dao. Give it to me." After saying that, Xiao Chun did not wait for Diwuk to refuse. Diwuk was somewhat distracted. He did not struggle, letting Xiao Chun snatch it away easily. "Mo Chun, let's go." Xiao Chen's figure drifted over to Mo Chen's side. Then, he turned his head and smiled faintly at Yu Bingyan. Then, he soared into the air with Mo Chun. Then, they left before everyone's gazes. The lunar palace's palace master wanted to say something. However, she saw the bright jade fan in her hand. Xiao Chen recalled what Xiao Chun said to Diwuk. Then, he turned his head back to look at Yu Bingyun, who was staring at Xiao Chen's back in a daze. She sighed helplessly in her heart. With her intelligence, how could she not guess the ins and outs of the matter at this moment? However, Yu Bingyun was unhappy with Xiao Chen's arrangements. She used the bright jade fan to force Xiao Chun to enter and stop this divine weapon unveiling ceremony. However, Yu Bingyun had not expected that the divine weapon unveiling ceremony would indeed be disrupted. Xiao Chen's saber strike actually broke the cloud moon saber. There was no shadow in the wind, no moon in the clouds. The lunar palace's preparations for more than 1,000 years went to waste, their blood, sweat, and tears. Had the lunar palace's palace master known that there would be such a storm, she might not have held the divine weapon unveiling ceremony. As the lunar palace's palace master watched Xiao Chen's figure slowly vanish from Bright Moon City, she clutched the bright jade fan tightly. In the end, she did not choose to make a move. "Perhaps you are still somewhat different from that demon." The lunar palace's palace master looked around, and her killing chi vanished. Then, she looked at Diwuk and asked, "You are the divine son, Diwuk?" Diwuk recovered his wits and nodded gently. "That is this, Junior. I came in a rush and did not report before suddenly coming to Bright Moon City. Sorry for the offense." When facing this prime, Diwuk did not show any stage fright. His reply was appropriate, displaying the air of a major character. The lunar palace's palace master looked directly at Diwuk like she wanted to see through all of Diwuk's secrets, making Diwuk feel somewhat uncomfortable. After a while, the lunar palace's palace master nodded slightly and said, "Not bad. Before advancing to Martial Emperor, you already comprehended the unique divine spirit of the deity race and cultivated heavenly deity energy. You are indeed incredible. Come with me. I want to have a chat with you." After being stunned for a while, Diwuk reacted. The lunar palace's palace master wanted to meet him alone. With the cloud moon saber shattered, the lunar palace lost its greatest support and would have no choice but to lower its head to the deity Dao Union. When Diwuk figured this out, he could not help rejoicing in his heart. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Many thanks for the palace master's invitation. Wuk is deeply honored. Wuk felt somewhat cocky in his heart. It looked like Xiao Chan was in the limelight at this divine weapon unveiling ceremony. However, in the end, Xiao Chun still ended up benefiting him. Without Xiao Chun breaking the Cloud Moon Saber, given the pride of the Lunar Palace's palace master, how could she have summoned him alone? This was what Xiao Chun worried about the most before coming to the Lunar Palace. However, it still happened in the end. However, at this moment, Xiao Chun did not regret it at all. He had long since understood his heart. He only came here to help a friend. Since he already achieved his goal, he had no regrets. However, the final sound of the Cloud Moon Saber stirred Xiao Chun greatly. In Bright Moon City, when the Holy Scions saw Wuk and the Lunar Palace's palace master ascend to the Lunar Palace in the sky, their expressions changed somewhat. This was because the Holy Lands behind some of the Holy Scions had already been convinced by Xiao Chun and agreed to help the Haotian sect at the crucial moment. However, the Lunar Palace's attitude seemed to have changed somewhat, making these Holy Scions feel somewhat nervous. The Lunar Palace's influence in the heavenly starry ocean was unprecedentedly strong. If the Lunar Palace sided with the deity Dao Union, then the Haotian sect, which was already barely able to put up a fight, would immediately be in grave danger. All of these Holy Scions rushed back and brought this news back to their holy lands. Aside from the myriad law Fiend Master's heart, which did not fluctuate at all, the other holy lords all experienced some subtle changes. Among them, the cyclic astral lord's reaction was the greatest. He flew into a rage and cursed out at the holy sun, a rare sight. 3 days later, a piece of news spread out, calming the hearts of the many holy lords. The Lunar Palace did not side with the deity Dao Union. It only took half a step forward and promised Wuk that as long as the deity Dao Union could destroy the Haotian sect, the Lunar Palace would join the deity Dao Union without holding anything back. This was not good news. However, to the various holy lands, this was the best result. After all, they already promised Xiao Chun to place their future bet on the Blue Dragon King. If the Lunar Palace sided with the deity Dao Union and they went to help, they would not have any chance of victory. Soon, the divine weapon unveiling ceremony came to an end. Unknowingly, half a month had passed. During this half a month, nothing major happened in the heavenly starry ocean. Everyone talked about the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chun, and that startling saber strike at the divine weapon unveiling ceremony. The divine weapon unveiling ceremony was full of twists and turns, stirring up everyone's hearts. It would be hard for it not to become a topic of conversation. This was especially so for Xiao Chun. In the end, he actually managed to break the Cloud Moon Saber and leave Bright Moon City alive. Everyone found this inconceivable. In Emperor Wu's circle, this saber strike also caused a huge commotion, inciting widespread discussion. This was because Xiao Chun had taken a path that they had never seen before. He used the saber to control space, using the saber to suppress space. This shattered Emperor Wu's long-held understanding of domains. This was simply incredible. In the past half a month, Emperor Wu continuously came to Heavenly Star Island to seek advice from Xiao Chun on the various mysteries contained in that saber strike. Xiao Chun did not hide anything, openly sharing his understanding with the people who came to seek advice. On this particular day, Xiao Chun had just sent off a greater Heavenly Emperor Wu of the Storm Sea. When he returned to his residence to discuss with Immo Chun how to deal with the broken Cloud Moon Saber, an unexpected guest arrived. When Immo Chun saw this person arrive, she felt exceptionally shocked. Elder Sister Bingyun, weren't you in confinement? Why are you out? The person who came was Yu Bingyun, who was rumored to be imprisoned after the divine weapon unveiling ceremony. Yu Bingyun smiled faintly. Then, she looked at Xiao Chun and said, "Now, I am no longer the Lunar Palace's holy daughter. I can go wherever I want." Chapter 1353. Clearly, the two had not expected Yu Bingyun's arrival. When they heard her say that she was no longer the Lunar Palace's holy daughter, they were even more shocked. Xiao Chun and Immo Chun exchanged glances. They did not know what happened. Could it be that the Lunar Palace's holy daughter and the Lunar Palace's palace master already fell out? Bingyun, what do you mean by this? Xiao Chun asked probingly after inviting her in. This might involve some sensitive issues, so Xiao Chun did not insist on it. He only asked casually, not putting any pressure on Yu Bingyun. Yu Bingyun smiled faintly and said, "It is not as serious as you think. After Master found out about my thoughts, she did not force me and let me leave the Lunar Palace. However, I lived in the Lunar Palace since I was young. Now that I left the Lunar Palace, I could not even think of a place to stay, so I came here. You won't chase me away, right? This is good." Xiao Chun and Imo Chun both heaved a sigh of relief. It looks like the Lunar Palace's palace master is not a cold-blooded and emotionless person. Clearly, Xiao Chun still had a master-disciple relationship with Yu Bingyun. Otherwise, he would not have let her go so easily. Imo Chun giggled and said, "That is exactly what he wished for. How could he rush? I will accompany elder sister Bingyun later and arrange a place to stay." However, Xiao Chun would not mind Yu Bingyun staying on Heavenly Star Island. He smiled faintly and did not say anything more. "By the way, I actually came here for another matter," Yu Bingyun said softly as she looked at the broken halves of the cloud moon saber on the table. When Xiao Chun saw Xiao Chen's expression, his heart tightened. He asked, "Are you here for the cloud moon saber?" Now that the divine weapon had lost its divinity and spirituality, it was no longer valuable. "Can you keep it with me? I am willing to return half of the resources to the Lunar Palace." Seeing Yu Bingyun's gaze on the cloud moon saber, Xiao Chun thought that the Lunar Palace wanted to take back the cloud moon saber. Xiao Chun did not have any plans for the cloud moon saber. He only wanted to keep the two halves of the saber. The final sound of the cloud moon saber shocked Xiao Chun too much. Perhaps it was out of the respect a bladesman had for a saber, so Xiao Chun kept it. Although most of the cloud moon saber was willing to be broken by Xiao Chun was the one who personally broke it. Taking in the cloud moon saber could be considered as making up for the guilt in his heart, although it was far from enough. Yu Bingyun smiled and said, No, you are overthinking. I would like to ask you if you are willing to merge the Lunar Shadow Saber and the Cloud Moon Saber into a brand new subdivine weapon." A surprised expression appeared on Xiao Chen's face. He had not expected Yu Bingyun to say such a thing. On a deeper level, could this be the intention of the Lunar Palace's palace master? Yu Bingyun continued, "Xiao Chun, there is no need to guess. Although Master did not say it explicitly, this is her intention. She made 2 moves. On the surface, she promised Diwuk, but she didn't give up on you. After all, no matter who it is, no one would truly be willing to be swallowed up by the deity race." Xiao Chun felt shocked in his heart. This Lunar Palace's palace master was truly incredible. She made 2 moves, one in the open and one in the dark, considering all the possible outcomes. This was especially so for Yu Bingyun's move. The other party was no longer a member of the Lunar Palace. Even if she came to help Xiao Chun, the deity Dao Union would have nothing to say, unable to find an excuse to make things difficult for him. If the deity Dao Union gained power and really destroyed the Haotian sect, Yu Bingyun would have publicly expressed her support for the deity Dao Union long ago. She would have obtained a good position as well. Thinking of this, Xiao Chun smiled bitterly and said, "This master of yours is scheming for the Lunar Palace at every turn. She treats everyone as a pawn. Has she ever thought about your feelings?" Yu Bingyun said softly, "Don't blame my master. I have never blamed her. Our positions are different, so naturally, our perspectives are different. Furthermore, this time I volunteered. As long as you are willing, I have a way to perfectly merge the Cloud Moon Saber into the Lunar Shadow Saber, bringing out the characteristics of the Cloud Moon Saber." When Xiao Chun heard this, he entered deep thought. This was indeed a great temptation. However, he had to ask for A.O. Jiao's opinion first. A.O. Jiao, do you think this is possible? A.O. Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, nodded and said, "If it is just merging the Cloud Moon Saber, I can agree. Coincidentally, before it becomes a divine weapon, I can upgrade the Lunar Shadow Saber once more." Xiao Chun felt slightly shocked. He asked in his heart, "Even if I merge the two, I still can't upgrade the Lunar Shadow Saber to a divine weapon?" Naturally, it can. However, it will just be an ordinary divine weapon. Either the lunar shadow saber does not become a divine weapon, or once it does, it will definitely charge into the divine weapon ranking. It is just like you. Either you do not advance to martial emperor, or once you do, you will definitely become an influential person among Emperor Wu. Xiao Chun suddenly understood. It was not that he could not, but that he was unwilling. Right now, the lunar shadow saber was like the blue-robed emperor who was accumulating accumulations. This was fine as well. Right now, Xiao Chun was not prepared to have a transcendent divine weapon. Xiao Chun nodded and said, I discussed it with the lunar shadow saber. She agreed. In that case, I'll have to trouble Miss Bingyan. Yu Bingyan blinked, feeling somewhat surprised. To think that Xiao Chun would discuss the matter of modifying a weapon with his own item spirit. After recovering her wits, Yu Bingyan smiled and said, It's fine, it's fine. It's not really troublesome. The truly troublesome one is younger sister Imo-chan. Without her help, it would be very difficult for me to merge the lunar shadow saber and the cloud moon saber perfectly. Imo-chan said, No problem. As long as I can help big brother Xiao Chun, Imo-chan is willing to do anything. When Xiao Chun saw the sincerity in the two girls' eyes, he felt moved. It was already a great blessing to have a confidant in one's life. However, he, Xiao Chun, had too. It had to be said that he was very fortunate. Yu Bingyun said, There is no time to lose. Let's start now and try to finish it before the deity Dao Union launches a full-scale attack on the Haotian sect. At the mention of this, Xiao Chen's heart sank. Worry appeared on his face. The Haotian sect and the three holy masters had already started fighting long ago. Emperor Wu had already clashed with each other several times. As for the sporadic battles, that went without saying. They happened practically at every moment. However, with the Haotian Prime holding down the fort, even though the three holy masters held the advantage, they did not dare to clash head-on with the Haotian sect. Hence, there was no true decisive battle. However, after the deity Dao Union was established, the situation instantly changed. The Haotian sect was immediately at a disadvantage. Once the deity Dao Union was completely reorganized, the decisive battle would start at any moment. No matter how one looked at it, the Haotian sect was the deity Dao Union's greatest enemy on the path to unifying the Kunlun realm. Now, it had been more than 2 months since the deity Dao Union was established. That day was drawing closer. Perhaps it was only 1 month away, or perhaps it would happen tomorrow. Without the lips, the teeth would feel the cold. Once the Supreme Sky Sect fell, Xiao Chun would suffer a calamity as well. Xiao Chen's luck would be affected, plummeting. Bingyun, how long will it take? Xiao Chun asked. Yu Bingyun thought for a while. If everything went smoothly, she replied, it will probably take 7 days. After all, it is just merging and not forging a new divine weapon. Furthermore, there is Mo Chen's book of heavenly works assisting from the side. It will not take long. 7 days. I hope that in these 7 days, the Haotian sect will not cause any trouble. After saying that, Xiao Chun took out the lunar shadow saber and handed it to Yu Bingyan. Then, he said, The two of you, just focus on merging the 2 sabers. I will stand guard for you during these 7 days. Chapter 1354. While Xiao Chun guarded the 2 girls as they merged the 2 sabers, something happened in the Tianwu domain in the Kunlun continent. Now, the Haotian sect's Haotian province no longer had any ordinary people. The Haotian sect had already sent them to other places. The surrounding provinces also had no ordinary people. Naturally, the reason went without saying. The battle between the 3 holy masters and the Haotian sect had already progressed from the initial scattered battles to full scale. Such a huge battle affected everything within 5 million kilometers of the province. If ordinary people were here, it would be hard for them to survive. The Haotian sect sent disciples to guard all the cities of various sizes in the Haotian province. If one had a bird's eye view from the sky, they would discover that with Haotian City as the center, a huge formation had already formed. There were formations within formations, layer after layer, a total of 18 layers interconnected. Cities, mountains, and rivers were all important nodes of the formation. These nodes were the center of the battle between the Haotian sect and the three Holy Masters. If the three Holy Masters wanted to break the formation, they would have to destroy these nodes. If the Haotian sect wanted to protect its main sect, it would have to protect as many nodes as possible. The intensity of the battle would be easy to imagine. The many layers of formations guarded the center. The Haotian sect Haotian city was where the sect's luck was. Once Haotian city was destroyed, the entire sect's luck would end. All the sect's disciples would be affected. Fortunately, although the three Holy Masters were pressing hard, they only managed to break the outermost 3 layers of the 18 layers of formations. Furthermore, the Haotian sect would organize a counterattack, so the fight would be intense. At the periphery of the Haotian province, the disciples of the White Emperor's city, the Phoenix's Passion Palace, and the Divine Martial Gate could be seen densely packed in the periphery, wearing uniforms of different colors. There are all sorts of warships in the sky. They covered the sky and cast a large shadow. Among the many warships were 3 incredibly huge Emperor-grade warships: the Divine Tiger Warship, the Divine Phoenix Warship, and the Divine Martial Warship. These were the final warships of the 3 Holy Masters. They could be used for both offense and defense. Since the start of the battle, they had kept them as trump cards and rarely used them. The 3 Holy Lords gathered on the Divine Phoenix Warship of the Phoenix's Passion Palace. The Emperor Wu of the Holy Lands all stood behind their respective Holy Lords, radiating a baleful aura. If one counted carefully, each of the Holy Lands had more than 10 martial emperors. The depth of their accumulations was clear. Despite such great strength, the many martial emperors did not show any complacency on their faces. Instead, they had grave expressions, and the atmosphere of the entire place was very stifling. The White Tiger Holy Master sighed and said, 3 months have passed. The number of martial emperors that died in our clans has already exceeded 5. Many more blue-robed emperor and martial sages have died. Unexpectedly, the Haotian sect is so difficult to deal with. Under the threat of the 3 Holy Masters, aside from the Thunder King's Thunder and Lightning Palace, no other sect in the entire Tianwu domain dared to support the Haotian sect. However, the Haotian sect had a prime. No other sect dared to take the risk of following the 3 Holy Masters to attack the Haotian sect. Even if the Haotian sect was destroyed, the Haotian prime would not die. He would still be able to take revenge on them. Aside from the 3 Holy Masters, who had deep accumulations, no other sect dared to be so bold as to offend a prime. The Haotian sect and the Thunder and Lightning Palace added up only had 8 Emperor Wu, less than the 3 Holy Masters. In terms of accumulations, these 2 sects were far from comparable to the 3 Holy Masters. However, the Haotian sect had a prime. The 3 Holy Masters had to work together to defeat Zongtian. Furthermore, Zongtian could leave whenever he wanted. They would not hold him back. Furthermore, the other party had the geographical advantage, relying on the defensive formations. With one attacking and one defending, it was clear that the attacking side would have to put in more effort. For the past 3 months, even though the 3 Holy Masters held the upper hand, suppressing the Haotian sect to the point of not being able to counterattack, they could not take down the Haotian sect. On the other hand, the 3 Holy Masters suffered heavy losses. Even more than 6 Emperor Wu died. If they continued to attack, even if they destroyed the Haotian sect, the 3 Holy Masters would suffer heavy losses. The losses outweighed the gains. The 3 Holy Masters had no choice but to join the Deity Dao Union's 3 Holy Masters. There was already no turning back. They had to take down the Haotian sect. Why are the Deity Dao Union's people not here yet? A Phoenix's Passion Palace elder asked, feeling upset. They had already joined the Deity Dao Union for 2 months, but they still had not received any reinforcements. These words could be said to have spoken out the thoughts of many elders. Everyone was worried that they would be the next to fall. The stronger one was the more they valued their lives. Although the 3 Holy Masters' attacks had slowed down after joining the Deity Dao Union, Emperor Wu still occasionally fell, making it hard to avoid fear. The Vermilion Bird Holy Lord said, there is no rush. The deity Tao Union needs some time to organize its internal affairs. We need to discuss how to split the benefits. We also have to consider the unstable factors of the fiend races, the Fox King and the Ghost race. It is fine if the deity Tao Union does not make a move. However, when they do, they have to destroy the Haotian sect. Suddenly, the expression of the vermilion bird Holy Lord, who was speaking, changed. Then, he closed his eyes as if he was communicating with someone. After a while, he opened his eyes, and he revealed an expression of joy. Pass down my orders. All the Holy Lands cultivators are to stop attacking and defend the nodes that we already occupied. Do not make any movements for 3 days. Just turtle up and defend. The moment the vermilion bird said that, the deity Tao Union immediately broke out into discussion, feeling shocked. Holy Lord, is the deity Tao Union coming? Someone asked anxiously. The vermilion bird Holy Lord replied indifferently. There is no need to ask so much. Everything will be clear in 3 days. You can all withdraw and just wait for news. Although they did not know what news it was, at least they did not need to fight for now. This was a rare moment of rest, so it was good news. After these elders left, the white tiger Holy Lord and the black tortoise Holy Lord asked one after another, what news did Emperor Forsaken send? Are they going to make a move? These three were peak, ninth heaven, sovereign martial emperors. Their perspective of the problem was much broader than that of Emperor Wu, who had just left. They did not feel anxious about the deity Tao Union taking so long to arrive. The smile on the vermilion bird Holy Lord's face vanished. He said sullenly, I have 2 pieces of news, one good and one bad. The good news is that with the deity race's help, the internal strife of the ghost race and the corpse race is basically quelled. The deity Tao Union is nearly complete and will arrive in the Tianwu domain in 3 days. Good. Given that, the allied army of the deity Tao Union will definitely have experts of the ghost race and corpse race. And the bad news? At the mention of the bad news, the vermilion bird Holy Lord's expression turned somewhat unsightly. However, he still had to say it in the end. The bad news is that the divine daughter Tian Yushi's activities in the heavenly starry ocean basically ended in failure. The many holy lands of the heavenly starry ocean have been roped in by that little brat, Xiao Chun. What? The two cried out hoarsely, somewhat startled. The deity Tao Union was already established, yet the holy lands of the heavenly starry ocean still dared to resist. Fortunately, Xiao Chun did not convince the Lunar Palace. Furthermore, the Lunar Palace's palace master promised that as long as the Haotian sect is destroyed, she will immediately join the deity Tao Union. After a pause, the vermilion bird Holy Lord continued. The white tiger Holy Lord smiled and said, This Lunar Palace's palace master is indeed as shrewd as before. However, the Lunar Palace does indeed have the strength and accumulations to raise such a condition. The black tortoise Holy Lord nodded slightly, agreeing with the white tiger Holy Lord's point of view. However, when he thought of Xiao Chun, he found it somewhat strange. This fellow Xiao Chun truly lives up to being a descendant of the Qing Emperor. To think that he is so horrifying. It looks like our decision to cut off all means of retreat and work together to make Wuk the bearer of luck was the right one. That's right. If we really let him advance to martial emperor, we will all die. 10,000 years ago, the Qing Emperor treated us like cattle and horses. We, the 3 holy masters, absolutely cannot go through that again. A heavy murderous intent flashed in the vermilion bird Holy Lord's eyes. He continued in a cold voice, Hence, this Haotian sect must be destroyed. We must cut off its luck, preventing it from advancing to martial emperor. Chapter 1355. In the refining pavilion of Scorching Flame Island, which had already been turned into a refining island in the sea region of Heavenly Star Island, Imo Chun and Yu Bingyun were anxiously helping to merge the Cloud Moon Saber and the Lunar Shadow Saber. Aside from Xiao Chun, there was no one else outside the refining pavilion. Unknowingly, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Xiao Chun had not been idle. He had been trying to comprehend the peak saber strike that he executed during the divine weapon unveiling ceremony. That saber strike gave Xiao Chan an extremely wondrous feeling. He had already touched the surface of the state of space. When he swung the saber, he used the saber to control space. He could not feel the existence of space. He was clearly still in the water, but it felt like he had already leaped out of space. It was extremely wondrous. After that, Xiao Chun tried several times. His saber domain could still merge all his energy and execute a peak saber strike. However, he could no longer find that feeling of using the saber to control space. It was like it had never appeared before. Since that day, many Emperor Wu came to seek advice from Xiao Chun on the mysteries of that move. Xiao Chun did not hide anything, honestly telling these people his views on the saber domain. At the same time, he shared his doubts and questions with Emperor Wu, who came to seek advice, helping each other. After chatting openly with many different Emperor Wu and seeing all sorts of ingenious viewpoints, Xiao Chun gained a lot. No matter how smart a person was, there would always be things that one could not think of. Perhaps it was these small, unexpected things that one could not think of that would be the key to a breakthrough. Although Xiao Chun could no longer find that state of using the saber to control space, he became increasingly familiar with merging all his energy into the saber domain and executing a peak strike. Xiao Chun gave this saber strike a name, Void Breaking Stance. The word break represented the breaking of his understanding of the olden era's saber domain. It represented his rebuilding after breaking, creating a brand new Tao. Xiao Chun had a vague idea in his heart. He was preparing to accumulate everything he had learned in his life and create another saber technique, merging all the mysteries of the saber techniques that he had comprehended into this saber technique. This saber technique was called the Flawless Saber Technique, and the Void-Breaking Stance was the first stance of this Flawless Saber Technique. As for how many more stances there were, that would depend on fate and could not be forced. Sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes, Xiao Chun continuously analyzed the saber techniques he had learned in his mind. Many years ago, Xiao Chun had been trying to create his own swordsmanship. Even if he obtained the swordsmanship of others, he would try his best to adapt it to his own. The Wu Kuei saber technique, the rushing thunder chop, the four-season saber technique, and the lightning tribulation saber technique. It looked very tiring and required a lot more effort, and he might not even succeed. But many years later, when Xiao Chun looked back on the path he had taken, he was very glad that he had taken this step back then. At sunset, Xiao Chun suddenly opened his eyes, and a small black dot appeared in his eyes. As the black dot got closer, it turned into a graceful and gentle woman. It was the eldest senior's sister, Shui Lingling. Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows and quickly stood up. For his eldest senior sister to rush over at this time, something urgent had to have happened. First senior sister, what's the matter for you to be in such a rush? Xiao Chun asked quickly after he stood up. Shui Lingling frowned somewhat worriedly. Her expression turned grave as she said, "The various factions of the Deity Dao Union have already gathered in the Haotian province 3 days ago. After a round of ferocious attacks, they have already broken 9 of the 18 layers of formations in the periphery." What? When Xiao Chun heard this, he was mildly startled. The thing that he worried about the most still happened ahead of time. However, this day would eventually come. Xiao Chun's mental state was rather good. After a while, he recovered. Xiao Chun's expression recovered its calm. Without hesitation, he said, "Do you need my help? As long as Big Brother Ing says the word, I can ask the many seniors of the heavenly starry ocean to help at any time." When Shui Lingling saw Xiao Chun's expression, she felt moved in her heart. She smiled and said, "There's no need. It is not that time yet. It is just that we currently lack martial emperor experts to protect the formations. Master has already spoken with the Fox King and is currently searching the entire Kunlun realm for Emperor Wu's help. He got me to come and see if Junior Brother can help." Xiao Chun let out a soft cry of surprise, indicating that he understood. Right now, it was not the most crucial moment. Those holy lords were the final trump cards. There was no need to use them yet. Right now, they lacked ordinary martial emperor experts. Big Brother wanted to ask Xiao Chen to help. It looked like the Hao-Ian sect had indeed reached an exceptionally dangerous moment. Otherwise, Big Brother Ing would not have asked Xiao Chen to help. That's not a problem. I'll go with you after I report. Naturally, Xiao Chen would not reject Big Brother Ying's request. He turned around and headed for the refining pavilion to inform them of this matter. In the refining pavilion, the expressions of the two girls changed drastically. They said at the same time, "No way. How can you go at this time? Your Lunar Shadow Saber and Cloud Moon Saber are only halfway merged. Let's wait for another 4 days." When Shui Lingling heard what happened, she revealed a gentle smile. It is good that Junior Brother is so kind. Since the Lunar Shadow Saber still needs another 4 days to merge, then wait for another 4 days. I'll just wait for Junior Brother in the Hao-Ian sect. It's fine. I'll go back with you. Even without a saber in hand, I am confident of fighting with Emperor Wu. Xiao Chun smiled faintly to comfort Big Brother Ing. Since Big Brother Ing sought him out, it meant that the situation was dire. He had to go. Perhaps nothing dangerous would happen in 4 days. However, if something did happen, it would be too late for regrets. Xiao Chen did not want to regret it. In the refining pavilion, Imo Chun and Yu Bingyun exchanged glances and sighed helplessly. Big brother Xiao Chun, wait for a while. Elder sister Bingyun and I will come out soon. Don't be in a rush to leave yet. Imo Chen's voice came from inside. Could there be a turning point? Xiao Chun turned his head to Shui Lingling and said, "In that case, let's wait for a while more." Shui Lingling nodded and said, "All right, I'll listen to Junior Brother." The two chatted as they waited. During this time, Shui Lingling gave a simple explanation of the Hao-Ian sect's current situation. The Hao-Ian sect could rely on only the Thunder and Lightning Palace to block the attacks of the three Holy Masters. Aside from the Hao-Ian Prime, it also relied on the Worldly Mountain River Great Sun Formation. If the Grand Formation broke, it would be very hard to defend the Supreme Sky Sect's mountain just by relying on the Supreme Sky Prime alone. As Xiao Chun listened to Shui Lingling's calm explanation, he could sense the overwhelming danger that the Hao-Ian sect faced. Xiao Chun became even more determined to rush over. No matter what, he had to do his part. 1 hour later, Yu Bingyun and Mo Chun worked together to carry a rectangular bronze box out of the refining pavilion. Buzz! After they landed by Xiao Chen's side, they quickly put down the bronze box. The ground immediately shook and their bodies trembled. Shui Lingling exclaimed in shock, "What is inside? It is so heavy." Mo Chun wiped the sweat off her forehead and panted. She said, "There is a formation in there. It contains 500 tons of frost flame. There is no way to put it in the universe ring." Xiao Chun asked doubtfully, "What's going on?" Yu Bingyun explained, "Since you want to leave early, we can only think of a stupid method. After the new Lunar Shadow Saber absorbs all the frost flame, you'll be able to use it. The advantage of this stupid method is that there is no need to worry. The disadvantage is that we do not know how long it will take to absorb all the frost flame. Perhaps 10 days, perhaps 1 month. So long? Isn't it just 4 days?" After Shui Lingling heard that, she felt somewhat guilty for interrupting Xiao Chen's matters. "It's fine." Xiao Chen smiled and picked up the bronze box with one hand. It was indeed rather heavy. However, Xiao Chen's physical body was comparable to that of many experts who focused on cultivating the physical body. It was not too difficult to pick it up. After making some preparations, Xiao Chun carried the bronze box on his back. A warmth immediately came from the bronze box. This warmth turned into a warm flame flowing through the meridians in Xiao Chen's body. His entire body felt warm. Grand mist energy automatically flowed out.